Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are live in week 3 of the Challenge Elite series. We are deep in the playoffs. My name is Bryce. Joining me here this time, Enigma.
Yeah, I'm going to be stepping in briefly for Mr. Chris Tunn. I can't give you the Geordie accent, slightly different northern one, but I will try and do a job alongside you to match. But it's a pleasure being here alongside yourself and getting to cast over our Call of Duty challenges.
You're more than welcome. It almost threw me a little bit there when I didn't say ton for what felt like the first time in quite some time. But we do have an awful lot to go through tonight. We will be saying goodbye to some teams and seeing how far some teams can really go. This is the playoffs, so there will be eliminations and team will go away from us, and it will be a bracket format. And speaking of which, we're going to jump right in, and this is how it's been going so far. As you can see, we've gone a little way into it, Enigma.
Yes, we have indeed already seen two sides leave us, but we are currently looking at the winners final in Notorious and Noctum, and then those two games down there in Elimination Round 2, which is going to be Team Twisted against Katana, and then we've also got Team Ben W against Exceptional Gaming. And I think a couple of these were in for bangers, but in terms of some of them, so a couple of our teams might find themselves a bit under the cosh today.
They certainly will, of course. The big fights coming up from everybody, but everybody trying to stay alive. All the marathon that we have run so far has been, and this is what we'll be looking at as well as we go through. As you can see, Katana Gaming versus Team Twisted will be our first game in our first slot, and then on our Bravo stream, which will be the only Bravo game of the day, Exceptional versus Team Ben W. So we'll cover both of those, but if you want to watch the individual streams, you can. And then last but not least, Team Notorious versus Noctum Esports will be going on as well. So pretty much everything you can handle all on one stream. Enigma, those games look great.
Yeah, they do indeed. I think this Katana Team Twisted one, it's definitely looking like one that we would expect Katana to take, but there's a couple of things that they weren't doing right last week and a couple of questions about whether doing better. So it's up to Team Twisted to kind of stick prod themselves in there and say, all right, well, actually, we feel like we can test you properly here and get us off to a flying start this afternoon. But looking ahead to that winners final, Bryce, I think we're in for an absolutely fantastic 8 absolute superstars performing at the very top of their game, but still going to answer a couple of questions about who was blessed a little bit by their group and their bracket run.
Certainly as well. Let's take a look at our first roster coming up on your screen. We're going to have Katana Gaming. It's going to be Super, Brezzy. We're going to have Aspect and Cobra joining them as well. Some of these players, people really are keeping an eye on to see how well not only they do now, but maybe in the future.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because Super may well be off away from this side and towards different pastures when it comes to the end of this stage. And it was also interesting to see that this Katana squad brought in Aspect for Vortex. I think there's a lot of talk around this name right now. But of course, you've got to keep an eye on Cobra and Brezzy. Now, these are two players that have been around the European Elite for quite some time. Also got quite a bit of experience between them and are real forces to be reckoned with out there. Brezzy in particular, if I was trying to pick a superstar out of this team, it would be Super. But I think Brezzy is also the man who can really light up a series when he wants to.
Yeah, I think so far this team has had its shares of thrills and spills, obviously still going strong into this one, and that's probably the key with them as well. Keeping yourself alive at this stage of the tournament is a very big thing, because no matter what's happened before, you can still go the distance. But Team Twisted will be trying to stop them, and I am a big fan of this team. They've been getting better week on week. Dizzy, Disarray, BB Connor, and Pack all looking to push the envelope a little bit further. They might be the underdogs to some in this series, but considering that we think they're getting better week on week, I'd like to see how they do.
I absolutely love the bringing up that they're getting better week to week because they came together just a week before qualifiers, and the aim was purely to get into the competition. They do that. Can you get through groups? They scrape it, but they sure as hell achieve it, and then they're into playoffs. The one big question mark has been that a lot of their losses have been 0-3s, especially against top opposition, which they're going to be facing here. So for me, that says that they must start well. Come out, map 1, put up a real challenge against Katana, and you never know, bit of momentum your way could lead you to great things this afternoon.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they'll be trying to do. And hey, when it comes to playoffs, it's always going to be about how well you play on the day. And the next 2 days will determine who walks away the very first Elite Champion for this year's game. And that is certainly something they'll carry with them for a long time. It's given us a good look, though, at some of these teams and how they may play out. It doesn't seem as top-heavy as it could have been, but still some juggernauts rolling their way through this bracket. and we're just wondering who on earth ends up coming out on top.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I'm a little bit curious about whether or not one of these squads nice and early in our lower run can upset some of these big teams. I think that when you get to that winners final, obviously once we see one of those teams lose, they're going to be waiting. That's a giant shark waiting at the end of this run for you in lower finals. So it's whether or not a team can scrape together a little bit of momentum. I love that what you're saying about Team Twisted. I think that they're definitely side that can do it. But Exceptional Gaming, I feel like that this is a team that should be doing a bit more. Now, this is Harry, Denzer, Mythics, and Vortex. If I put that roster in front of you any other time, you're talking at least a top 2 team. Currently feels like they're quite a bit outside that. Yes, they're cut adrift from the bottom half of the opposition through this elite. But it's that team that I'm thinking, now's your time.
Well, let's see if they can come alive as we dive into our maps and modes. This is how this series will go down. So we start off with a red card hardpoint, moving to red card search and destroy, protocol control, Skyline hardpoint, and Skyline search. Kind of an interesting one because normally we always feel like Skylines come before red cards, but it seems to have flipped around this week.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a situation where if you are the underdog team, you probably want a Skyline thrown in there, in my opinion. I think it's a map that can really mix things up and just kind of lend itself to that whole momentum-based pendulum swinging Call of Duty rather than the fundamentals. So for me, this lineup of maps suits Katana to a T, having that red card in nice and early. I think that suits hitting those early rotations. It suits getting yourself in for the fundamental Call of Duty that I just mentioned. And I mean, there's a reason why we probably have Katana down as favorites in this series. They tend to be stronger at that than this Team Twisted side. So if Team Twisted are going to cause any sort of upset in this series, they're also going to have to upset the odds in map 1.
Well, we'll find out if they can do that as well. And you are right, it's all about the odds here coming as well. But I do give the benefit of the doubt. I've said before, realistically, week on week, the best possible practice you can have is in a competitive setting. They've done that. They've got this far, and they should be really getting any of those weaknesses out now. They've got a week to prepare for this as well. That's the other part of it. Realistically, once you know where the bracket has ended last Thursday, you know who you're playing next Wednesday. So realistically, you should be going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, nothing to basically not be left out there on the line. This is all or nothing at this point for both of these squads. And Katana Gaming falling here would be a hell of a story that they do not want to read back. For Team Twisted, this has already been a success story, but it's about how far you can actually go. A victory here would put a lot of belief into this relatively new team, and maybe they cause a couple more upsets further down the line. So a lot of pressure on Katana Gaming to get off to a fantastic start here at red card. In particular, I'm looking to fix some of their mistakes earlier through this elite and hit those rotations well.
Well, let's see. Into the blender that's going to be P1 between the two of them. Realistically, a bit of positioning, as we just watch everybody trying to stay alive for this first initial flurry off the break. Busy just playing his life, knows where the player's going to be. Definitely a player to watch for me in this series. Had a very good performance last week, keeping them alive in the playoffs.
I agree, Dizzy. Definitely a player who can light things up when he needs to. The flurry of kills, though, goes the way of Aspect and Katana Gaming, who are trying to make their way around for those P2 spawns. As, well, we've had all of 2 points scored in P1 so far. And this starts to make me think of a series from last week, as Super finds a beautiful 2-piece and will find himself through this backside for the spawns. And, well, finally, a couple of points going on the board, Bryce.
Well, you can see this is all control for Katana. And they will hold, but need to get ready for this rotation and jump on the point. You are correct. Not a lot of points scored yet. It does smack of some of the last week's games on red card. Seems to be the way it goes. But right now, Katana do have the better positioning. Brezzy's just going to turn at the wrong time. And now a little bit of a breakdown. You can see them pushing forward as they smell weakness and only Aspect to hold the line.
That's exactly what you want to see if you are Team Twisted. Yes, you lose the rotational fight, but can you battle from the front? And in disarray, you find a 2-piece. Pack will pick up one more and trying to swarm now with the blue arrows, but Brezzy finds an important kill on the flank. Might not have read the BB Connor's in behind him. If BB Connor cuts him down, this could set up another pinch opportunity as Team Twisted try and swarm.
Now a few points. They know the pressure's going to come. They're also going to be worrying about that rotation. Big kill there from Disarray. They have the rotation as well. They've just got to guess this correctly. They're checking every single angle for that back spawn. Disarray probably worried. Nobody's appeared yet for him, but we'll find one. More pressure coming through. Will eventually fall, but great job at soaking up the rest of the time and hitting the rotation. The spawns, though, have flipped. This is a disaster here for Twisted. They've got to deflect this pressure.
Do indeed, Dizzy. He's 1-5 right now. Gonna have to go pretty big here and change that scoreline if he's going to hold off this wave from Katana, who've actually decided to hit this side on rather than through the back. You're hoping to time a bit of a pinch play with Brezzy. He falls in the front. Dizzy stays up and gets the trade. And that will be a well held off approach there because Katana had an opportunity to pinch that, swarm it, and steal it from under you.
Done a very good job. Connor now going to be holding the front, and that's huge from him, but beautiful. His teammates will go down. Eventually, Disarray just stopping the bleeding. Still a little bit of pressure from Katana here, but they will have to take a bit of a swipe at it one more time. The rotation is beckoning. And now you can see both teams just sending players over on the minimap. It was eventually scrap time to Katana.
Pack here has slipped the net, by the way. Slam open of the door might have told Cobra that he needs to go and look elsewhere, but if Pack does get him around the back, and actually maybe he will also pass Cobra like a ship in sailing through the night. Doesn't find Aspect. Couple of bullets through the bottom of the stage. Won't do enough to get him the kill. So it will stay in the hands of Katana for now, but Team Twisted do have an opportunity to pick up a couple of kills here, but red in the feed, and this attack may well flounder.
Pack finds one. Bit of a pinch with the spawns coming through if he can play his life. Bit of a god timing there. Might get a second kill. Unfortunately, Cobra is just faster. And now Twisted into the teeth of Katana, trying to get through, but too many guns, too many bottlenecks, and down they fall. Super and Brezzy deflecting everything they can. And that should be Katana feeling pretty secure, even though there is a flank coming in.
Yeah, some P2 side spawns coming in for Team Twisted. We'll get them a couple of kills, but that will be the only consolation prize they end up with. It's all about that rotation now for Katana. Those couple of kills might slow you, but this play from Super in Connector is important, but as he is traded, it should give Team Twisted an opportunity to try and set up some sort of defense. Actually, if they're going to do that, BB Connor needs to go big in this fight against Aspect.
For it, and it's a horrible angle for both players, and that's why everybody's still alive. Eventually will take down one, and on to the next point. This can be a difficult point to get points on, as both sides will be looking. Anybody who jumps into this kill zone can expect themselves traded pretty quickly if you don't have complete control. Exactly that. It happens straight away. Both teams still firing on all cylinders for this, as this point hangs in the balance.
BB Connor might be the difference maker in this as Brezzy activates to find one. Disarray will trade it. Cobra on the hunt now, but BB Connor shuts him down. It's traded back and forth yet again. This is one of those hills that can mean we go to a stop clock here on red card, because there was a lack of points in P1, a lack of points here in P5, and right now no one really benefiting through the final segment. So a 30-point lead will be the way of Katana as we look towards our second set of rotations, and actually some Team Twisted players already in the point.
Just going to bleed this a little bit here. Twisted looking for any of the kills they can find, but already losing their trades in the kill feed means they will have to back off of this. Katana will be back onto the point straight away. Still quite a low-scoring game considering we're going into the second set of rotations. Both teams really have had a lot of contested or open time. Keep an eye on that clock at the top as this one continues to do the same.
Strong play from Super there. 7 spree, I believe that may be coming up to towards the end, but also locking down that entire front side that meant that his Katana teammates could just focus on other portions of the map. The kill from Aspect will also then allow the team to push out towards those P2 spawns, and this is a passage of play that feels like if Katana get it all in together, this map could start to run away from Twisted.
Staying alive and doing a great job of it. Eventually will fall to Disarray. There goes the scrap time. But scrap time is all it is for Twisted. Gonna now be looking to really start putting the pressure on. It's not a massive difference. It's just 40 points. But considering there's only been like 170 scored in this game, it feels like a lot more.
Does indeed. Pack will make the final trade work. Trophy down. Can you get any sort of coverage, though, from your teammates? That's been something that's lacking. Dizzy 7 and 17. We want to see a bit more out of him, and that'll be a great way to start finding Brezzy on the flank. But Aspect, who's wrapped the long way round, will cut him down and trying to set up a pinch play with his teammates. But right now, they're falling elsewhere. Pack's on 4 in a row in the point.
Staying alive, and what a shot as well. There's 5. Just lighting it up. He knows the pressure is going to start descending upon him. His teammates are already looking for that rotation as well. How much more can he do? Well, turns out not a lot, but they've brought this lead down just enough. For Katana, it's about holding on to their lead. For Team Twisted, it's trying to claw back that scrap time with this rotation. Problem is, they've got back spawn, and it's only Dizzy who's out.
The one thing I will say, the last time we were on this hill, Twisted only held onto it through a couple of great plays, and this time you won't get the opportunity. BB Connor will be in the back. He's trying to just anchor this down. Will get the spawn in from his teammate, but the nade from Super means that his teammate won't get any support at all. Where those blue owls arrive, it will be in the back. Problem is, you don't want to hit this one-dimensionally. You've got to find other routes into this hill if you are going to break it.
Dizzy switched over to a sub for this hill. Gets a kill already, but the rest of the team struggling to get enough kills down yet. Something huge is going to happen for them to break this, and right now it's 1 by 1. Losing ground slowly but surely to Katana Gaming, who are streaming further into the lead. And no real challenge has come. You can see Team Twisted spreading out now, looking for a pinch for 18 seconds. Can they make this worth it?
This is one of those moments. Do you continue to push this as Aspect finds his 5th, nearly his 6th, and will finally fall disarray with a big 2-piece, but Super's still here to clean up this last bit of scrap time and almost turns and burns onto BB Connor. But there will be a rotation finally from Twisted. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen them there first, or at least in a position to get the early points on the board. And positioning from Pack could be huge. You got to find these 2 kills.
Pack finds one. Disrace finds another. The stun check I don't think was there. I don't know if Pack knows where he's going to be. Eventually will do. Waiting for it as the rest of Katana put the pressure on. Spread out battle lines for both sides as they finally come into it. And Connor is going to drop the guard rod. Looking to get some of that pressure away from them already. Is it going to be enough? Looking for the player's going to be in here. He's going to try and slide it through. Perfect from the end. Gets 2 with it. Knows there's going to be a player underneath. Does he call it correctly? He does with help from his teammate. And that is a big hold from Twisted.
It is indeed. BB Connor leading the line just as his team need the momentum to swing back their way and claw back into this game. If they get the remainder of this, we're basically on a tied game heading to our second P5. And that lead that Katana once had has evaporated as BB Connor finds a beautiful 2-piece under stage. Rotation fights on. Pack against Cobra, and Cobra finds a huge 2 as well. Both teams starting to really trade blows.
We are only 5 points apart, but it will be Katana who keep the lead. Can they hold this? There's some very big gunfights going on across the map. Super will go down the point, slowing him down for just a few seconds. There are several scores you need to be aware of at this point. Not only are these 2 teams very, very close, and it could go either way, but we're close to 1 minute left on the open clock. With a P1 coming up next, this could really come down to who just has the most points when that clock runs out.
As Aspect clears that body, we will start to see that timer tick down. It will land directly on the 1 minute mark. As Aspect trying to stay alive from Connector will do no such thing. It's more back and forth. Brezzy has the benches, but hits nothing but wins. Won't like to watch that gunfight back. Connector will belong to Twisted then. Can they finally set up for a P1? You're going to need to clear Cobra from top middle. Does not. 2 red in the feed.
It's dangerous for both sides. A single twist of fortune, a single mistake at this point with an open hard point again, and that time evaporating to 37 seconds. It is not a good margin, and the teams are only 7 points apart. Does this end with a 250, or does this end via the clock? I really don't know.
Important couple of kills will give Katana route into the point as we have 26.6 seconds left on game clock. So pay attention to everything that happens here as it's contested. Team Twisted have to find a way to get Cobra off the point. Cobra can just hunker down for this. Will be shot in the back eventually, but the rotation's on. And Katana are there. No. Unfortunately, I believe we may be seeing a reset situation. There's issues for Katana, but what a map 1 to get us underway. I feel like Katana there
We have
making
been
the lives a little bit more difficult for themselves. I know, I was really looking forward to the end of that. What an absolute bloodbath. But we will move on over. Exceptional Gaming against Team B, Ben W. Another game that I was expecting to be very one-sided. Very much so not.
Well, both teams really slaying out here, and we'll get an update on what's going on in that game number 1. Don't go anywhere, but as we keep an eye on game number 2, you are very correct. This is coming down to the wire. And the moment Ben W trying to hold on to that was actually a massive break. Ben W, namesake of this team, trying to stay alive, hugging the railing, and a little bit of movement keeps him in.
Stayed up for just a moment. Back forth, traded overlay with a big 2-piece. I mean, the remainder of this, you may as well just hit P4. This is where we're going to settle things, surely. NW gets aggressive, found by Mythics. Trades back and forth. Lampy finds 3, explodes into life. Actually, no, sorry, one of those is his teammate, so just the 2. And if anything, you've weakened your side's efforts. Just 15 points needed for exceptional.
How does this rotation hit? That's the thing. Both teams are here. Both teams are piling in. It's not as much of an issue if you can't get in straight away, but this is all about the break here. Team BenW are now in the driving position. 10 seconds to hold. Vortex doesn't want to go in quite yet, but can he find a kill and stay alive? Almost finds 2. His teammates are coming to the rescue as well, but Harry takes him out, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the team are here in force, and that is a wonderful break with 2 seconds to spare. Exceptional Gaming strike at just the right moment and get the win.
Absolute heartbreak for Team BenW. Just when you think that they've stolen one away, just when it felt like they had that map one under wraps, you see that superstar power come on through from Harry to give Exceptional Gaming a map one. But again, a lot closer than we would have expected, right? Protocol there, but also in our first map there in the red card, it wasn't plain sailing for Katana, anything but. Our underdogs are here to put up a fight today, Bryce, and I can't wait to see where we go from here.
Yeah, it was a big fight, and realistically, BenW could have made it. Obviously, Vortex making that first kill could have gone either way, especially with the teammate that eventually dropped him at the same time. But they waited, they managed to get the correct break in at that point, and you could see they were stacking. It's why Vortex was a little bit slow, waiting for that push. Eventually, though, it didn't matter. 2 seconds to the good, and that's what counts in the scoreboard at the end.
Yeah, it does indeed. And I mean, the thing is, when you are one of those underdog teams, you come so close to nicking away a map like that, it can often just undo the resilience that you felt you had coming into that series. So I do think for Team BenW, what you've got to do is take away the positives of playing Exceptional Gaming so close. For Exceptional Gaming, you've got to look back on a couple of things that you're doing wrong. Obviously, we come in late to that, but looking back at some of the games from last week, there were gaps in defensive holds. They did feel like a bit of a streaky, momentum-based team. I think maybe you see that when you see, BenW come here for a fight. They've come here to prove exactly who they are. And if you let a team like that suddenly get their tails up, that momentum can go against you. And maybe that's where Exceptional Gaming were having issues.
All right, well, we'll find out exactly what's happening in that game, but don't worry, there are plenty more games to go. We're going to go to a quick break while we get ready for Map 2 on the B stream and find out what happened in Map 1. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We're jumping into the S&D between Team Twisted and Katana. We're going straight back to Alpha. Sorry, I thought we were going to game 2. We're back. So it's a full replay here on the hardpoint with Twisted and Katana. So we should see exactly how this one goes out. There was a bit of a drop at the game, and considering it was like 4 points difference, a full replay for both sides. So, same story, same map.
Yeah, I guess it's a case of who learned what in that first episode of Red Card Hardpoint. I think for Katana, they got off to a great start, but then just guilty again of a couple of late rotations that Team Twisted were more than happy to snaffle away and eat away at the lead that Katana had built. And by the end, it genuinely felt like the momentum was with Twisted to potentially take it. So Katana just have to make sure they stay locked in, give plenty of respect to their opposition, and hit fundamental rotations as and when they need to. And Brezzy absolutely slams Disarray. Sorry, I think actually Cobra maybe supports, but Brezzy, beautiful work.
Much better this time from Katana. Seem more in control of these rotations and holding. Here comes Twisted though. Can they get the break they want at the moment? The answer is no. Just not enough bodies to carry that away, and Cobra will just clean up a little bit as they jump back into the point. And right now Katana, with that trade advantage, should be able to hold for a second before Twisted can get in position.
The one thing I am worried about is you had no one anchoring, so that allowed Twisted to spawn in around archers, but it's all repelled for now. These little kills that Katana gets sometimes, just to mop up odd flanks, just to mop up a couple of routes into points, really help them in these situations. And Cobra, it's his third on the point. And the worst thing for Twisted here is you've actually spawned in for P2. Katana's done the right thing, pushed out the opposite side. And a 60-point lead after just 2 hills.
Well, they're going to try, see if they can get this back here. This is quite a deficit to bring back, especially without the rotation. Team Twisted having a much more difficult time this go around. Going to have to try and break this pretty quickly. They've got a Cobra to deal with.
Who finds one? Oh, plenty of damage into the second. Disarray will stay up for a moment, but Brez is arriving through the front. As he gets in, gets height, gets one. Will be traded. The Super's here immediately for backup as the two teams just try and rain out blows. And Dizzy, that's the man that you called out. And he's doing his fair share of the work here to try and break this hill. Gets Team Twisted in. Still 30 seconds-ish to play for, so all important fights going on down. But it feels like right now, as opposed to the first time round, the trades are going the way of Katana eventually, not Team Twisted in any of the opening engagements.
Yeah, just a heavy outslay, really, and that's showing in the scoreboard. It's going to be almost 100 points to 15 as they hit this next rotation. Team Twisted will need a little bit of a revenge tour if they can pull this back into the game. You already see, with that rotation again, it will be Katana Gaming already on it. Team Twisted will need to find another gear in this hard point.
On this top window, will get caught by the stun check. That's beautiful work from BB Connor to flush him out. This should set up a situation where you can surround and collapse this hill, but you got to move quickly because of reinforcements arriving, and Brezzy will be one of those who finds Pack. Cobra sheltered by his teammates, allowed to just hunker down, absorb hill time. Aspect's going to try and patrol the top of these stairs, and right now feels a little bit one-dimensional as well from Team Twisted. Finally get one kill, but it's traded on out, and it just doesn't feel like Team Twisted have a plan here to upset Katana in any way. You want to try and find a way to cut their knees out from under them in these defensive setups, and right now you're just walking into ready ARs, and well, that kill feed as well continues to be red.
It doesn't. Somehow it's gone from bad to worse. Last game was so close, and yet this game is almost like 2 different teams. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but hey, maybe, just maybe, the hope is still alive. Connor finding a kill that he really needed to find. Unfortunately, they've lost the point trade again. There will be Katana back onto it. Only 22 points here for Twisted in this go-around. They're just having a much harder time of getting the trades.
Oh, finally, we see a couple of kills come in through Twisted. 4 dead. And, well, an opportunity to find some information for Disarray as he gets cut down by Aspect. Push out from BB Connor will, again, continue to provide information about where this push might be coming from. Pack finds one, is traded. It's 3 on the board. Make that all 4 then. Dead for Team Twisted. Katana getting back into this point, and we spoke about this last game. These P1, P5s, they can quite often be left open, and right now, the only people that suits is going to be Katana. Team Twisted need every second that they can get. They don't want that time clock at all to run anywhere down south, or allow Katana an opportunity for free rotations like they have currently.
Looking for it, and that's just a bit of timing. Bad at his side, but Cobra staying alive. 17 and 8, 161 of the good in the scoreboard. And still managing to bleed time off P1. Never an easy task, but they are managing it so far. Twisted get a couple of kills. They should now strike, trying to remove Cobra, who already knows this and backs off, but gets wall banged. And they will get onto the point here, Twisted.
He finds the first. Second will be found by Super with a cook nade. Resi, oh, that's a beautiful angle to then find BB Connor. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, every now and again, it feels like Team Twisted just have found a way to get some points into this game. They have the rotation right now for 2. But Katana are finding opportunities to just split them open incredibly quickly. Dizzy, who's 7 and 18 right now. We need to see you come alive. Spawn in on this map. Try and light something up in the feed. And he's just backed on down towards the stage.
Being careful. Connor already finding one. Is there a way back? They're going to have some flawless holds to really put themselves in a fighting chance in this game. Like doing all he can to try and deflect some pressure, but the trades are going against them again here. Twisted struggling to really hold against them, but 2 more for Disarray and Pack. They know the pressure's still on. Reinforcements are close for both sides. Here comes the push. This is going to be a big flurry of kills when somebody jumps in, but it will be Twisted that hold this off. Pack 23 and 15 has been playing his life out on this hill.
And the ARs do a wonderful job of just covering over, meaning that this array tucked into the hill was able to avoid much danger. Aspect will try and get a couple of bullets in through goal. Misses can be difficult through that netting, but what won't be difficult, or shouldn't be, for Team Twisted is they should have the rotation. But then again, 2 players spawn in for P2, and you will get that spawn in for Katana. So, just as Team Twisted seemed like they had an opportunity to chain 2 hills there, the spawn system gives Katana an opportunity to push in through the back, and push in they shall.
Want this, though. They're going to go for it. Had a good last hill. They want this one to be the same way, but Cobra firing on all cylinders. There's 3 already down, just Connor alive. And while he finds one will not break this hill. We'll be looking for the second, and he does get it. Unfortunately, a nade will trade him out. And while that is a valiant effort, Katana Gaming will go over 200 points. The rest of Twisted, though, hit like a flood through the stairs.
And they weren't messing around with that push. In straight through the front door. ID's at the ready. An Aspect just starts to get himself on over for this P5. And Katana like to do this sometimes. Sorry, P4. Like to set themselves up nice and wide. Give them an opportunity to find as much info as they can on these rotations. Try and win those trade fights individually rather than together. It's different, but it works for them sometimes. And that first kill will then mean Disarray's in big trouble. He knows he's in danger. He knows he needs some sort of support. It isn't forthcoming. Super's providing some damage. And oh my god, how has Disarray stayed alive?
Fortunately, I think it was Connor was just firing, wall banging for him, and they just kept him alive in there for a few seconds, but eventually will go down. Not the most amount of cover underneath those bleachers. As that hill goes open, as Katana have a bit of a positional advantage of just cutting down anyone who gets close. Eventually, Twister will win the trade, but losing the points. At this point, though, is it too little too late?
That is the problem, isn't it? It's nice to see a couple of players finally step up into this map, but right now, Katana still holding nearly a 100-point lead, despite it feeling like it's been Team Twisted's game for the last 2 or 3 hills. Pack has rotated in to try and cut off Bar. Can you do so? Finds Aspect with 1. We'll get information that there are 2 more flooding his way. Hasn't seen that there's a third as well. As he falls, that should give an opportunity for Twisted to get themselves set up around this point. Disarray, over aggressive for me. He's out of connector, straight into waiting. Katana players, 3 dead in the feed. An opportunity for Katana to stoke more points and get closer to winning this one.
So close to it. Realistically, Katana should be able to just get these points wherever they can find them and get this game done. It's not hard for them to win this game now, and especially with a trade like that. They are getting more and more points as time goes on. Cobra just cutting them down as they run through the doorway, but a few kills for Twisted might give an opportunity to break. Super trying to hold them off as well as they do flood through, but it's still going to be a bloodbath.
Cobra just trying to stay up for a moment. And, well, he does provide enough cover for Brezzy to find one. More kill for Disarray to find Aspect will allow them to split this Katana line, give them an opportunity to push in. Right now, Katana happy to play off the point here, happy to just find a couple of picks as that game clock pushes down towards 120. Team Twisted will dive the point. But it feels like Katana have taken the foot off the gas a little bit. Happy to just play patiently. Happy to just find the picks where required. Or just set themselves up for an easy P2 rotation. I say that. It is all blue in the feed. Team Twisted have finally come alive. I go back to what you said before, Brycey. Is it too little too late?
Well, they're going to try and do it regardless. Problem is, they do need to get some time off of P1. It probably isn't going to be another clock game, but it could be very, very close. Katana getting onto it as well. Pack firing on all cylinders. 33 drops. He looks to try and get another 14 points for them as well. But realistically, Twisted will be happy to leave that open if they can. They know this next hill could be everything for them. If they can hold it somehow, they're back in this game.
Quite incredible to think that that is a sentence that has been uttered. 46 seconds on game clock. And the traded feed is there. Disarray's trying to push on out to give some sort of map position here and maybe their next rotation, but well, the kills won't go the way of Twisted. Katana finds 3. Fourth staying alive is going to be BB Connor, but Brezzy's pushing him all the way out. Katana can win it here. Twisted must send again and also consider that P3 rotation.
Can they find anything here? Back in again for the scrap time. Difficult one. You keep feeling like Team Twisted are just keeping this dream alive for a few more seconds, but a 9-second game for Katana will give them the win. And all they have to do is break. And break they have. Aspect stays alive for a few more seconds, and this game is done. They're going to dive in to contest him, and they will get him off the points. Surely, Twisted can't keep this game going for much longer.
Problem is with Team Twisted there, you've got to play out on the point, which means that you need to back off. Otherwise, you spawn Katana in for P4, which does happen. Finally back off enough to get your spawns in, but Aspect is here to fight it. He picks up a team kill, finds one as well. A couple of players lining up in front of him for no particular reason. They stay alive for just a moment. Team Twisted do have this rotation. They are going to need nothing shy of a miracle to still close this out, but they are praying, and they are seeing something answered right now.
Well, Cobra finds it, and Cobra ends it. Couple of kills on the stairs. That's all it's going to be. Katana will win the replay. And for Twisted, I gotta say, the silver lining is, what an awful start, but what a great rest of the game. That is the difference. A bad restart from Twisted, but they fought their way back the entire time. And you've got to give them credit for that at least. But hey, maybe a little bit of a better start next time, and we'll be talking about a very different score.
Yeah, this feels a little bit of at the top of the show I said you've got to get off to these strong starts. If you're going to upset Katana, if you're going to do it on red card, and if you're finally going to stop getting 3-0'd when it comes to playing against these top end teams, you've got to get off to a hot start. They were unlucky, obviously, with the fact that we end up having to do a replay, but we end up here. I mean, you see that scoreline there, 130 plus to 15. Twisted brought nothing out of the opening exchanges. It felt like they'd learned nothing from the first time they played each other on this map, whereas Katana made the correct adjustments, started hitting those rotations finally, and put Twisted into an absolute blender. Unfortunately as well, you do hate to say it, but some of the slaying on Twisted just wasn't up to standard early on.
No, and that might have been the difference. It's kind of weird considering they must have come off hot from the last game, but you are right. It's a weird scenario where maybe just the break and the momentum went against them. Players like Disarray and Dizzy had such a great kind of map before the replay and ended up pretty good as well. That's the thing that was confusing me. Just a really poor start from them, but they fought like lions to get back into it. Even now, just between the replay, you see what a difference their scores have kind of come back to in ratio terms. And this was the start of a very big potential comeback.
It was, and it does make it a lot more respectable, and hopefully Twisted can take the silver lining there, which is, okay, we struggled through the start. We did find our feet, though. We can take that into the S&D. The one thing is, again, you've got to come out hot. Make sure that in the first couple of rounds, you are putting up constructive plays. You are finding first bloods. You have a strategy book to play out from. Because Katana Gaming, to be honest, I mean, you look at this scoreboard very quickly. Well, we've got it up in front of us. Super, a hell of a game, but not to be outdone, Cobra and Aspect right up there in the damage. On the opposite side of things, you've got to give your flowers to Pack. 4,200 damage is not too shabby out here on the board, especially for a team that really needed someone to step up. He certainly did.
It is a big game as well, but I am expecting this one to really go the distance. Both teams have pulled off Lions. You've got to remember as well, before we went into that replay, only a 4-point game between them, but it will be first blood to Katana on red card, and we'll be revisiting it technically for the third time as we go into the search.
Yeah, and honestly, this is where it could get a little bit worrying for Twisted, because I actually think the Katana Gaming are good on this map. The one reason why they didn't see it out last week is Benjamin Vance had the S&D of his life. If you haven't seen it, go watch it back. He picks up a 1v3, an ace the next round. Basically, guy was having his way. But Katana do a lot of the right things. They're very creative in the way they break off. Their reactionary plays are really good, and they love a kind of pinch, especially on defense. They'll happily play one player sitting around like the B side, the bar side, and then we'll just send players on long routes to then collapse on the bomb and retake it. I love what they're trying to do. What they need to avoid is getting clutched up on from ridiculous situations. See your rounds out, gentlemen.
Well, we'll have to find out if that's the way they're going to play it. Here's a section you may not have seen before, but me and Ton have been very much enjoying. Obviously, there are other games going on, and our observers usually will give us an update in a couple of words, and I mean, you know, maybe at some point a poem. But you can see here, it does look like Exceptional are 2-0 to the good against Team Ben W. So we can see that game is currently going on as well. They've won the S&D. Will that be a 3-0 though? Yeah,
this is one of those that on paper looked like a pretty simple one for Exceptional Gaming, but if you missed it, Ben W losing out 250 to 248. They were very unlucky. It needed a moment of magic from Harry to clutch that one from the depths right at the end. So Ben W are putting a fight. They did have some life in them through the groups. They only lost in a game 5 against Katana. But it's one of those teams where it feels like they're a little bit hot and cold. And we said when you end up in a situation where you're about to clutch up map 1 against a big team and suddenly it's stolen out from beneath you, that really can take the wind out of your sails. Your tails were up, all of a sudden they're down. I don't know how the S&D went, of course, because we didn't watch it here on main, but the 2-0 spells a very quick series for me for Exceptional Gaming. Unfortunately, Ben W with a lot to do.
Well, see whether or not they can get a reverse sweep on the cards. It's going to be a bit difficult, and the observer says, all right, so we have what they said, basically clinical is what they've gone for. So it does seem like it's just Exceptional really working the S&D to their advantage. We'll have to see whether or not that is just going to continue into control with them as well. Speaking of S&D though, Team Twisted and Katana Gaming will be coming up shortly, back on red card between the two. Obviously, when this comes down to it here, Katana Gaming have had pretty good games against most teams all the way through this, not only tournament, but in the groups as well. The only reason they're down here at the moment is they come up against Noctum, and it was a 3-2 where they lost that final S&D as well.
Yeah, it's the similar situation to, you know, it feels a little bit like the bridesmaid, never the bride type situation. It feels like it should be a team that put themselves in that winner's final, should be a team that potentially went 5-0 in groups. They're so close, but that will not be much comfort to the caliber of players you have on this roster. Brezzy, of course, previous league experience, Koba, Super, likely going to get league experience, and then Aspect coming into this lineup. It's a really strong team, and they will want to see this tournament all the way through. They'll have been a little bit concerned, I imagine, coming in and being pushed straight to the wire against Team Twisted, but the way that it started off there in that replay was much more like it from them. They need to carry it into this S&D.
Well, let's have a look at how this is going to go as we do jump onto the control here, onto the Bravo stream. It's Team Ben W and Exceptional Gaming going head-to-head. And on Vault, it can just be a matter of momentum. If you lose it, you're going to have a bad time. If you gain it, it could help you win that round.
Patience from Harry as Ben W trying to pick on Mythics over by P2. Ben W will find another actually onto Vortex, and Harry will be traded out as well. So a 1v3. Apologies, I am absolutely lost. I thought we were going to an S&D. It's actually a control here. Exceptional Gaming Team Ben W. Pardon me. But look how pushed out you are right now. If you're seeing Ben W did a wonderful job. Ben W himself controlling over by this P2 side. And you've got players in trophy. Right now, Exceptional Gaming don't know which way to look.
This is what I talked about with momentum. once you lose it, it's so difficult on this map to really get things going. Exceptional looking to try and get out their spawn. They've got to make a series of kills. Kills they are not making. Here comes the swipe. Onto A. Can they get enough bodies in? Overlay already cutting one down. I think he's going to get in here. They need to stop this clock at some point. Overlay calls that one perfectly. He's 5-1. Barely even knows what the respawn screen looks like. And with 8 seconds left to go, this is looking like a flawless hold here for Team Ben W on their first defense on control. But that is going to be basically it. Although I say this, Exceptional do jump on.
They do. There's a flurry towards the end, and we will, of course, keep you updated with how this goes. But Exceptional fighting for their lives as they have found one tick, but desperately could do with 3. You feel that would be the standard. But again, we'll let you know how that goes. We're back on with Twisted and Katana after a map 1 that Katana ran away with at the start. Team Twisted didn't have enough to bring it back. Now it's all about whether or not they can put up an answer in the search.
So far, not so good. They haven't managed to get any kills yet on this first round, but it's only the first round. And, of course, things like trophy systems don't get. Oh, my goodness. Where are they going? Wait a minute. I see you through the window. The moment of realization comes in. Aspect will now get out of there. Katana trying to just keep their number advantage as they move. Big fight going down, and with that, it becomes a 1 versus 4.
Our observer saw that play and thought, you know what, that's one of the worst things I've ever seen. Was considering leaving the game as Katana make that very easy. We will see this final kill come in from Aspect. Felt a little bit all over the place from Team Twisted. Didn't feel like a concerted push at all. I think you end up in a spot there as well where Pac is a little bit lost. Doesn't realize he's got a player stood beneath him. So concerning for Team Twisted right out the gates. Absolutely must put up a better round here in your defense. If Katana starts to string rounds together at the start of this, you very much so worry about how this will go.
Well, let's find out. S&D, it's a long, long book with many chapters, and each one brings its own twist as the rounds flow through. Now, Twisted have split the map. Haven't taken a lot of map control, but neither have Katana. A no man's land in the middle will eventually Bradley will walk towards, and Dizzy drills him.
Cobra retrieves the bomb. Attempting to essentially flip the map by doing nothing. Usually the idea here is to just let opposing players move around you. Bomb should go down. On doing so, can you get out and stay alive? It's very important that you do. Brezzy will make it to the bottom of the stage. For me, Super's the big player here, and he is found because that would have given Katana an opportunity to play from a different side. They no longer have that. They will find 1 kill at least.
Well, all going to go down, and there's going to be a very easy defuse. Great job there by Twisted, just deflecting the pressure as much as possible and bring the back all score.
Yeah, once you lose that number advantage, getting the bomb down is all good and well, but Super needed to stay alive there, at least make some noise or something. Give Twisted more to think about than, well, there's 2 bodies ahead of us, let's just play out trades around each other. Unfortunately, because he falls so quickly, the remaining Katana players have very little life left in them. But it's a beautiful retake from Twisted. It's exactly what you want to see. They weren't one-dimensional about their push out. If they had been, then Super would have wrapped around the back. It's good stuff. Needs to continue as Katana have an opportunity to defend again.
A lot of pressure there. They're going for this. It's a very concerted push towards B. 1 player left playing the hook. Don't know if Super saw them. I think he did now and should be able to pick up. Disarray gets away and he's called that out to his team. He's like, get out of the way. I need to get over there. Dizzy gets into the point. And Twisted have managed to just get through the gaps, and they're kind of not as sorted for this as they wanted to be.
I'm going to go back to that break off at some point because I'm not exactly sure on the play call, but Connor here on this heady that can be so frustrating to clear. He's got an eye on pretty much everything. You do have numbers advantage here if you are Katana as bomb goes down, but also you've got Pac off on the flank, and oh my god, Dizzy is greeted by everybody. They're arriving in, but they will be slaughtered in the restaurant. Twisted, great job. Katana, I've got to ask, I never have seen many plays ever work out where you go, okay, let's Hail Mary one side of the map and just leave the other open entirely. Very little information gained. By the time you have that information, you've given up the bomb site.
Yeah, I think also you got to remember, I think there's a little bit of card timing towards the middle there where they were kind of watching it, and that's where they stumbled over themselves, if anything. Katana just missed Team Twisted making that push, and by the time they did, it was too late. So great there from Twisted to basically just slide on through, and once they were in, you are right, some of those headies, a nightmare to deal with. On this side of it, a wide again from Twisted, although they are giving a bit of mid-map control for Katana Gaming. A slower burn again, but we'll get a first blood.
Super will be greeted by 2, but all that should say is Super, you try and get out there as Aspect plays. The trade finds 1, and the beautiful work from Super. We'll come back to it later. Pack in a 1v3, bomb going down. And now he knows which way he needs to move, but how do you approach this? You got to very quickly find a pick and hope to at least make this a 1v2, or it is curtains.
This is one of the most difficult clutches you'll ever see. You have to basically get a perfect fire there, take Brezzy, get towards the point, and hope a second player challenges him. Not going to happen. Katana Gaming bring it back to 2-2. This looks like it could go bar for bar, round for round, eye for eye, as both teams keep tying it up in the S&D.
I've got to say, I think that Super does a fantastic job over by B. He finds that initial pick. Whoever it was, it did say Pack in the feeder, of course. Sometimes Codcaster plays tricks on us, and it wasn't Pack. But whoever it was who stepped out, you're being very overextensive and over-aggressive in an opening engagement on defense at B if you're willing to take that fight there. Don't know exactly what that call is, but the fact that Super backs off when those two came through the window to get support, difference between having a man up and a man down. Beautiful work.
Here it comes once again. This time, Super waiting. The bomb is going to be so far away. Is this noise at B, pressure at B, and an A switch? Might be on disarray if he can find something.
Absolutely love to see fakes done in Call of Duty. Play mental warfare. I think you've called it absolutely spot on, by the way. Could do with disarray making a little bit more noise over here just to keep interested. But actually, you will get a push forward from Dizzy, who finds one. You don't necessarily have site control, though, and it's going to be another rotation. Can you avoid giving away the info? The answer is no. Still going to be on Super, by the way, at B, who hasn't moved a muscle.
Well, disarray is basically called off that nobody's pushed him or pushed that he can see. So he thinks it's an open one. They're going back again. They're trying to double bluff this. And now they're in a good position. It's actually Dizzy who will have made this call. He's like, I've got all the way through. Kills Cobra out towards the back. It's clear. It's clear. Go A. And that's the comms you saw working in real time. And that has forced Katana to go apart. And Super now will have to move in a 1 versus 4 after being so patient for so long. Finds the first. Not as much information as he would like. 33 seconds to find the players and find the bomb. It is difficult in the extreme.
Beautiful work. I gotta say, the Dizzy does a great job there, pushing on through, giving up that intel, as you said, telling his teammates that actually you can rotate this again to A. But also, just Team Twisted in general, sometimes teams can be very locked in on this is what our play call is, let's make sure we play it out. The reaction rate, they find the information, they figure out exactly where those Katana Gaming players are, and make their moves based on it. Also, juggling the map like that, I feel like for future rounds, will always put a question mark into the back of Katana's mind. They're never going to be fully certain about what Team Twisters are doing. And as such, could give them a leg into this series.
Well, this is where we find out. Super making a very aggressive push to take some mid-map control. They're going towards B. I wonder whether or not this has been called. I think Dizzy knows, as they've already tried to set up for it. Nade's going in as well. He will get that first blood. Firing for the second one. Does get out of there as well, but a lot of bullets flying through the doors. A 4 versus 3.
This is one of those moments, honestly, I think if you're Katana here, you back off. Take a leaf out of Twisted's book. Rotate away. Aspect is sticking around for a nade that's going to hurt, and it does. And this is locked down. The restaurant is closed. You're not welcome. And Cobra, well, he's insisting. So I booked in here. Right now, Twisted. Just all welcoming visitors. This Ray has done fantastically to stay alive. Oh my god.
Having a great time, and Super left without it. And Twisted just adapted very, very quick there. You've got to give credit to Dizzy getting in, knowing that they basically were the other side of the door, getting the first blood, and you could tell a little bit of panic as he tried to get out of there without giving a trade in return. Managed it, and that set the round up for the win.
I think as well, going back to what Katana didn't do there, which was try and back off, maybe head over towards A. To be fair, when you're down a man, you preferably want B because you have the opportunity to lock down more of those angles for fights, but at least fake it, at least try and do something that makes Twisted think you're doing something else. Well, we see our 2-round lead open up, an opportunity then for Twisted to get a map on the board. They're getting aggressive through mid.
Super. Just looking to get in this one. Oh, Brezzy will find one as well. Oh, Connor gets another one. It's a trade very, very far back in the middle of the map.
It was like both players escaped with basically nothing there. They call it a draw. Retreat back towards their teammates, and well, 2v2. Bomb is in hand. You are playing straight through the middle here if you're Twisted, and this will split the two Katana players for a moment. I think Cobra gets the worst COD timing ever.
They're wrapping. The call has been made to wrap B. Realistically, neither team knows where they are. Now, Twisted go left or right. If they go left, they will run into Katana, and they've done so. They're going back towards A.
Oh, no.
Supers may get the wrong information here. He may call they've gone B. You can tell he doesn't know where they are yet. Did he get the timing? He did. He saw him just out the corner of his eye. It's going to be a fight on the bomb side, and he will get it. 16 seconds left to go. Cobra will try and pick someone here as quickly as possible. Sees Connor. Connor survives by a tiny margin. It has just not gone well for Katana. They needed a little bit of luck, and luck has abandoned them. Cobra for the 1 versus 2.
Really wanted that kill onto Connor. We'll get intel that there's one beneath him, but there is beautiful coverage over the top. And it felt like so many different moments where Katana just needed a little bit of something to go their way. You call it luck, and that is absolutely what they needed there. But it continually went against them. Maybe a little bit of COD timing here and there. Maybe incorrect intel. And honestly, I think Super was a little bit trigger happy to take that initial fight. Absolutely flies at it without respecting potential cover and is found out for it. Team Twisted then on the verge of taking this S&D. Katana Gaming struggles on red card continue unless they can mount a huge comeback here.
Let's see what they can do. At the moment, Twisted happy. Streaks for Dizzy and Connor. Stay alive. Trophy will keep him there, and Disarray gets in on the fight. Oh, Brezzy is so bad of a position. With first blood already gone, this could very much be Twisted's map.
Wonderful shots onto the RCXD. Blink and you miss it. But it will be little consolation to a Katana team that are trying to find a way towards a site. Something they've had little success in so far. Izzy's holding B. His likelihood absolutely nothing. So Pack here should be giving out intel. I've got a lot of company. Probably doesn't need to stick around for that fight. Super finds him. Makes it a 3v3. Is he trying to collapse here and gets found through the window? And all of a sudden, B should open up. Pack puts himself on a 5. 2v2.
Looking for something. Pack finds the Super's left alive with 20 seconds left to go. It isn't going to happen. And Twisted win the S&D. I thought this would go the distance, but it turns out at 2-2, that was a turning point. Twisted opened up the throttle and took a 6-2 lead in the end as they tie the series 1-1.
I mean, I said that coming into this, it felt like Katana played a lot of things well in the previous Red Card S&D. We'd seen them on that they were unlucky against Noctum, and basically Bance just had his way that afternoon. You're not going to run into too many players, putting up that kind of performance. Thought that they would be fine here. Turns out they had very little to answer what Team Twisted brought. I think I go back to that round where Team Twisted, I think it was round 5, where they just flipped what they wanted to do over and over again. Do we go A? Do we go B? And just kept Katana guessing. And I always think that if you have one of those rounds in you, the ability to open a playbook, especially during the map, and go, actually, we're going to change things up a little bit, it keeps your opponents guessing. And also, I think the first blood count was not pretty if you are Katana Gaming. Felt like they were constantly trying to claw rounds back.
Yeah, that's always going to be a bit of a difficulty for them as well. You can see them adjusting at points, and You got to give him some credit, because realistically, sometimes the breaks just don't work, and they found themselves a little bit outmatched. The luck didn't go with them. And even things like this, a double chow that comes through. Disney finds one and stays alive for a few more seconds, but because another player has to turn and take that gunfight, they aren't fighting somebody else. And there's a great hold by Twisted, but it's just tiny things like that can go wrong. And Katana lost for that reason.
It did feel like, I mean, I forget which round it wasn't too far away from the end, but there was at least 3 or 4 different moments in sequence where it's like, okay, that's COD timing. If you look up COD timing, that's COD timing. And it was just one of those where Katana did need that little bit of luck, was not forthcoming, but flowers to Twisted, because they were clinical. They were ruthless, especially in these situations where they went upper man, made sure they trade on over each other. A couple of different scenarios. You're seeing one on your screen there where Super thinks he's got the bomb planter dead to rights, and then another one right there where there's just coverage all the time on each other. It felt like a concerted team effort. You could see the comms working in real time, them going through the motions. And well, if you're a man up most of the time, then Katana trying to fight against a team that's well drilled, and that will tie us up as we look towards our protocol control.
Well, we'll find out who essentially is the better team as we move forward. But these two really putting up a bitter battle as they go all the way through. And you can say, you know, even with that first one reset, that both teams were very, very close. Twisted better in the S&D so far, and it has been an issue for Katana, as they have lost 2 Game 5s as well. But we will find out how the rest of this series goes. Don't go anywhere. We're going for a quick break. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It's Challengers time and we are tied up with Katana Gaming and Team Twisted. Enigma, so basically a very close hardpoint, but not so close on the S&D.
Yeah, and it's kind of all going the way that we didn't expect, with the fact that the close map was the Katana victory and the absolute whitewashing came to be in the end was by Team Twisted. So a lot of questions then still for Katana. For Team Twisted, I think that this just checks another box on your journey. You came together a week before qualifiers, and the aim was just to get better and better as you went. Let's see if they can continue that progress here in our protocol control.
Well, here we go. Who pulls ahead? That's the real question. And now, with on the attack here, Katana Gaming, that is a big first two. They might be able to get something going here with 3 down. Straight onto that B point. Will the tick get here off the break? A little bit slow with one person on it, so I doubt it, but it's a very good start.
Oh my god, Aspect finds big kills over towards Tower as well to just open up this side of the map here. One tick surely coming through on B, one making progress on A. This is as good a start as you could hope for. You are Katana's too. Cobra also controlling top mid for absolute free and squeezes up on the tower as well. So much map presence out of Katana. Team Twisted are scrambling, and it's A that they've chosen to hold on to.
Well, B is gone, more or less. I don't even know if they can stop this. They might try and dive into it, but it isn't going to go their way. Dizzy gets one. They dive into the point, but it will go. And what a start by Katana. Kills and thrills for them. But Twisted, they will now try and hold this down to a 4 tick. They really do not want to let go of A, but they've got to stabilize before they can, as Cobra is running riot.
I gotta say, it is some awful level decision making when B is pretty much gone to try and jump in off the top rope and hope that you're not going to get swatted out of the sky by 4 Katana players. That gives up so many lives. You're 5 down. There's only 1.5 ticks needed for Katana. Mid-map control needs to be established for Twisted to hold this. Aspect picks up yet another one around these cannons, and there is the 4th in a row.
Oh, very quickly. They're just going to get onto A here. They could have forced that and probably been done, but that second tick will get through as the players go to slay off it. But with 3 down, they will get the second tick, but probably no more. Kind of goes for a reach out. Cobra's super weak, and they hold it for just a second. For Team Twisted, all they want to do now is just try and prevent this being a round win. 5 ticks might be bad enough in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it's better out of Twisted, but what you want to do is play these little off angles, find ways to get a couple of free kills, squeeze these lives back together. It's 12v8. 4 is attainable. It's Dizzy on a 5 streak of his own, trying to hold this sidewalk. Hasn't spotted a player down by Heli. That information could be important, and also I think he does get spotted. He is, and as he takes bullets in the back, he will just about stay up and escape with his life.
58 seconds left, and this basically becomes a team deathmatch. Team Twisted are looking to try and even up, but every time they suffer a loss like that, they come closer and closer to not being able to respawn. For Katana, all they need to do is put pressure in the right places, and they might be able to break Twisted with one set of trades. Right now, not happening. Twisted holding.
Exactly what they needed to do. Draw that line. Force Katana to cross it. Dare them into these gunfights. And what I like to see, Dizzy here, doing the right thing. Tucking yourself into corners. Making yourself a nuisance. Can you hit top zip and play those trip windows? Cobra, though, will get a kill. Dives the point. Suddenly you've got to fly if you're Twisted.
And there we go. That's what I talked about. Bad trades. Unfortunately, the team has the respawn to go down to a 2 versus 3. Off the top rope goes Dizzy. He's been magnificent so far in this one. 13-6 will go down. Connor knows he's got to fight too. Goes down to a 1v1. Chows it as well. He dived off the point for it. And Twisted hold down the round. They let go of 5 ticks, but that is an unbelievable stabilization from them. And most of it has got to be off the back of Dizzy. He made kills all around the map. 13-6 here on the defense. A monstrous effort.
Beautiful work to restabilize. I was terrified about where their mental was when the way they played out the back end of B, basically deciding to jump from top mid and land on it when you're watching it evaporate. I started to become very worried about them being put into a little bit of a blender, but the way they set themselves up, they won that wave of gunfights, pushed up through mid, and played those horrible off angles and forced Katana into positions they did not want to be. Bled those lives down, and even though BB kind of had a bad round up until then, goes huge to clutch it up.
Can they do any better here? always going to be difficult, but I said some solace in the fact they have that round anyway. But 5 ticks is now the goal minimum. Bring that back. Just a little play around some of the points. Not a concerted push yet. They are playing that team deathmatch as they try not to get pushed back into spawn.
Yeah, it feels like both teams just happy to trade blows for a moment. I think Katana will be the happier of the two, considering the way in which these two attack rounds have gone for both sides so far. Like this time last time out, Katana had pretty much swept the board. Now this angle that Super finds there, just cutting off so many entry points towards A. Cobra going to try and play the sidewalk, and this is the thing right now. I think Katana are just doing a great job of getting Mixie, getting a little bit lost, making it so that Team Twisted don't really have the intel, don't know how to push out here. The 2 kills will give them an opportunity. Cobra is going to try and spoil that.
Difficult here for Twisted. Like I said, it's one of those ones, a Pyrrhic victory on the last. They got the round win, but so far in their attack, they've not had a great time. And 40 seconds left to go. They're fighting in their own stairwell. Cobra goes back again. They do get 2 here. There will be a clock stop as they kind of split across the map. A and B being used to stop the clock completely, but with a lack of numbers, it could stop right here. Although I say that Dizzy managed to get 2.
I love the positioning out of Disarray, but unfortunately, it was never going to last long. It's 3 more kills in the feed for Katana, so Dizzy's got all the work to do, and that is the 4th, and it is 1 tick that comes on through, but surely nothing else as time runs out. Felt like consistent work from Katana there, just to find positions on the map that made it a nightmare for Twisted to push out. For example, Aspect. I'm not sure how much of a round he had in terms of seeing action, but stood on that helipad, made sure that Twisted were bottlenecked into certain areas of the map, and that intel goes out to your teammates. Those 3 players can put themselves in positions that mean that you can simply make life a nightmare for Twisted, and that they did. It felt like all the way through that, Twisted very little in terms of a plan B. Very one-dimensional. When that didn't work, there was nothing then to try and destabilize Katana's defense.
Well, let's see how this next one goes, because technically, and it is a big sort of hypothetical, Katana are winning this game at the moment. They have the advantage in ticks. Will it really pay off, though? Because they are seeming a bit stronger on this control. Disarray trying to do something here, but too many bodies against him. Eventually will fall as Katana Gaming look instantly to get back onto a point.
Spawning so far away as well. If you are Twisted, because Brezzy is pushed out on the side of Grandma's, Cobra does a great job to spot this rat coming in through the zip. There's moments like that. If that goes Twisted's way, you get that kill. You have an opportunity to squeeze that point. Instead, because Cobra's aware, because he's alert and thinks, well, it's a little bit too quiet for my liking, checks his side. Actually also getting a sound cue off the zip, but either way, shuts it on down. Now look at Katana Swarm. They're trying to set up a play through the back of Grandma's to collapse in through this tower.
Super. Going all the way around, over and over again. Got to find the right trades here. Again, Twisted. Doing a good deal to stabilize. This time on B rather than A, of course. And Super still running around the spawn with Brezzy, but if players don't die, they don't respawn.
Doing laps, trying to figure out where people have gotten to. The problem is, if you are Super, if you are Brezzy, your teammates need to win fights in their own spawn to push out and help you set up that pinch play on B. And as they don't, Super has to drop back. That means you give up the tower positioning. And that means we basically reset the lines here. Chessboard will go back to standard play, and well, I feel like this guy's done about 19 laps of the map. Oh wow!
Still staying alive, still doing a very, very good job. They have an opportunity here, a very good one. Somebody will jump on this point to stop the clock. Twisted all coming off the respawn. Brezzy, it's a big gunfight. Disarray falls. Now with that first tick in, they're looking for the second as well. They need to have some trades here, Twisted, as Super keep doing it. And that is an easy pick. They know where the next one's going to come from as well. Aspect ready for the pre-fire. Players jumping in. Too many bodies, 2 stacked, and Katana take a round. And they will be 2-1 to the good, moving into the defense.
The Twisted in this offensive round next, since just the tick. Felt like there was a moment there and they were winning kills in the spawn of Katana and Brezzy have to back back on off. You get to draw your defensive line. But then Super opens them up with this 2-piece. Well, basically a 3-piece by that point. And it ends up being, again, another situation where Twisted just have no defensive cordon in place. I'm looking up at that scoreboard top right. I'm pretty sure BB Connor was on 5 and 8. That can't be right. That can't be correct. No, definitely not. Okay, thank you. 10 and 18. But still, I think he was 5 and 8 at the end of round 1, so it hasn't been great since then. Hack also struggling. Now's your moment to come alive, boys, if you were ever gonna.
There we go. Big round for Twisted. Need to have a very, very good time, and, well, that's where it begins. Again, both points. Dizzy deciding to get off B. Will go slaying. Will they catch him before he can do too much damage? Good double chow.
Yeah. Moments like that. If Dizzy does the right thing, he's puts himself in a spot where he can get a kill, be a nuisance in the opponent's spawn, but because it's double chow by Katana, they can just trade it out immediately and make sure that Dizzy's no longer a nuisance. That being said, and Disarray tries to do the same thing here at the side of Grandma's. If he manages to push out there, that becomes a problem for Katana to have to snip out. They have to waste time finding him, but because it's instantly traded, that's no longer a problem. Super, 20 and 19, having himself a map. As Brezzy's pushed all the way up into P3 here. Will get shot from lockers, stays alive, throws a shoulder, and allows his teammate to arrive. Katana have found their flow state a little bit here, and Team Twisted have very little in the way of an answer.
They need to stabilize. Need to find these kills. A good set of trades, but it is difficult at this aspect, and oh my goodness, they get back onto it and stop. Fortunately, what this does is relieve a little bit of pressure of the players coming off a respawn, but those players still need to make those kills and reinforce. You cannot hold forever. Aspect will continue to slay out, though, and find kills everywhere as Super finds 2 and a teammate. A is so close to giving them the extra minute, but they need to find these chows correctly. Dizzy tickling with fate, dives under the point, desperately wants to stay alive as he flies in all directions. Connor keeps him alive, and they get the minute.
Oh, an important kill as well will be traded on out, but it will be answered. 15 to 11. You don't have a massive amount of time. 1 minute 13 on the clock, but it's an opportunity. Disarray as well could play spoiler here towards the back of B. Find one. Now stay alive. Become a nuisance elsewhere, and that is one of those moments where you probably just need to stay up. Dizzy's going to try and play the ladder. Finds one. Will be shut down in a trade. Pack, 9 and 22. Let's see something out of you here as your final breath draws in this map. Oh, Resi nearly turns and burns. 55 seconds to go if you're Twisted.
Disarray does not have anyone here for his trade yet. Trying to stay alive. Obviously, that call is coming. Dizzy's going to be up top. Going to know he's on gun as he runs past the window. Disarray does go down as well. And Twisted trying desperately to find a gap in the defense here from Katana. But with 3 lives remaining, it might not be the case. 2 lives remaining. And while they will get towards this point, then they will have, of course, hope. They get cut down, and Dizzy will be the last to fall, and Katana take the control.
Felt a little bit simple if you are Katana Gaming. Team Twisted will look back at this one disappointed, I think, to have put yourself in a spot where, you know, you've done so well in the S&D, come out, get pretty much run over in round 1, sorry. You then give up an attack round far too easily. It just felt over and over again that Katana Gaming were making plays that, for example, that play again towards back tower. Got an opportunity there for Dizzy to get lost a little bit, get himself in the spawn and become a nuisance for Katana. Instead, it's double chowed correctly, and that means that you can push on forward and pick up intel across the map. Instead, what you end up with for Twisted, it felt very much so like they were taking single fights, trying to do things individually around the map multiple times where you just don't have that trade in there. Even if you're getting slayed out, you still need to be putting yourself in positions, if not even more so, where you have teammates around you. And it just felt like Twisted never really got their wind up in this one.
No, it's one of those ones where the kind of sorted in that first round, you could tell that they were just more comfortable, Katana, all around the map, and some valiant fight backs. You got to give them full credit for that fight back and holding that first round as well, Twisted. But that was it. Realistically, that was the only round they got, and it was a bitter fight to get it.
Yeah, it was indeed. And the thing is as well, when you bring that up, it reminds me that this could have actually have been a 3-0 in terms of Katana's favor, very much so. So it's when you start to look ahead to the rest of the series, of course, because we've got another respawn after this one. Control you know, Protocol is the map that is more of an attack-favored map, but even still, it should never have been this simple. Sometimes we see that quality shines on through, and I think that that may have been the difference here. For Twisted, this series continues to be how far can we come having just come together as a new team. It's certainly checked all the right boxes, but there is a bit of a gap towards these top teams for sure.
Wow. As we talk about it, going kind of back and forth, the hardpoint was close, the S&D was not, and neither was the control, really. As we go into Skyline hardpoint, I wouldn't really hazard to who takes this.
No, totally fair. I think Skyline is one of those maps that if you are an underdog team, you want in the pool. You get yourself to this point. This is an opportunity for things to just get mixy. You can get a little bit streaky, momentum-based. That could really work for you here or really against you because Katana feel like a streaky, momentum-based team. We saw it there in the control where once they get going, they're pretty difficult to stop. They're all able to cover on over each other, trade, play out the correct rotations. But that being said, we have seen multiple times, especially in that first map, potentially, you know, several, definitely last week, where this can be put under the thumb a little bit. So Team Twisted, I go back to it, come out, start hot, don't have to do what you did in map 1, which was make that massive comeback that nearly came true, but unfortunately, Katana were just too good to close that one out.
Well, they certainly will, but we'll find out how map 4 goes. Who's the better team and who has that hunger to get further in this bracket? We'll find out after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are ready to go into map 4 and see how this game either concludes or drags us to a map 5. Enigma, are you leaning one way or another?
I think I've got to keep on the side of Katana here purely because they've won the 2 respawns so far. However, I think if it had been off the back of the way map 1 went down, I'd be looking at Twisted to say, you can get mixy here. You can take some momentum into this. My big worry is that map 3 was such a blowout. It was almost a 3-0. It took a heroic moment from Twisted really to bring it back. And when you look at something like a protocol control and see how dominant it was, I think that really can knock the wind out of you when it comes to Twisted. I've got to see better from them in terms of playing over each other as a team. We saw in the S&D, they did a great job. The ARs were covering over SMGs. You had those moments where they were finding the opening picks, nice and patient. Felt like in the control, bit individualistic, potentially just in one of those moments where you're suddenly losing a map and find yourself very much so struggling to maintain composure. And they won't have many other opportunities to find their composure because this could be their tournament done and dusted if they don't answer up here.
Here we go. Teams flying into what is a very familiar point now for most people, as it's probably the most played hardpoint map in the game. And at the moment, you can see Twisted just getting the advantage on towards P1, but it will really be about positioning for P2. You can already see players overextending to try and get those spawns for next. They'll do that and keep control of P1. It's not an easy thing to do, but an easy thing to say.
You a fan, Bryce? A little bit of Skyline hardpoint?
Yeah, I think it's a very entertaining map. It's probably my favourite map in the game.
Yeah, it's certainly one of those where if you're a player that is feeling a little bit hot and streaky, you can have some real fun with it. Katana started off the way they ended the control with a solid lead. That being said, Twisted will find themselves a little bit of scrap time. They are trying to squeeze. Brezi's stuck between a rock and a hard place here. He's going to have to step out and chal at some point. Matt giving that angle up, I think, is the wrong call because you had Brezi trapped in a corner. That being said, Cobra will try and help. Is found. Brezi trades. And it also finds the second. A couple of important kills. But actually, Twisted have bullied their way in through the front door. Is he against Aspect? And Aspect wins it. But there will be spawns in for Twisted.
As well, they get towards it. Cobra is waiting. Oh, the timing there is unbelievable. Good for Cobra and bad for Cobra, but he gets over the top. And back he goes again. Moving slick with it. And continues to just put on a show here as he breaks that hard point wide open.
Super will be in for Kitchen. Can he find players arriving? We'll get one at least, and plenty of information for his teammates to set up. I love this play out of Cobra. Just try and set up some sort of pinch play with his teammates. The problem is you are going to have to wait, unless he fancies taking this all by himself. Finds one by Wood, but is traded pretty much immediately. And that's one of those moments where I feel like you just got to let your teammates activate elsewhere. But with the nature of Skyline, taking every single gunfight in front of you is the way. Right now, Team Twist has an opportunity to hold. I say that. 3 red in the feed. Disarray falls. All 4 wiped from the board for Katana Gaming.
This is massive for them. This lead will be stupendous if they can just hold it. Disarray, though, with a very good kill, and Connor gets a second. They will not allow them to have all of this time as they fly back into it. What a return from Team Twisted.
Brezi making this route happen that he has made multiple times before, especially when it comes to this P4 bed. Loves to head underneath, and oh, BB Connor finds him. Because that could have been a big problem for Twisted, just as we see out the back end of P3. Super will now be a nuisance to Twisted's defensive line. Gets support in as well. Is found actually from bed, I believe that is. Connor finding an alternate angle. Izzy has got a lot of work here to hold down these back spawns. He's going to be swamped.
Izzy looking for one, isn't able to get it. And now they know the pressure is going to be on. Katana into the point. Going to have to back off with it as well, but a good spawn for them definitely gives them an advantage. Although I say that, Aspect has spawned into Narnia. The rest of the team are close. Will they be able to see onto it? Super not able to get any more of the trades. The bathtub is all that stands between them as Connor gets it as well. And Twisted fly back into this again. They are having a good time breaking.
Does feel like Own Pack finds 5. It does feel right now that Twisted are actually a little bit happier to break than hold. Katana finding that same scenario for themselves as Cobra finds one. Aspect with another. Brezi with a third. Both teams right now, I wouldn't trust them to hold a glass of water, but in terms of breaking things, feels like they're very happy to run in through the front door and just shoot at anything back. Finds one. Can he gun Aspect? Yes, he does. Will be traded by the nade. As we look back towards P1, this gap is only going to be 30 points or so. This array is a huge spot set for pinch. Finds the important first. His teammates die.
Yeah, and that's always going to be difficult. Disarray will now play his life here, trying to slay. Bit of timing for him. Finds one. Not going to be the second. Unable to get the snap as crisply as he would like. And pressure still mounting against Katana, but pressure is not points, and points they have managed to get a few of that P1 as eventually they do fall. Team Twisted will now try and bleed this one out, but use that opportunity to apply the rotation pressure for P2. You can already see them trying to work out how they get forward. Katana Gaming not really making a push towards P1 at all.
Now it feels like they're quite happy to take the P2 spawns here and simply mop up what can be a money hill if you lock it down correctly. Like finding one by Piano, though, puts Super in an awful spot. You got to keep an eye on Kitchen side, which he does valiantly enough, and then potentially Piano. But because of that win, we'll give him an opportunity to let his teammates reinforce. Then again, Dizzy's there to cause problems as two red arrows flood out this side of the map. Aspect is the first to take the fight and finds both. Lining up like that is not what you want to see. And Aspect finds a third to hold P2 spawns, and this could be the moment that Katana start to get that momentum.
This is massive for them. Look how far away Twisted are, and Pack's had enough. He's gone straight off the side.
Okay.
It's going to be a big lead because they've already lost some bodies here for the trade. The Super keeps on going. Unbelievable. Cutting down Team Twisted, who will now probably just have to get the consolation. Can they even get towards P3? No. Cobra's there on a 5 streak as well. Katana Gaming unleashing hell upon Twisted.
And this is indeed one of those moments where suddenly Katana Gaming remember the quality they possess in their side. They are streaky, they are momentum based, but when they hit flow state, they're pretty damn difficult to stop. 2 kills will give Team Twisted an opportunity to at least try and contest here. But mid-map control will belong to Katana for a moment. So will the hill. So you're in the stronger spot and up 60. Cobra runs out of bullets. Dizzy finds him. Rezi trying to fight from the front. There is going to be BB Connor down the back line, but he's going to be found as well. 2 hit from the front for Twisted. And they managed to find a couple of important kills, but can you do anything about mid control? Because Cobra's here to support.
Everett's been having a very good time so far, and eventually will fall, but a team kill just takes the pressure off as it does eventually get another kill onto the board here. Prezi fighting for his life. Disarray back into it as well. Both teams just pouring in from both sides. It's a gunfight all over again and again. Dizzy now trying to push this one out as they know they want to punch through. And Connor shooting off legs, toes, and knees. 11 seconds on this one. The rotation is upon us. Disarray gonna check the angle, but already gunned.
And it might have been on, if not for that gunfight. Twisted will have to find a different way in. Super finds one. Super, well, he does plenty of damage to the second for it to then be cleaned up for him. Disarray might slip the net here. Finds the first. Super's still up there. Super is still frying. Bed is open. An Aspect taking these deep spawns is just going to make Twisted's life even harder. And not to mention that 3 in the feed go red.
Another big break. Twisted have done it many, many times. This one maybe more important than the rest, and just not getting the trades. And they've got to wait. They've got to get a concerted push. But now it might not be this one. It might just be P1. They'll throw a punch. They'll try and get the players out of the time. Unfortunately, all they find is death in the kill feed. Nothing good for them now. Is there a way back? We spoke about this just the last hardpoint. Katana Gaming got a commanding lead then, and Twisted managed to fight back. Can they do it one more time, but better, and win the map?
Dizzy will try and answer with some sort of mid-control, but at 13 and 29, it's not been the map you want to see from the young man. Let's get support from Disarray at least. The P1 momentarily belongs to Twisted. It needs to majoritively be yours. Get flanks in. BB Connor is there to support. Those will come on through. What I will say, P2 currently would be with Katana. And we saw how they played it out last time, Bryce. They were happy to sit back, not really push for one, and force Twisted to try and play through them in those deep spawns.
Well, it's a long way to get there, though. At the moment, happy to bleed this. That's a lot of kills in the kill feed for Twisted. Here goes the move. Here goes the potential. They're going to give up a few seconds scrap on P1. Not what they want. There's nothing they can do about it. It's P2 where their hope now lies. Do they have what it takes to deflect Katana and make another miraculous comeback?
Parallel spawns come on through. Which means that right now you have players trying to reinforce their teammates from all sorts of angles. This could get really messy. Comes down to a 1v1 here in the back line. Disarray finds it. Puts a nade, for some reason, into the wall right next to him. Katana trying to arrive in. Brezzy will find Dizzy in the back. To be honest, Katana may well just consider playing in for Kitchen instead. There's going to be a spawn out for Dizzy, so an opportunity for Katana. Pack will find one. By the way, that's kind of bad series.
That's Peg looking for it, but the shots give him away. And in the end, it is going to be a big hold for Twisted. They've done some of the hard work, but harder work still to come. You can see they are looking towards P3. Suddenly, the afterburners are lit. They have to break this one more time. Eventually, they will fall. Katana still only need 13 seconds.
You need to hit from mid if you're Twisted. You need to make this hit work. Dizzy will find two. Cobra will trade one out. 5 seconds needed for Katana.
And that's going to be it. A 4 dead in the feed. Katana will take that hard point. They will take the series. Twisted again, finding a flurry of brilliance towards the end, but just a little bit too late in the hard point. And that does mean they will go no further in this competition.
It's a valiant effort from Twisted. It's a team that came into this relatively new. They scrape on through groups. They figure out things, learn lessons as they come on through the tournament. To get into playoffs in the first instance, I know a lot of these individuals will expect playoffs. However, as a team, there's still plenty of things to learn. You go out here, top 6 against Katana. The teams you've been beaten by are basically the best 4 teams that we have in Europe right now. So you can definitely hold your head high. You've had a couple of maps where you've pushed teams close. You had a game 5 loss to one of the best teams in groups. So plenty of positives for Twisted. Unfortunately, I think it was a case of quality. And there was a moment there where it felt like suddenly Katana could get a little bit streaky. They could get a little bit aggressive. And once you start to allow Katana to do that, well, the belief is with them. And that quality shines on through. I think Twisted eventually were just full sending into setups that really didn't work for them. You think back to how Katana, for example, were happy to give up P1 and play around P2 because they had such a lead. Moments like this from Aspect showed the real difference that meant that they went on to win.
Well, Katana keep on rocking, and like I said, they were the favorites coming into this. And apart from maybe the reset, just looked a little bit better in those hard points. Full credit to Twisted, and I think both teams can take something away from that and definitely improve for next time. We've got to remember, this isn't the end of the journey. It is just the beginning of this game. We still have a lot of months and elites to go, so certainly other prizes to play for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think any team that comes together, you know, you've edged out quite a few good sides to qualify in for this and then get through groups as well. They did go 2 and 3 in groups, and I think it's a case of they've got a couple of players who are already ready in their system. I look at, for example, Pack. I think he had a good series. I think BB Connor and Dizzy had moments. Unfortunately, Dizzy has a tough last game there. I think there's moments from all 4 players where they've had a little bit of something to show. I think sometimes I look back at things like that control, and that shows me where they've not really had time to get together yet. And there's not a lot of control that's necessarily scrimmed. There's not a lot of control maps to play out in a tournament. So you end up in this spot where it's like, okay, well, we're just going to have to try and make it work as 4 individuals because we haven't had the time to practice any strategy. I think in moments like that, you see where this team are potentially having a couple of chinks in the armor, but will have opportunities to grow in the future.
Yeah, they certainly will, and we'll find out how they get on in the future. But Katana stay alive, and they will go up against Exceptional in elimination round 3. Of course, the winner of that will play tomorrow in the elimination final, and they will face the loser of the winners final, which we also have coming up. Notorious versus Noctum, a battle of the Titans, ready to go toe-to-toe. Funny enough, a kind of a tale of 2 sides. Noctum went undefeated in the groups, and then somehow have managed to get 3-2, 3-2 in the bracket. And Noctum not only went undefeated in the group, but they didn't drop a map until they got into playoffs. But now I've had a little bit more of trouble.
Yeah, I think it's a case for Noctum of, are you benefiting from a lovely group that then meant a difficult bracket run? Well, I believe that we will find out. But before then, Bryce, we're going to have a quick break and get everything ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are ready with our winners final here in the playoffs. Two Titans are about to go head to head. It should be a good one, Enigma.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. When we drew up the schedule ahead of the day, I remember sitting down with you and being like, that's going to be a real tasty one right there. And I think it's going to answer a lot of questions as well about both rosters, Notorious and Noctum. I think that we've got quite a few things to find out about both of these sides, and I think that they need to find those things out about themselves as well. And I really can't wait to watch this all go down with you, my friend.
Well, here's the team that you need to keep an eye on. Afro, Eric, Boom, Rafi, and F-Dot. Team Notorious winging the way through the winner's side of the bracket. One more game to a grand final, and one of the favorites walking into this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the opposite side of things, there are no slow pokes either. Noctum Esports, Detain, Henry, Kez, and Bance. And three of those players look pretty much like superstars up and coming. I really like what Henry is doing for sure at the minute, but Bance has been phenomenal. Arguably the difference maker when it came to that game in against Katana, especially in that S&D performance. Absolutely outrageous. So right there, you've got a couple of players that are really trying to prove themselves and show what they're made of, and a man that has led the line here in Europe for a very long time.
Certainly has. Well, let's find out how this series is going to play out map-wise. We start off with Vault Hardpoint and then return to it for the S&D. Then we've got Hacienda Control in the middle of the sandwich of Red Card Hardpoint and Red Card Search and Destroy. That's what I meant. Normally, you see Red Card toward the end of a series for most of these teams, but we'll find out because Skyline has been removed there. Notorious not interested in it at all. How do you think this one's going to go?
I think for Vault Hardpoint, I have a couple of questions about the way that Noctum play it. Now, this could have been something last week that I saw where maybe they got complacent, right? They were so good in groups that potentially they come into last week a little bit full of themselves, a little bit lacking respect for their opposition. But they ended up in a spot where I worried that they were a bit overextensive at points. They were causing flip out spawns when they didn't want to, poor rotations, and that for me has got to be the fix up that they have. What I will say is if you wanted to find flaws in your play, last week was far better to discover that than this week. So hopefully the things that weren't going so well last week, they've managed to do those fixes. They've done the correct VOD review, been diligent about their work, and they come into today ready to take on this juggernaut.
Well, I think these two teams probably have put the work in. You've got to remember they've had a week to prepare. They know what they're up against. It's going to be a difficult one to call. So much talent on both sides, and to get to this point, it's never easy. But they've both done it. They both had a great time in the groups as well. Truthfully, either of them going to the grand final here, you'd be happy with, and probably expect them to rematch there as well. But obviously, that very much depends on how Exceptional and Katana go, because these are the four top teams we kind of called out at the start of the Elite, and well, here they all are.
Yeah, exactly. Potentially the order could have been mixed around a little bit, but I think so far Notorious and Noctum have definitely been the two best teams throughout the Elite, and these two are definitely, I would put good money on them being the grand final teams. However, as you said, there are those two teams in the lower run where if they manage to overcome their opposition, they could get themselves on a little bit of a heater through there. The thing is for me here, this is a question of who had the nice bracket, who had the nice group, and we get to take a quick look at that bracket. And for Notorious, it's been pretty straightforward. A 3-0 against Twisted, 3-1 against Exceptional Gaming, that I think said a lot about the quality that they bring. On the opposite side of things, Noctum, it has been a sweatfest.
Yeah, it really has, and that was probably the most surprising thing. One of the big storylines coming into the bracket play was Noctum were 15-0 on maps. They go straight into the playoffs and lose the very first map. So it took away all of our storyline straight away. And since then, they lost 3 more. They have managed to clutch up and win those final S&Ds against Notorious and Katana Gaming. And Katana Gaming obviously will be hoping for revenge. They could be playing them in the next round, depending on what happens with these games. But realistically, Notorious, the storyline behind those, or at least what I was told, is not only do they look good, but a lot of people were talking about Afro being the best player in Challengers so far this season. Whether or not opinions have changed in the Elite, well, I don't know, but we will find out as they go through the rest of the tournament whether or not they're champions.
Well, I did come into this week prepared with a couple of strengths and weaknesses for each side, and I tried to go into depth with a couple of them, but for Notorious, the strengths is have Afro. He is so damn good, impactful plays all over the map, really showing the kind of form that lifted him into the Call of Duty League in the first place. The one thing I will say that makes this series kind of hard to call is Noctum have had to overcome 2 Game 5s. Plenty of S&D in there, plenty of clutch up moments, plenty of composure and ice that will give them belief if we get to a Game 5. So for me, Notorious, they want to cut this series short before then, and they haven't had many opportunities to play at Game 5s because they pretty much smoked everyone else, so we don't know the answer to whether or not Notorious have got it in those Game 5s. However, the one thing about Notorious, their S&D playbook is strong. A lot of creative plays coming out of them. So this one setting itself up to be a banger. I don't know how to call it, Bryce. I'm sure you don't as well. We are just seconds from jumping into map 1.
Yeah, when it comes to games like this, especially winners final between 2 very, very good teams, you kind of just have to let the cards fall as they lay. Like I said, a week can be a lot of difference. You don't normally get that long to prepare yourself for a winners final, but they do today as we jump into this first map. I'll be looking to see, you are right about what you said. Obviously, Notorious, they haven't had to go to a map 5, whereas Noctum had to clutch 2 to get to this point. Does that say that Notorious have had an easier run or just a more powerful run, while Noctum do have some ice?
I think Noctum right now, going back to what I said before about some of the flaws that was exposed through their series last week, I think that you end up in this spot where Noctum pretty happy about having learnt some lessons. I don't know if Notorious are really given the opportunity to do that, not only because they win 3-0 in round 1, but they breezed by Exceptional, probably a little bit easier than they'd hoped for. Sometimes, as you said, you don't often get a week to prepare for a winners finals. So the fact that you end up with that here, hopefully Noctum have indeed got themselves set up. And if they do manage to take map 1 and draw that series towards that map 5, then Noctum will feel very comfortable there. Notorious, it is just difficult to look away from all the strengths they have at play. They are such a strong squad. And we're talking about Afro. Eric Boom, how many pop-offs did he have last week? Rafi's looked really good as well. And F-Dot, he's not too shabby either. Let's put it that way.
Certainly not. F-Dot has had some very, very good games, and there's been a bit of a highlight reel at points as well. But yeah, this is kind of just speculation now, really, for everybody. I know a lot of people are kind of holding on, waiting for this game in particular, because you just want to see the best teams go against each other. And you know, 2 weeks ago we did say these are the teams we expect to do very, very well, and so far they've done exactly that, and now they get to face off. Will it be the last time? We'll find out. But before we get into this one, we'll go to a quick break, and we'll be back with all the action. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. You may have heard this one before, but we're going to winners final in the Challengers Elite Week 3. We're in the playoff bracket. Only 4 teams remain. We're not going to say goodbye to one, but we are going to send one to the grand final.
We are indeed. And for Noctum and Notorious, they want to find out plenty of things about themselves with this series. Relatively untroubled so far on their journey. I think that with Notorious, you end up in a spot in particular where you're not sure where your weaknesses lie because you just haven't been pushed. But this will be their biggest test so far. We're off. We're underway. It's the winners finals. Noctum and Team Notorious.
Well, let's find out who comes out on top on this battle of monsters. Either side, it's a bit of a wipe there as Noctum fall first. It's going to be difficult for them. I'll say we've just got the top bit the wrong way around for a second. That is Team Notorious on the left-hand side. That is Noctum on the right. But we'll get that sorted very, very quickly. As you can see, the score already going towards Team Notorious.
At least the colours are the right way around. Been known to come across with that a couple of times. Detain here, by the way, getting out towards P2. As we get into the final 15 seconds of P1, just trying to get his team set up nice and early. Vance through the back. Oh, I felt like he should have lost that gunfight all day, and the fact that F-Dot and Vance walk away with their lives says more about the fact that Vance stayed alive and finds 2 to start off hot here. Trying to squeeze on out, finds the 3rd as well on the flank, and if that's the start that we're looking at here, Vance could be in for an all-timer series.
Oh, gonna need to. Can they hold the pressure now? Already lost a few bodies. Vance is going to push out here for slaying, but difficult fight to take. Close quarters with an AR will eventually go down. Pressure towards the back. Detain versus Afro. And it will be Detain who gets it. Unfortunately, the rest of the team drops. The Notorious are in.
Over aggressive. It's too far pushed out. If you're Noctum, I'm not sure you need to take those fights. I'm not sure you need to be taking them on the run. Could have just set up a line in the sand and baited Notorious into waiting ARs, but instead Noctum will answer back by picking up a couple of fights through the back. Eric Boom finds one, hits the jacuzzi for just a moment, and has support through the front. Side palms hasn't been watched, though. An opportunity to do something. The trades a foot. And the rotation now on for P3 as Afro gets aggressive through the catwalk.
They've got to be careful when they go for this next rotation because it's not always the most amount of time you can really get. So getting that time off P2 was definitely more important. And even now, right, this is why people haven't jumped on it straight away. It's a bit of a nightmare to hold sometimes as already Vance takes down the first player to look.
This mid-map control that really concerns me for both of these sides. Actually, Noctum can be a little bit guilty of not watching this mid-map. Vance will, however, be playing out of cut. Notorious trying to rotate through and out of R. Detain has a lot on here. Finds one at least. Henry will then play out of water. These are great kills to be finding. He's also going to suddenly send F-Dot into a scarp if Henry finds this kill. Oh, and F-Dot does great work there because otherwise that was giving up free arc control and potentially an easy P4 rotation to Noctum. Now Vance is going to have to fight this on the front. Eric Boom just going to mop up some scrap time. And another big gunfight, and F-Dot's doing the work back there.
And still, very little points coming up for that last one. With all the work, all that time, all those kills and positioning there for this. Get into this hill and lock it down already. Commanding position from F-Dot. Having a great game as well as the rest of Nocturne just being cut down before they can do much. And that's why so much has been invested here.
This is one of the things about this team. We spoke so much about Afro, who is 7-5, Shaw, Rafi, Eric Boom, but then F-Dot makes those plays in the back. If he hadn't, this looks a very different storyline, indeed. F-Dot will finally be shut down towards the front after going on a 5. Rafi's going to be pushed out towards Lion. You want to catch this player trying to rotate away. You won't. That was Henry. The plan here for Notorious, if you do get scrap time, that's glorious. If not, you simply draw a line in the sand around Lion and try and pin this team in. But trades will all fall in Noctum's favor and will allow them out. And P1, we're back to our second set of rotations.
Well, at the moment, it's not as big of a difference as it could be. That's really the story you've got to pull away from this. Noctum have an opportunity to tie it up. They can bleed a little bit of time off P1. But as it has been going back and forth between the two teams, it's more or less what we expect. And here goes Noctum. Taking time at the moment, but P1 is a hard hold. Too many angles, too many directions. A little bit of reinforcements here as everybody plays for the kills.
One of the things I really love about the way Vance plays is his ability to flex between what's needed for his team. Right now, yes, 10 and 11 won't look fantastic, but he's applying so much pressure around this P1. Finds another, finds F dot, and that's a 4. And also will get spawns in for his team. For me, I think you send a player to just anchor in through the back here. I think you, for example, take a Henry who's just spawned in and back off towards P2. Lock that down as Bance tries to fight out through the front. He's on a 5 himself. Then changes over to the aims and slams everything in front of him. On to 7 for Benjamin Bance.
Well, it'll take that last few seconds. His team are already set up. He's going to go for the kills, and he may have got great timing there. You can see Eric Boone was looking for him. He's going to hit the flank. This might be good enough for Bance. He finds one. Do they turn and deal with him? Rafi is going to find him, but Bance keeps going. This is a 9 now for him. As he goes back to slay again. Falls down. Finds nothing but death in that instant. But so much work done.
Yeah, did great work. The one thing he needs to do is just temper check for a second, because his aggression there means Team Notorious are essentially getting pushed further and further actually towards the point, and eventually they'll be able to find a spot in through the back and break it. Detain. Playing out through palms here, just trying to find a couple of fights. This player's all over. 3 kills are yellow in the feed. We'll surely send Noctum packing. For me here, it's all about making sure you get art control. Noctum struggled to grab hold of it last time, was shut down by F dot in the back. But if you can get yourself a little bit of time here on P3 through that art side, I think you set yourself up for a lovely chain and potentially steal away a lead.
Afro, it's going to not be able to get anything in the end. F dot though, covering over the top, and I may sound like a broken record, but this hill is notorious for not being able to get a lot of points on. Too many angles to cut down, but speak of the devil, and no pun intended, Notorious trying their best to do so. They've lost the momentum as Nocturne will take it.
It's one of those moments where if you're Henry, don't get over aggressive. You don't necessarily want to step outside of temple. That could flip the spawns out, could put a player in P4. It's something that they were guilty of last week. Henry does fall, so it doesn't matter in the end anyway. Kez finds one. Just staying alive here and getting a couple of kills will be glorious. I'm very worried that everyone stepped out of art. Bance spawns in. I want him to drop off there and just control those back spawns for a moment. But Henry holding mid could be a huge moment for them in terms of squeezing this hill. And those kills in the feed should give Noctum a moment to really steal ahead here.
Oh, Detain. Might have to just dip out of that for a second. Stays alive though. 4 streak. The rest of the players towards the back. Detain was trying to play his life and be an issue for a few seconds. Henry just had terrible timing, unfortunately, but will find a kill regardless. Another one, he's caught on the edge. Eric Boom in a better position. The feet will not explode away. And now Detain trying to hold. Well, he knows reinforcements are coming, but that is a spawn out. And reinforcements are some distance now.
He's just got to stay alive. I love that play. Get off the point. Get a kill. Yes, it doesn't end up resulting in much, but it gave your teammates an opportunity to arrive. Unfortunately, they do little with it. So Team Notorious breaking in through the front. This will give them an opportunity to tie us back up as we look towards our 3rd set of rotations. Right. We're only part way through map 1, but this already feels every bit the series that we predicted.
As these teams continue to just trade all across the map, you are right. It's basically going to be, as much as makes no difference, a tie game going into this next set of rotations. Just 1 point. Noctum are there first, of course. They're coming away from trying to break into P4. But truthfully, who takes the lead after this? Nobody knows. Neither team managed to show enough daylight between them in the scoreboard.
To see that both players have one player each struggling. Rafi 14 and 27, Henry 9 and 24. Both have been fantastic through this elite so far, certainly notable players. Interesting to see that they're just not having their way with it right now. It feels like if either of those players can switch things on and suddenly light up the feed, they will control the situation for their team. Team Notorious have P1. However, even if they take the rest of this, they probably want to push out for these P2 spawns. The big gunfight, of course, Eric Boom wins it. He's having a great map. F dot with one more. Palms will eventually be one on out, but there won't be much support for Henry. He's got to go big. I said it a moment ago. Needs to light up the feed. This would be a hell of a moment to do so.
Gonna try. Rafi, even though he was a little bit injured off a grenade, he's going to stay alive. We'll dive into the point here. Noctum not fully confident about pushing this. Notorious trying to swing into position to stop them. Kez already getting a kill. Detain getting a second one. And Rafi will find one back, but doesn't get his own trade off the cruise missile that has hit. And Afro now looking for kills as his team have been pushed out for a second.
Yeah, this position from Afro is fantastic, by the way, because Noctum were trying to punch in through the front, and he was there to try and cut it off. Eric Boom goes big yet again, and his teammates there to support. F-Dot with a crucial two-piece. This should now allow them to trickle over that all-important 200-point marker. Eric Boom again. Bance finds 2, but it won't matter for not if you don't get onto this point. Well, the trades fall the way of the team in gold. Noctum sent packing on the rotation. Vance needs this kill through the middle to try and lock things down for a second. Does find 2 important ones that should give 3 to Noctum, but they've got to be good from here.
And Vance trying to find a few more. Hasn't worked out, but does give them a little bit of breathing room. You're right. And can they get any more off of this? No, not quite. Henry flying about, looking for the kills. He's going to run into Eric Boom, who cuts him down.
I'm not sure what happens there. I think Henry misclicks. He fires his gun, which gives away his positioning. I'm not sure if he was already known anyway. But if Henry's 10 and 30 wasn't summed up by something, it probably was by just that. 3 kills in the feed, at least for Noctum. Eric Boom finds 1. Feels like I've said this guy's name so much through this series. Feels like it's his year to answer back on disappointments of last. He's doing that here. Afro trying to control the Lion. But Bance finds 2 more, also having himself a big game.
Surge now. Afro hunting. So disappointed he didn't pick that up, but we'll try and clear this player off as well. Absolute brilliant centering there. Not even a second of hesitation as he cuts the player down. But here comes the flood. It's a big push by Notorious. They've used numbers to cross. Unfortunately, the Tain said, that's great. I've taken all 3. They don't have the spawn, though.
A huge moment out of Detain. Oh, tries to find number 4, but it's all a bit messy. But it does allow Bance time to arrive. Unfortunately, there'll be a player at Dumpster who finds him, and it's just not working out for Henry right now. Need to go again. Notorious can win it here. Detain picks up 1. Tries to hold side door, reads it coming on through. Also got to be careful of his front. Finds 1. Support in for the second. Trophy out. Right now, just a bloodbath. Noctum needs some solid ground to stand on as they're swarmed in from the front and the back.
Still, everybody piling forward. It will be Notorious. But eventually take that one away. Can't win here. We're definitely going towards a P1. Potentially a P2 with how few points teams have been getting off P1. The advantage is in the hand of Notorious.
Oh. Well, Rafi did need to improve from earlier, and that's a hell of a gunfight to win. I thought he was dead to rights. Vance trying to stay alive. However, P1 will momentarily be in Noctum's hand. Got to be careful about the jump up from beneath. Detain wins a fight that very much so necessary. It's incredible to think that this game is relatively tied. And we're looking at Henry at 13 and 35. Well, these plays on Noctum are going huge. And as we look to tie things up, as Noctum cross into the lead, both teams can win it here on P1.
F-Dot trying to make a hero play to get away with it. This will be one last ride. Notorious will now try and make this push. The corners are being checked. He calls it correctly, but Bance still wins the gunfight. Tries to get the second. Isn't going to work out. As Notorious win the trades in the end, and Henry will fall. Unfortunately, Notorious cannot win it off of that. And it means we are going to P2. Noctum going to spawn out the other side of the map. It's a parallel as Notorious spawn there as well. Eric Boom and Afro back to back in the point.
Eric Boom goes huge. Finds 2 there. Needs 3. And number 4! Eric Boom goes absolutely massive to find 4 and win his team the map here in Vol Hardpoint. Well, if this series was going to start out somewhere, Bracey, it was going to be exactly that. Good Lord, what a map to get us going. So many different things to break down and talk about, sure, but the end story is that Eric Boom, the miniature Spaniard, goes huge in P2 to lock it on down. Oh my God, Bryce, we're in for a treat.
Certainly are. The Eric Boom ace. He had a good series, but he just turned into a jewel in the crown with that one. Unbelievable. Should have fallen. Should have been traded out. Didn't, and somehow wins them. It's a 3-second game, and Eric Boom said, all right, I'll take you all on. And that's the way the first map has gone down.
It's tough because you look back at so many of the things that went right and wrong for both teams. It felt like there was a point where both Rafi was struggling on one side, Henry on the other. And it felt like, in particular, Rafi finally started to get things going a little bit. I made that call midway through the map. Look, one of you needs to step up a bit. Henry, unfortunately, he has been brilliant through this elite. Make no doubts about it if you're just tuning in for this winners final, ladies and gentlemen. He has been fantastic. Now, this is a tough map, not one he wants to watch back for sure. Let's pick it up through the rest of the series, but in the end, none of that really matters. It comes down to a moment of heroism as both Noctum and Team Notorious. I think the strategy went out the window a little bit. Couple of late rotations, couple of moments where teams just weren't getting themselves defensively set up. A bit of over-aggression again from Noctum on certain hills, which all of this for both teams, you're going to look back and think that there was a 3-point difference and wonder how it wasn't more either way. But again, it all just comes down to whether or not Eric Boom can go nuclear, and that he does. As we get to watch back through some of our moments here, you're just going to see a lot of trades back and forth. And that's what this game was.
Yeah, they knew how to break each other. They knew what they were looking for all over the map here. This is where Noctum really had the opportunity. That P1 they were slaying. Eric Boom back and forth. One of these players had to be weak. I think it was Bance, the last one that went in, but Eric Boom, 5 streak, a ace in the last hill with 2 minutes 19 on the clock and 44 kills. He was a monster for them on Vault. That is a scoreline for the ages. And even though some players out-damaged him, some players out-killed him, nobody did what he just did.
That's the thing as well, isn't it? It's all to do with the impact. I will say I feel considerably for Kez and Bance. They both had fantastic maps. Kez put up 5,800 damage. Good God, you don't see that very often, even less so for the loss. But that being said, you've got to keep looking towards that Team Notorious lineup, and Eric Boom felt like over and over again we were talking about the impact he was having with his kills. 2 pieces, 3 pieces galore at important transitional moments around the map. I'll tell you what, if map 1 was anything to get us going, we are going to be staying in Vault. We'll be changing over to Search and Destroy. I don't think the pace will let up too much, though. You know how this map plays out. Everyone sends it into A, and it turns into an absolute bloodbath, exactly the same as we just got to see there.
Wow. I'll tell you something. We called a fantastic series, and if nothing else happens in this one, it'll probably still be a fantastic one. We have S&D coming up, and, well, I think Noctum may have got a little bit better at it because they've been winning those map 5s, but the other side of it, Notorious haven't had to go to a map 5, so they have a good time as well. I guess we'll just have to see how it all goes down after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are ready for our next game. The S&D is going to be upon us. If you are just joining us, well, here's what's going on. Team Notorious and Nocturne are facing off in the winners final. A 3-point hardpoint is all that separated these two teams in the first map, and Eric Boom pulled off an ace to get it done for Notorious. But who takes the S&D this time around?
Honestly, it feels like it could go both ways. We've made cases for both teams. Nocturne in particular have had a lot of game 5s through this bracket run in which they've had to clutch up, show that composure, that ice, and in particular have lent on the star power of Bants to get them there. Think about that Katana series. Over Notorious, it's a weird one because they haven't been to many game 5s. You could argue there's less reps, but they do have a ridiculous playbook. And, well, we're going to find out exactly what they look like in Search up against Nocturne because Game 2 is ready to go.
Well, let's find out on the day as these two look to go to war. Now, the first round, always a bit tricky because there's no trophies to deflect things, but if you've seen Vault once, you've seen it 1,000 times. A bomb site will probably be 11 out of the 12 if we get that far.
Bomb does go straight down. Kez here is going to be the important piece of the puzzle to remove if you're Notorious. Eric Boom has slipped the net. I'm not exactly sure how he ends up here with no one seeing him. Or his band's running from him intentionally. I'm not sure, but he is staying alive, and Eric Boom just gets found. Rafi does eventually find Kez, so this will open up Palm's side. We only have 20 seconds.
Stun check. They're going to know he's in one of the corners, but somehow the tank still gets away with it. Rafi left in a 1 versus 2, though, and will fall. And that is going to be all they wrote. Realistically, Team Notorious did not want that kill by Eric Boom to go down the wrong way. That may have been the problem. He probably called out, I've got somebody. And unfortunately, Bants got behind a pillar. A teammate was behind him. And suddenly they've lost numbers and a bit of map control. But with that first round out of the way, that can be an anomaly because of trophy systems. We'll go straight on to the side of Notorious and see if they can answer back.
Yeah, thankfully, round 2 is often also missing trophy systems, so an opportunity to see how these players answer things back. Especially considering no one popped off here. That kill from Eric Boom was a mad moment. And, well, you called it, Bryce. No surprise here. We're straight into it.
Oh, they've gone through. They've gone through. Notorious are bluffing. They've gone all the way around to B. I think Kez has called it, though, and Kez has found him, and it hasn't paid off. Eric Boom falls. It's a 4 versus 2. Afro last alive here. Sorry, not last alive. They have Rafi, but they're so far away from each other. That's a really easy kill for them. That's twice. It's just bodies piling up in the one spot.
I just looked at the map and I'm like, are we playing Search? Like all 5 players were just running the map by themselves. I was a little bit worried about overextension from Bants, but his timing to come back in was beautiful. Afro, 1v3. He's out towards Palms. Finds the first. Surely going to be traded. The answer is a yes. Nocturne will find the second one there. Team Notorious trying to potentially suggest that they've got a couple of B plays up their sleeve. Maybe they're trying to have Nocturne getting through this map. It just doesn't work here. I think if you're going to make that play very early, you probably want to clear out art, and it just doesn't really happen for them. So, nice and straightforward for Nocturne.
Well, Nocturne feeling good about their S&D so far. Do they go for the default, which, if you haven't realised by now, is the quick push into A. It is a bomb site. You can get there faster and in better cover as the attacker than the defenders.
The thing we have seen so far through this elite is that Team Notorious make brilliant round adjustments. So this is their second attempt at trying to take a defense. Eric Boom's just going to keep watch of Palms, cover over his teammates as they flood through the pool, but Detain finds one. Onto Rafi. Henry finds F dot. And it's a 2v4 as easy as you like.
And Kez finds another. Afro left in 1 versus 3 again. And will find the first, but 16 health and a dream. Eventually that player will chase him down. He was too weak to take advantage of and Nocturne get round 3 on the board.
The encouraging thing here for Nocturne, of course, is you could argue that you were nearly... You should have won map 1, if not for a moment of brilliance. Here in map 2, you're answering a couple of questions about whether or not your S&D has been brilliant or whether or not you've just been clutching up. It turns out, looking currently like the former. 3-0 up. You take that round here. You extend this series towards the map 5. You're in your own territory. So Team Notorious really need to build into this and stem the bleeding. Don't overcomplicate this play. Get it down at A. Force Noctum into you.
Well, it looks like they're going for more of a default play this time. They have gone into A again, but they're not going to push through. Bance is going to fall, though. Great first blood for Notorious, but here comes a double push. Going to go for it as well. Detain. Got no health and no chance. Falls, and, well, Notorious have it on a 1 versus 4, surely.
Yeah, Kez forced into a fight. Has to take that there. And drops. But that is why it's the default play here. I love the attempts sometimes when people throw in a B. Every now and again, it works out. It's something that if you've played quite a lot of A, you're hitting that default play a lot. You do catch the opposing team off guard. But it requires perfect execution. And we saw how wrong it can go in Notorious's first offensive round. We go back to the simple stuff. Finally put something on the board. Both teams here tied for first bloods currently. Looking to see if a team can start to edge one of those away in these AR fights.
Do that, bro. They're already going to find him. That player ran straight into it, Henry. And they fall. Notorious looking for this next one, but already pressure coming down. He goes back to 3 versus 3 as Afro navigates the map better backwards than I do forwards.
Terrified for a moment there. I think Bant was considering jumping up to catwalk with the bomb. I'm not gonna lie, if you die there... Oh wow, Detain's about to run into everybody. If he'd have gotten one there, that would have been brilliant. Oh, Afro finds one, but one is also a teammate. 1v2. Kez, is it planted for him? I think it is. But Team Notorious playing for trades. Oh, I don't like this bomb positioning for Notorious.
They're gonna know it's a stretch, and Kez will check it. Can he get the right angle? Afro's gonna go for a chow. Ooh. That's wonderful by Afro. Knew he couldn't allow him to get the angle onto the bomb. So slid out and just picked him off before he could do anything.
That's one of those things that Team Notorious have done so well through their S&D so far in this elite. They have this playbook that make brilliant adjustments round to round, but they also control tempo in rounds where they need it. Those opening fights go down and they just slow it down for half a second so that they can all get together and make that hit in through water. And that is eventually what gives them that number advantage. Part of why we think Notorious can push Noctum the distance in these searches. They've clawed 2 rounds back. Noctum needs to just be careful about which way this momentum is swinging.
Straight in again. Double checking. They're going through again. This is clearly something they've practiced to try and throw off enemy teams, but will they go for the plant here? They're just waiting to see if anyone falls into the trap, and there's a double look. That's what they're waiting for. Eric Boone will take advantage of it. A third player runs into the trap and will go down as well.
I love it. That playbook comes out this time and works. Sometimes... Oh, no, wait. I was about to say the timing could have been awful if you're trying to get the bomb down, but you see that Kez is actually just laying in wait. And that's one of the things with Team Notorious. Sometimes they can overcomplicate a play. Sometimes it works out beautifully. There's actually Afro. Finding Kez. And the thing is here, what that will do to Noctem is suddenly have them in a spot where they're unsure about what it is that they want to do going forward.
Well, Notorious feeling a bit more confident with that play. It was a wonderful setup. The double player pre-aim. Not only do you not know which one to shoot, but it's just double the amount of bullets coming towards you, so you die very, very quickly. The fact that 3 players fell to that obviously gave Notorious the round. Henry, though, wonderful kill on Boom, but does fall for it.
3v3 retake then. Interesting setup here by Noctum. They've decided to stack Palm's side, so playing around this P2. F-Dot will get info off the stun. Beautiful challenge, beautiful find. But are they expecting the second? Bance is here. Oh, and he lets one slip by.
Still waiting. This is unbelievable. Prime nade. They've checked the corners. They're not going to know he's here yet. Already going down. Has to get off of it. 15 seconds left. If Bance can make one more kill, he has an opportunity. He slipped all the way around, but he's going to get caught. There's just too many bodies. Rafi was in the position to get him. And everything Bance did that round would have come off as 200 IQ if the play worked.
Bance does everything correctly. The one thing that stops him is that Rafi's immediately on his bike, hits this route through mid. The second that call-out comes through, realizes his teammates are not going to be able to defuse with Bance in that position, and so finds a different angle to take the fight. Yes, it ends up being relatively simple because he's basically trading out, but if he doesn't make that route, that is Bance's round. You cannot get that defusal off, so beautiful stuff from him. Very heads-up play. That teamwork from the team Notorious coming on through. 4 rounds in a row now. Noctum suddenly clutching at straws a little bit.
Here it goes. Into it again. Is this a push through or a more standard play? It's going to be standard. Notorious not really doing that much on their attacking rounds, but now it's down. A 4v4 retake.
It goes out. That looked like it bounced back horribly. Catches nothing. Stun will also give no info. You know players are out there though because the trophy makes noise. Retains RCXD, will do nothing. F-Dart from top catwalk is going to be very important, and he falls first, so Bance has an opportunity to set up a pinch through mid.
Kez gets the angle. Now Eric Boom is going to have to try and get something here, but Kez finds everybody. Gets 3 there into it, and they're in just in time. Noctum get the retake.
Wonderful patience from Noctum there. Thought bomb goes down, and they were in trouble. But Bance goes high, finds F-Dot on that catwalk, and that allowed him to set up that opportunity for a pinch. And once that starts to come through, a lot of players are having to swing their heads and are not able to support and trade on out because you've just got to pay attention to the fact that someone might come in from water behind you. That opens up the map in so many ways, and it allows Noctum to then bully in through the front. Finally, a round back up on the board. Noctum did go 3 up here. Team Notorious were on a little bit of a run just then, but we're tied up, and God, this is feeling as tight as map 1. Who
Walks away the winner here? For Noctum, it's a rinse and repeat again. Straight in. This time, though, Notorious, look like they might go for it. The trophy's going to go down both sides. Afro going to try and clear a little bit of room. This will mostly be information. I don't think he can thread the needle, and he can't. He will call out the positions, and you can now see F-Dot is working on that information to try and find this player.
We're going to try and hit through mid here as a 2-man. Bance springs up, trades back and forth, and Bance wins an important one. Did have support in through the back as well. Kez still up. 3v2. This kill from Afro would be huge, and does find on Kez, but no time.
Oh, F-Dot, that's a massive kill on the bomb site. Henry looking for it, isn't going to be able to get it. And that is unbelievable. Notorious pull that one out of the bag. They take this round, and that puts them on map point.
I'm honestly not quite sure how Team Notorious win that. I'm not sure how they get away with that. I thought that the cruise call in was an awful idea. I thought they took way too long to get around the back and activate. A couple of gunfights come on through, and we said at the start of this series, the strength that you have if you are this Notorious team is you have Afro. He is currently 14-5. Answering for Bance's star power every step of the way.
Here it goes then. For Team Notorious. Slightly slower on this attack, but there's another tricky play coming out. They haven't secured A yet. Oh. RCXD is also going to be in play. Bance is driving. Not the best driving there. Hits a plant pot. Then it gets blown up. Still all to play for on this 4v4 as Bance finds first blood onto Afro.
Rafi's going to be important here. He's got so much to control, though. He hasn't seen Kez step out, and his legs are exposed, which means he gets found. 4v2. F-Dot's found. 4v1. All on Eric Boom. He's done it before in this series. He'll have to go absolutely massive again.
So many guns against him. They know where he's going for. He gets a second as well. Not going to get the third. Too many and a potential miscommunication. You saw one player go back and one player go forward. Very Boom had pulled off a masterclass. It could have been different. But we're going to round 11.
Is anyone even remotely surprised that this is where we're ending up, Bryce? Vance's driving was questionable, but his aggression following the information gained was not. Finds Afro tucked in beneath the catwalk, and that then opens up so much of the map. Unfortunately for Rafi, he just had too much to do. I think the way he lays down in the end just exposes him to getting shot by Kez. And there, it was all too much to ask for. Round 11, it will be Noctum on offense, Notorious on defense. Call this one if you dare.
Well, here we go. Detain. Getting the bomb down for Noctum. Afro will lose the RCXD.
Done. Could have caught, but Detain springs up from the opposite side. It's a pinch. It's a wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. And, well, Henry stays alive for a moment. 1v4. Good luck, man. Good luck, Eric.
Eric will find one, but that bomb is going to be difficult. He won't get the second. And Noctum will strike back and take the search and destroy. Again, a nail biter between these two monsters. And it's come down to the wire. But that play, Bansaw Afro. Afro dipped away. And Detain was in the position to find the two-piece. And that's where it all fell apart for Notorious.
Yeah, gotta respect the aggression out of Detain and Bance. They were willing to push forward. You could have forgiven them there potentially for bombs down. We can simply sit back and welcome Notorious into our arms, but the information comes through from Bance. Detain is more than happy to get forward and play for that. So, yeah, wonderful stuff. Feels like we didn't get answers necessarily to our questions. Both teams are great at S&D. This is why they are where they're at. And we're in a situation where Noctum clutch up yet again, but to be honest, we could have easily been walking away with a Notorious victory here. We're going to get to take a quick look at our highlights. And there's a lot that are going to feature Afro. That guy had a hell of a map. The scoreboard's going to look pretty. Unfortunately, falls foul of a couple of misplays in those final two rounds. Bance, in particular, in that round 10, stepping up. Used his RCXD, I'm forgetting the name of the car, but used his RCXD, and I thought it was awful usage of it. However, the information that he got from that turned around it on its head entirely.
Wow. As we can see, it was such a back and forth between the two of them, really. You couldn't have told me at any round who was going to win. Not as many clutches as there could have been, but certainly very well drilled, very well practiced S&D over and over again on that map.
The playbooks that come out from these teams that separate them from so many of their colleagues, it feels like with Team Notorious, they're able to make adjustments based on previous rounds. They're also very strong when it comes to making these tempo control moments happen where they've got to slow it down, speed it up a little bit. That being said, Noctum seem to have a clutch factor about them that sometimes you just can't teach. They have an innate understanding of when they need to have an impact. And you saw that happen quite a lot, actually, in map 1, to be honest. I think if Henry has even a slightly better map, we're looking at a 2-0 series here. Noctum matching the juggernaut that is Team Notorious, pound for pound, blow for blow. We've gone 250-247. We've gone round 11. It's probably a little bit early to start predicting round 5s, more round 11s and whatnot, but game 5 beckons if we continue our current script.
It certainly doesn't. Truthfully, I could not tell you who walks away the victor. Guess we'll just have to find out then. Map 3, the control is coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. The control is upon us between these two teams who are tied up 1-1 and have so far barely got any points between them. Our point 250 to 247 and the S&D was 6-5. Enigma, control is upon us. Got to be a 3-2, right?
Absolutely. You know it's already in there. We don't get to take a look at the script between rounds, but it feels that that's the way it's headed, right? This is a tough one to control again. To call again the control. It feels like both of these teams could happily walk away with it. I think that the one thing that I question when it comes to Noctum is they need strong starts in control. They get a little bit overwhelmed if they don't get off to those solid starts, and with Team Notorious they do have that ability to slay out and have a really strong understanding of the important landmarks, the check boxes, if you will, through offensive and defensive rounds in where they need to be. So I'm still potentially leaning Team Notorious's way, but I mean, I'd be an absolute fool to try and make any actual prediction.
Well, we'll have to find out then how it does go down between them. Obviously, a lot of a tense time between these two. They know each other play so well that it's very difficult to really get any sort of inkling on which way it'll go. The only thing I can say is that Notorious normally get it done in 4 or less, and Noctum tend to go the distance so far in this playoff. So we'll see as it does go down to it. But it is another case of Noctum just clutching up in S&Ds.
Yeah, and well, if they are going to continue to play on through this series, and we did say that they probably want to get to that game 5, this feels like the correct place to make it happen. Get the control here. Don't leave it up to a hard point that feels like it could be as 50-50 as the first one. Unfortunately, we will be having a lobby restart, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going back then to the series, Bryce, for me. And, you know, here, I feel like Noctum have an opportunity to really strike a dagger into Team Notorious, not only in the sense of taking a lead in this series, but also because, again, I think that they really want to push out to a game 5. I think that if they get there, they're going to feel very comfortable. They win the S&D here. They've had a great record through this tournament of icing up. Team Notorious will no doubt know that and be wanting to see it off way before then.
Yeah, well, I think so, and for me, we're gonna find out whether or not it does hold up over the time. The thing is, we say that, you know, not we've got a habit of doing this. It's a difficult one to say because realistically, you never want to go map 5 and have to clutch up. And while they did there, it could have gone against them. Detain finding those 2 in the last round isn't a play you can consistently expect to make, but you are right. You know, Noctum, if you just look at their way through the bracket so far, 3-2, 3-2, does speak volumes. For Notorious, they wiped out Team Twisted in their first round and took down Exceptional, another big team in this tournament that they may have to play again 3-1.
Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. We're looking at the series that have gone on so far. I think that next game, that Katana Gaming and Exceptional Gaming matchup, that will answer a couple of things about Notorious and Noctum as well, about where they've had blessed runs or not. Because it's easy to kind of look at Noctum right now and be like, okay, you were pushed to a game 5 against Notorious Gaming, that is. You were pushed to a game 5 against Katana, but are Katana considerably better than Exceptional? When we find out down there, that'll answer just where Noctum have been in terms of strength. Before that, of course, we've got to test this theory about which team holds up in the control. I saw that it was Hacienda. Honestly, reps here, or even though it's been in for a little bit of time, you are going to have this approach between various teams where some might have a deeper understanding of it. I'm looking at the teams that can transition well. I think that on Hacienda, you end up with this situation where teams that are able to flip between the 2 points really quickly, especially controlling the middle part of the map, profit big time. So that's where I'm looking for your ARs to lock things down. Afro & Co., if they want to be able to roam around the map freely and use their star power to slay out, they're going to be looking at F-Dot, they're going to be looking at Raffi to really set them up for that.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. Looks like this game is starting again. Hacienda control between these two. One team will, of course, take the lead here again. Will it be Noctum to bring this back for 2 back-to-back, or will it be Notorious to regain their lead? Only time will tell us, time and gameplay. But this should be another good map. I can't see it being a blowout.
No, absolutely not. Then again, as we say that, game 3 is underway. And for all the predictions that we try and make, for everything that we theorize as the Noctum esports guys step out in matching skins, we have no way of truly knowing how it's going to go down until the boys all step foot on the map. Thing here, trying to hit a route through arches. And, well, it just doesn't come on through as Afro finds a nice 2-piece to get a start.
See, trying to just start off with a Bit of a flurry. A good break on a control always makes you feel a little bit better if you can get it done, but it's not the easiest thing in the world.
Big fan of positioning here out of Eric Boom, just getting up and aggressive in the spawn. Also trying to bleed out reinforcements. There are 2 players still alive, with Henry and Bance further forward. They're probably trying to return the favor here, just trying to cut down those arriving reinforcements, make it so that the other players alive have to back off. As the team finds F dot. Paul Soul doesn't even get out of garden, and Eric Boom continues to farm by double fences.
Boom. Just trying to get out of the way here. Well, they have a bit of control. Bance just staying alive. Gets back into it. Now capturing that first tick. Going for the kills off the spawn. The timing was a little bit bad, but he gets away with it on the 3 streak. And now goes for even more. This does turn into a bit of a team deathmatch as the teams try to basically play off the spawns. Nade going in. Bance back and forth. Reinforcements coming as well. And it's going to be Detain who wins that fight against Afro long range. Kez, and they basically just line up for him. That is amazing. That's going to be B done.
It is as simple as you like. 60 seconds onto the clock, so 90 to go there. You got a little bit of progress on the first tick, but more importantly, right now you have players slaying out, which will give you a 2-life lead, and you've got plenty of map positioning here. If you are Noctum Esports, the problem we kind of have is how to get back together and get a defensive hold in place. Will stop Notorious getting on forward.
Oh, Henry just falling down there when he probably didn't want to. Noctum, can they find another bit of a pushback? They really want to win this next flurry of kills. And, well, Kez will find 2. But A is a difficult one to master. You jump too soon, you go down. All that work wasted.
Oh, Kez falls. With that, Noctum will have to back off just a little bit as F dot gets aggressive through rock and finds himself a couple of kills. 9-9 as Henry finds a double. How he stepped back up a little bit in this series after struggling so much in map 1. 25 seconds if you're knocked into fly at this, and they finally get a body on. Notorious trying to snuff it out.
Back and forth for Rafi. And this is what you've got to be afraid of. You lose the momentum. Time has gone. Lives have gone. Noctum will make one last push, but hesitant to jump on that middle point before they find some kills. Rafi will find one. It goes back down. Unfortunately, they lose the trades. They lose their lives. And they will have to settle for the 3 ticks.
Well, Team Notorious do a wonderful job of bullying out. I was very worried at one point because Noctum get so far out. I thought Team Notorious were really going to struggle to progress through there, but I think great work by F dot in particular, pushing out by Rock, opening up that lane that Kez had locked down for so long, or potentially Bans had locked. I think it was Kez who'd locked it down for so long. Meant that you were able to escape if you were Team Notorious, and once they got hold of the top part of the square, it was looking ever difficult for Noctum. 3 ticks on the board. That is something to at least be happy about for now. Team Notorious just turned to answer back.
Well, here they go. The break can be very, very important, and Notorious will go out the map to make it. Avoiding those nades wherever they can. The call will have been made here, and Eric Boom kind of has to cut through his teammate a little bit to get that done. And straight onto the point, but isn't going to be happy with teammates not being up, so we'll just wait it out.
Yeah, important win there for Henry up top against Rafi. If Rafi wins that, he's basically got a straight route onto plat, which would have then supported Eric's push. Eric stayed alive, though, in Archers, done the right thing, although Henry has found himself all the way through the back here. Well, as I called him out, being in a great spot, he actually dies. This is one of those moments, again, we saw Noctum here last time out. The Team Notorious dive at any point, try and make progress there. They're going for B, and Eric's got plat control.
Boom. Well, advance to the team kill. That opens up the opportunities massively. Afro finds one. Afro finds the second. B is gone. A is slowly getting there as well. Eric Boom will stay on Slade Patrol. This is looking a little bit easy for them. F-Dot.
Oh
not going to be the third with a pistol. The Notorious now, can they keep up that momentum? Not going to happen. Noctum stabilize the boat just a little.
Huge life difference in this as well. 9 already. This is a battering from Team Notorious. Rafi has found his way into this series after a slow mat 1, 12-6. F-Dot finds his 16th of the control and reads Bantz's push to perfection like a book. And Rafi tries to provide that support in from Wine. 2 players to dive the point. Eric Boom's got Plaque cut off. Will finally fall by shock, but Rafi's holding low so they know where this pressure's coming from, and F-Dot's there to support it.
F-Dot, another big kill, and somehow Noctum stay alive. The issue, though, is in the numbers. 6 lives to 17. Over a minute on the clock. Noctum would have to find a miracle. They would have to find some sort of divine intervention, really. Because everybody that drops on their side is just another one they can really not afford to replace.
In moments like that, where 2 Noctum players push out and you still end up losing one of them, is a massive dagger for Noctum. Desperately trying to not lose a defensive round as Kez finds 1. Kez finds 2. He knew that there was a 3rd at Archers. That's 3 big kills. Henry's onto a 5. You've closed the gap to 6. But again, gotta be flawless. You've no respawns remaining. Oh, no.
It's just probably a little bit too far. A 2 versus 10. All you can really take is this last little flurry detained. Trying. It's a hero play, but not a hero today. Notorious another round.
I guess the one thing there, if you're Noctum, is you don't give up that extra tick. I don't know how much of a difference it will make in the grand scheme of things, but they need a bit of a miracle. They need to get as pushed out as they were in round 1. This is that play from F-Dot, by the way. Wonderful reads. I'm not sure if he gets a comm from Eric Boom, potentially, but aware of where reinforcements were coming from Noctum. But again, it feels a little bit like Team Notorious have just a better understanding of where they must be controlling at certain points of the map. Control is one of those games. You want to push your opponents to the places they don't want to be. They're doing such a good job of it right now on Notorious. Noctum needs to get into their comfort zone, and they will have fewer chances to do it than right now.
Eric Boom. Big fight to begin with. Blunting all of the pressure from Noctum. Oh, Rafi. Another one. For Noctum, you just got to keep getting out of that spawn. Don't get pushed back. You need to find the kills. And Afro, that is an outrageous gunfight to win.
Pretty sure that pause afterwards is even him wondering how the hell he won that. Reads Henry coming in from behind. It's got to be team comms that are coming on through. Obviously, some incredible understanding from this level of player to pick up on where players are or aren't, but an element of teamwork that Noctum have not possessed so far. Speaking of which, Kez is going to take this fight relatively by himself. It'll give Eric Boom a freebie, and he can just back off, hold over that Lambo side. Afro gets a free one in secret. And it's those kills, the ones that are easy, that just whittle away at your reinforcements, open up an 8-kill gap, and there's been nothing from Noctum.
With 19 seconds on the clock, this may be the most one-sided map we've had so far in this series. Afro looking once again. Noctum will just have to dive in the point. And right now it's just a sprint down the middle. Sprint down the middle and hope. Hope for a better outcome. Hope for a mistake by Notorious. But it's not going to happen. And Notorious sweep the control 3-0 on Easy Street.
Well, that was a little bit anticlimactic, wasn't it? We've had a 252-47 hard point, around 11 S&D. We were questioning which side would look the better in control. We had a resounding answer. I said before we came into this one that Notorious seems to have a better understanding of the check boxes, the moments in control where you know there's a wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, kind of almost stages as to where you want to be through offensive and defensive rounds. He understood that to perfection. For Noctum, there was too many of those moments where they're pushing individually. Feels like they're scrambling a little bit. No real control over the situation in terms of, all right, let's slow this down, get together and execute something here to retake or push out a certain point on the map. It's all too easy for a squad possessing the star quality of Team Notorious.
Well, there we go. We asked if there would be some daylight between them, and Notorious showed that there was. An unbelievable control. Every round in their control. And now as we move on to the next respawn, you've got to favour Notorious.
You absolutely do. Momentum's with them. They took map 1 despite a long struggle from Rafi, if I remember correctly, in that man. And you look back as well at some of the star plays that have been made. You feel like Afro, even though he's been brilliant, he hasn't had to do too much of the star work because Eric Boom absolutely popped off map 1. You've had moments from so many of these players. F-Dot had huge moments himself throughout that hard point. And I don't know, right now, Noctum are a fantastic team without a shadow of a doubt. But it feels like Team Notorious in that map 3 suddenly turned on the afterburners. They lose a map, they recognize that they're under threat, and they figure out where it is that they need to turn up the gears a little bit. And for me, if you're Noctum, you're really digging deep, because remember, this is asking questions about both of these teams, and Noctum are maybe finding out that they're not up to par.
It's just such a difference from the rest of the series. That's the thing that's just kind of mind-boggling. We've seen a hardpoint map that literally came down on Notorious's side by a 4-man ace by Eric Boom with a 3-point differential. It came down to one moment and one player right at the end. The S&D was a 6-5 that could have gone either way, but a big play by Detain took it towards Noctum. And we go on to the control, and somehow none of that mattered.
I'm with you. We came in, said this is going round 5 without a shadow of a doubt. Notorious said bet, and absolutely slayed out. And the thing is, it's again a case of Noctum had so little in terms of an answer that makes me worried about where we're going with this red card hard point. Vault was wonderful entertainment, but red card, I feel like we've seen a little bit from both teams. Notorious have looked the better there. Notorious also feel like they've got all the momentum. Can Noctum shut them down? Well, I guess we'll find out in map 4, but first we have got ourselves a little bit of a break. We'll see you for that map 4 straight after it.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. This game is already upon us. The hard point between Noctum and Notorious is winging its way to your screens. If you are just joining us, at 2-1 to Notorious at the moment. They are one map away from going towards a grand final.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you did miss map 1, it was a doozy. It was an absolute firecracker, settled by a moment of brilliance only. And we kind of predicted that this would be a wonderful series. That being said, map 3 was all Team Notorious. And the players aren't wasting much time. We'll be in for map 4 very shortly. And that says to me that Team Notorious definitely want to be riding off the back of that momentum. For Noctum, they've got to shut down Eric Boom in particular. I think it had a fantastic hard point, but also the control. His respawn's really been on point today. I think that he's the man that's making so much of a difference for this Notorious side. Noctum, you do have star quality galore, but you need to not rely on that so much and get yourself in for these rotations. Play fundamentally solid card. Force Notorious onto the back foot early.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out if they can do that. They're going to have to maybe just have the world's greatest pep talk, I think, for Noctum as they get into this next one. Ignore the control and move on, because they could have won map 1. They did win map 2. Never had a chance in map 3. So you're going to have to set it, forget it, and hope that the hardpoint respawn is a very different story for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I think this is where you lean on someone like Bance, right? Like, he's got all of that experience from over the years. He's the person that a lot of us look to as the leader of this team. I'm looking at him to turn around to his team and go, okay, guys, just forget about it. Those maps happen. There's no reason to believe that we can't put up a match again in this hard point. So we've seen a couple of teams bow under the pressure when it comes to these moments where suddenly you lose your wind in your sails. But for Noctum, I'm expecting them to come out with a point to prove and show why they're in these winners finals, and why, if we do end up with a rematch in grand finals, why they would be the team to take it. I really hope so, because if it's anything like map 3, we're in for a quick one.
Well, maybe that is the case, of course. But truth being told, I think it's probably going to go back to something more like map 1. I think that's the kind of caliber we're expecting. A very close game between the two of them. Obviously, maybe just Hacienda Control is not Noctum's game. And that's probably all you can really say between it, because Notorious ran that map like Noctum were not the same team that's put up a fight in the last two. And you got to remember, the pressure is here. You want a flawless run to the grand final, right? You want to win that first elite of the season. It definitely puts you in a good position moving forward as well. But only time will really tell us. You know, this hardpoint is going to be one that we talk about probably even in the grand final. If it's a 3-1 score here for Notorious and they make this one look easy, then yes, we pretty much accept they are the way better team. If it isn't, then we're always going to put Noctum probably having that rematch with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree with that. I think that as well, we've seen it so often where the team in winners finals, if they do get a heavy boot down into the lower bracket, a team that then wins in lower semis suddenly has the momentum against the team that's walking wounded and will smoke them in the lower finals. So for Noctum, I think this is a case of, let's just remind ourselves who we are a little bit. Looking towards this red card hard point, I'm looking for Noctum in particular to control the mid portion of the map. They can be a little bit guilty of being lackadaisical about that. I'm talking your connector. I'm talking in through that lobby side. We are ready to go for map 4. We are going to find out exactly what Noctum are made of, or whether or not Team Notorious are really just that good.
Yeah, we are going to find out the answer to this question. And that's the only question we've been asking. But I've been told there is a remake in this lobby. We've been waiting for it. It was going to be just upon us, but unfortunately it's had another remake. And that's just how it goes sometimes in challenges. Sometimes you have a good time, sometimes you have a remake.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't disagree with that. I think sometimes I feel like we've had a little bit of a smooth evening other than that map 1 that got replayed, so we would choose something at some point. Coming back then to the hard point, the way these two teams like to play out, looking again at Noctum and some of the mistakes they were making last week. I asked whether or not they had fixed up on those, drilled them out a little bit during VOD review, during practice. Some of the things they were doing last week, over-aggressive in hills. For example, you're talking your P3 vault, get that to a point where you're down to your final 10 seconds. I'm seeing players push trophy. That then spawns players in for P4 and gives a free rotation to the opposing team. You saw a little bit of it in map 1, but it was better. They were doing a better job of understanding when to back off. Here, I'm looking for the same thing. I'm looking for those moments. For example, P2. We know that you want to control that archer's side at one point early on in the hill, but then flip it out once you start considering that P3 rotation. If we start seeing that through that first set, Noctum are here to play. If they don't, they're making the same mistakes, and Team Notorious will punish them far harder than any other team we've had so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I think they will as well. And for me, I mean, this is just going to be a rehashing of the same points we spoke about, because the game should be starting soon. But truth being told, it's the same story. You can't really elaborate too much on it. Being honest with the people watching, they know what the score is. Noctum and Notorious, they have proven themselves the best two teams in Elite this far along, and they've proven that there was very little between them until the control. And now for me, I'm just waiting to see where it goes on map 5, because a map 5 wouldn't surprise me. A Notorious win wouldn't surprise me. Both these two teams are top caliber. And sometimes it really just comes down to who wants it more on the day, because you don't play Call of Duty on paper. It really is an on the day thing and on the stick. Sometimes you have bad games. We saw one earlier in the hard point. You know, we spoke about it a little bit, that Noctum had a player that maybe wasn't performing quite as well as the rest of the team, and still a 3-point differential. But that's not to be expected on a consistent basis, because they're all very good players. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here.
Absolutely. I kind of feel bad as well. Like, I've gained a reputation over the years for caster cursing people a little bit. Came into the series and was like, yeah, Henry's been doing the business. Wow, he really didn't back me up there in map 1. And the thing is, he did bounce back through the rest of the series. Rafi as well himself didn't have a great map 1. He's bounced back through this series. It comes into map 4, all players have had their moments to be a little bit streaky and hit big plays on through. In particular, again, I've got to talk about Eric Boom and how good he has been. That map 1, the end play there is going to be on the highlight reel for sure. That's one to put in a tweet somewhere for sure. But there's been plenty of moments, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, clutch moments from him. And I think right now I'm looking at him to be the leading man for this Team Notorious squad. You mentioned about whether or not we're rehashing points. We probably are, but also it's just... I'm ready for this game to begin. This is mouth-watering at its absolute finest. We knew we were coming in for a good one. The first 2 maps set us up for a fantastic series. Honestly, Bryce, I think I want that game 5 as well. I think I'm a little bit biased there.
Me too. No, if we keep getting lobby breaks, but I do want a map 5 between 2. I think it deserves it. But here's it. Even if we don't get a map 5, the truth is going to be that we'll probably see these 2 teams again. Whether it be against somebody else, but at least one of them will be in the grand final, and it wouldn't be at all surprising to see the other come back and match them. So plenty more COD for whichever team doesn't make it out of this game as the winner, but obviously both want it. They really want it.
They do indeed. We get ready then. Map 4 is underway. No remakes this time around. Noctum against Team Notorious. Here in winners finals of EU Elite Season 1. And Eric Boom will draw first blood. Pulling out that AR and showing the flex play that he can be. And it's 3 in the feed for Team Notorious off the rip.
Well, it's just going to be a bit of a bloodbath, both sides. But truth being told, P1. All Notorious right now. And Afro is feeling it. He's pushing forward more and more. Noctum only just starting to look what P1 looks like.
I thought getting off to a strong start here, providing that kind of coverage over his teammates that they will be looking for. Afro sniffs a rat, potentially thinks he's maybe checked on back, but Detain has made the wrap here over towards P2. What I will say, for a P1, Team Notorious have absolutely smoked it. We saw this map play out earlier. There were 7 points combined scored between the 2 teams. We've had 37 of the 50 go to Notorious. And all of a sudden, Noctum scrambling a little bit, but they will get in for P2.
This is a big hill here for Noctum and Eric Boom. The big dive and win, but I don't know if he's got enough reinforcements to stay alive. And Wisely gets out the hill so they don't know exactly where he is. Bleeding a little bit more time off, but needs to make the kill and has done a very good job there. 6 and 1 and back on the point.
In front of the rotation early from Henry. Going to make sure that that P3 won't be flipped out as he attempts to anchor the back of it. Leave his teammates to fight for the strap, or at least fight for their way across the map. Afro stayed alive for so long here. Kez reads the player laying in bottom and get 3 kills on the board if you are knocked to make that 4. Now the race is on, and it will indeed be a foot race as Team Notorious come out sprinting. There's actually going to be a spawn in for Eric Boom. I'm not sure what they get blessed with there, but they will take it all day. Can Eric Boom make it count? Currently, no, but he does buy enough time that his teammates can arrive in reinforcement, but they will be shut down as well.
Oh, Afro trying to make a bit of a play, but Noctum are wise to it. Back and forth as they wait. Even a bit of pre-fire from Henry, not letting anyone come towards him, but a double nade there. Does take down Rafi. Sorry, does take Eric Boom down as well. That looks like it could be the break, but it's just trading all over the show. Notorious walk away the victors. Will Henry go for one last opportunity? Will do. His teammates are going to pinch it.
Teammates trying to squeeze him from the front. Kez probably thinking about P4. Henry makes it work though from the top. So we'll get 10 seconds back, potentially. Eric Boom getting that kill in mid suggests there's a threat to the rotation. Bance is going to stay alive. Oh, beautiful work from Bance. Finds Eric Boom, and you can argue that's a huge one on the rotation as well. Afro, sorry. And Kez now in an opportunity to look on over, and Team Notorious need to hit this from different angles. They will try and do so, and do indeed clear Kez off.
Oh, Henry trying to get back into it. And they are being shut down, and oh my goodness. Detained with a couple of big kills. Looking to lock it down. Eric Boom finally finds the fire through the curtains, but Kez answers back.
Henry looking to just control Rafi, back him down. Does he read the player through mid? Doesn't matter because he's got the support in. He'll eventually fall, but it's a lot of purple in the feed, and Noctum have well, answered this back through P3 and P4. It felt like Team Notorious were building up one hell of a lead to go. But... And Bant's now rotating into control bar side for P5. You can see where they want to play out. You lose that fight to Eric Boom, but Henry's not far away.
Henry, just trying to make sure it isn't going to work out. Knocked him, though, in the lead to begin with. Kills all over, and it will be a couple there, just for F. Dot, as he tries to stop any more Nocturne players nearby. Team Notorious getting a few points here. There'll be a big push coming through. Rafi knows where a player is going to be, but has to look two different directions. Everybody around him backs off to play his life, and that will give his team an opportunity to come back and help him.
Yeah, big fan of this. Just stay alive, be a nuisance. These Nocturne players are going to have to check for you at some point. You stay alive for long enough that it lets your teammates do something elsewhere. Not that it really amounts to much, but it was the correct play. There's more streaks on the Nocturne. They've found their way well and truly in front here. Likely going to be about a 15-point gap as we look towards our second set of rotations. Smells exactly like map 1 for sure. We likely to go the distance, but Nocturne feels like the pendulum's just swung their way a bit over these last couple of hills.
Here goes. Afro. Just sliding back and forth, and a little bit of timing against him. Will eventually fall. Nocturne still retaining the lead. It's not a big lead, but on P1, especially with the soaking that they're doing, it might be.
Rafi's there to answer. Finds 2. Whether those 2 are answered back. I'm happy to abandon the point for now. Let it run down the game clock. And we see so often here on P1. It's all about that P2 rotation as we enter the final 20 seconds. It will currently lay in the hands of Nocturne, but I'm looking to see someone back on off, and that's potentially what Detain's looking to do there as he turns and heads south. Never mind. Wants to get aggressive. In through Connector. Finds the first. Does he sniff Eric Boom just around the corner? The answer is no. And does eventually.
Dane doing a good enough job. This is another one where this hardpoint has the echoes of destiny upon it. This may come down to the wire once again. Neither team really able to rest on their laurels. It is just trade after trade, blow after blow.
Getting split spawns here. Rafi's read this correctly and manages to cut off from glass. Eric Boom's actually decided he doesn't want splits. He wants to control the entire backside, but all that does is give Henry an opportunity to come in through bar. Does Rafi read it? Important kill, but the split spawns are still in, and this is a result of players not diving the point, also trying to push on out towards that P3 rotation. And what you've got is both teams kind of like, all right, well, actually, you know what, P2, forget about it. We want to head on over towards 3. And Henry has yet again slipped the net, and the last time he did this, it helped give Nocturne the opportunity to build themselves into the game. Oh.
This really feels like either team could swing it. And it has been a high interaction map, or at least it's fully felt like it. Just consistently trading back and forth. Nocturne will be the first one into the point. They will have to deal with pressure from 2 angles.
Kills for Nocturne. Rafi surely going to be swarmed. He will. There's a team kill that comes on through to try and help out, but this P3 feels like Nocturne's home ground right now. Absolutely soaking time at this point. Some info off the stun. Henry will push out. Gets a kill, and that will allow him to try and squeeze on through. And more kills for Nocturne. This is where they do get a little bit streaky. The Notorious. It's all about how you then answer back on P4, because I was about to say they already started to look to make that rotation, but actually they fall en route. So, Nocturne looking great right now.
Yes, just being careful. And Nocturne just getting a little bit further in the lead. This really helps them out. Notorious fighting desperately to rip them off at this point whenever they can. And Rafi jumps off to the top of a player. Will find one. Looks for the second. It's a big kill from Rafi. Going to go for the third. Just going for the contest. Does find a third long range as well. Rafi on a 5 streak. Refusing to give them a second more in this point.
Very few players look as comfortable on both weapons as Rafi did there for a moment. assembles the Infinity Stones and absolutely snaps his opponents out of existence. Somehow staying alive top stage, was comfortable for so long there, and then wins a gunfight in the bottom. Now, Noctum last time had great momentum through P3, P4. We said how would Notorious stop it. Well, Raffi popping off certainly can be on the cards. Noctum will finally clear that on out. They do hold a 40-point advantage, but it's very far from comfortable. Notorious have an opportunity to collapse around this hill, and with that kill from Eric Boom, it should open up this P5.
Notorious are fighting for this. Still behind, even after unbelievable efforts from the likes of Raffi. Soaking here again. Nocturne are all around the map. They will try and compress this now from 4 angles. They can win some gunfights. It will make it very difficult for Notorious to react, and they've already got the player at the point.
Love the patient play there from Noctum's just trying to surround that, but it doesn't unfortunately result in much. Just 3 yellow kills enter the feed, and the 4th, well, that was always forthcoming. Afro reads the escalator's push. Oh, we nearly lost the gunfight. Just about comes out on top. On to 5. Does he read number 6? He does. Oh, those are some superb shots. And Notorious have dragged themselves back level again. And tell me if this reminds you of anything, Brycey. We're heading into our 3rd set of rotations, and there are 2 points between our teams.
So the game will probably reset. Anyway, that's not going to happen. But what it is going to happen is a probable thrilling ending to this one. At the moment, Team Notorious have fought their way from behind to get back onto this point. And Eric Boom is 30 and 19. He did this in map 1. Became a driving force for Notorious. They are now in the lead by just 5. Again, the bleed.
Moment of calm before the flurry. This Team Notorious also get the archers spawn. Afro there with yet another kill around this P1. A couple of kills will mean that Noctum have opportunity to push out. They could send a player over towards the bar side, potentially collapsing on through those spawns, but never mind, it will be a front-to-back battle as Notorious spawn bar and archers. Noctum hitting through the steps. We're dueling out again for P2 with nothing to split them.
Raffi dropping this now. With an opportunity to try and get something. It's a horrible angle to deploy from. He's not going to find as much as he wants. Threads the needle. Doesn't get it. Doesn't matter. Notorious used that as an advantage to get back onto the point. And also, it's a red card, which means the clock is in play. 22 seconds on it. Everybody fighting for their lives. 34 seconds on this point. Everybody jumping into it. But will we knock him? We walk away with this lead.
And this becomes a horrible moment for Notorious because they can't they don't want to step on the point and bleed that time down before they get the kill. They also don't want to be in a spot where they wipe a player off it and it just bleeds down even more. Then again, you can't have this happen either where Noctum suddenly pick up a bit of a lead. That's probably the best result you could have hoped for. But also the spawns for Noctum are by bar. Notorious might not read this, but it doesn't matter because they'll have the rotation over towards the parking garage.
You said that Raffi spawned out. So has Afro.
Eric didn't.
F-Dart's going to go down, though, and knocked him back on the point. Now, if you're wondering, can they just jump off and try to win it from there? No team does that. It's too high risk with 14 seconds to go. You just take the time, especially when you're this close to the end. But Raffi will find 3. And they might be able to take the lead back here again. Bance tries to find a fight against Eric Boom. They're still fighting from the back here, Noctum. They'll be looking to up this pressure.
Afrov. 3 kills in the feed for Notorious. This is their opportunity for them to now put destiny back in their own hands. They enter the lead. 13 seconds on the game clock. 18 seconds on P3. No one has even considered P4. It's all about fighting for here. And the feed lights up in gold yet again. Notorious. So close to seeing this off. But so are Noctum in map 1.
Oh, and F-Dot says almost puts a bow on it. But now, just a few seconds. For Notorious, they can win it in 10. They can win it in 9. But here comes the Noctum. They are moving. Bance will find 2. They are trying to get there as quickly as possible, but they've got to clear it out. That's the key. They cannot contest. They have to go for Eric Boom. They must kill him. Eric Boom wins the gunfight and the game and everything in this series. Notorious take down Noctum Esports 3-1.
It wasn't as close as map 1, but we definitely got the map we deserved to see it on out. Felt like it was Noctum's for so long there towards the end. Team Notorious got off to a fantastic start. Noctum built themselves in, and it was then just trading blows back, forth, all over the place. But once game clock came into it and Noctum took that lead, felt like it was theirs to lose. Unfortunately for them, Team Notorious had an answer at P3 that meant that they could take the lead. And oh, you were right about the way that P4 plays on out. Eric does the right thing. Hits underneath. You want to contest? Fine, we'll take that. You've got to flush me out of here while my teammates are protecting me. And there is no answer in the end. Honestly, I think over the map 3, we can count ourselves very lucky to have had this series.
Well, we knew it would be a good one. Especially about halfway through. We're like, yep, these two teams are fighting tooth and nail. Even with it coming towards a clock game. 9 seconds left on that one. But enough, it would have been a quicker win if they had got off of it, but doesn't matter too much. Eric Boom underneath, you had to flush him out, and it's not easy to do. The player could be in a couple of positions. You will wallbang things, they will wallbang back, but you got to give credit, I'm going to say, to Rafi in that one. I think Eric Boom may have outscored him, but there were moments where Rafi turned the game.
Yeah, which we like to see, right? After his struggles in map 1 in particular, it felt like he did a wonderful job of just building himself back in the series, and that's the mark of a great player, in my opinion. You can have off maps, you can have off moments, what you can't have is fully off days. Full series at this level will get you and your team essentially absolutely body bagged, and he bounces back big. So wonderful stuff from him. You absolutely love to see it. I think Kez had a little bit of a tough time there, unfortunately, in map 4. As we get a quick look at the scoreboard here, to be fair, Kez was the guy who put up ridiculous numbers in map 1. But what I got to say, I think MVP of the series for me probably comes to Eric Boom. Everything that he's done in the hard points was absolutely phenomenal. Huge part of the control. Really great stuff from him. It very much feels like a year where he's trying to show, again, what he's made of after probably not getting what he wanted out of last year. The confirmation of the series in front of us.
Well, at the moment, Notorious continue their reign of terror into the grand final. Noctum are not out of this competition. They will drop into the lower bracket where they can have another go as they suffer their very first defeat in the Elite Series. It does give us this wonderful visual of Notorious being in that championship. If they get one more game on their run, they take it all. On the other side of it, 3 teams battling it out to meet them. Katana Gaming and Exceptional will be the first to face down. The winner of that will take on Noctum, and then the winner of that will get their way back to that grand final, Enigma.
Well, indeed. And the thing is about all that is none of those games are easy, no matter how you plan out. I'm expecting Katana Gaming Exceptional to be a fantastic game. I feel like Exceptional have been one of those teams where it feels like they're kind of comfortably out of that top 2, but now's the time to come alive, and they certainly have not just the quality but the experience to do so. That being said, Noctum also looking down the barrel there, because both of those teams that come on through will be on a bit of a streak. It will be hard to deal with.
They certainly will. Well, more games to come. A lot of Call of Duty action today, and it never lets up. You will join us for an elimination game after the break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It is time for our final game of the night, but it is no small game. It's going to be Exceptional versus Katana Gaming. Elimination looms for one of these teams. We've had a good run so far, but a good run only takes you so far. Well, Enigma, how is this one about to go down?
Well, we're going to have Exceptional Gaming lined up in front of us first. Harry, Denza, Mythics, and Vortex. And this is the team that quite a few people are probably looking at and thinking, they should be doing a little bit better than they have been so far. In all four of them, you've basically got star power, but in Vortex, you've got probably the winningest player ever in challenges, and that's all he demands. So he's looking to get on through today.
Yeah, kind of a crazy scoreline for him. Basically, always expecting him to win the elites whenever he goes into it. But standing in their way this time, Katana Gaming, Super Aspect, Cobra, and Brezzy. They've had a decent time in this, but unfortunately, they have fallen to some of the juggernauts in this competition. Still, a team capable of taking the distance. Will they be able to come the next hill in the name of Exceptional?
Very much so possible. I think as well for Katana, you look at Super, who may be off after this elite. We've no confirmation, of course, but it looks like he may well be heading towards the league. As such, I think he'd love to leave them a little bit of a present. But let's take a look at the series. And we will get Protocol Hardpoint to get us started. Skyline Search, Vault Control, Skyline Hardpoint, and then Red Card S&D. So instead of back-to-back maps at certain places, we've had a lot this evening. We are all over the place. These teams mixing this series up big time.
Well, we will see just who works out between the two of them. With Protocol Hardpoint being our first port of call, I wonder if it'll go the same way. Katana always seem to have these games that basically go the distance. They're not a team to really ever do it in three. Exceptional might have a bit of a mental edge if they can get this first map.
It's a weird one for me, this, because I feel like looking at the strengths and weaknesses of the two teams, in Exceptional, you've got a team that they seem to have players assigned to rotating. They do that very well. Whereas Katana tend to be guilty at times of rotating a little bit late. However, it always comes down to one of these games, and strengths and weaknesses can sometimes go out of the window, especially when Aspect is controlling from top grandmas.
Just cutting them down so far. This is all about gaining as much control as possible. Aspect! There's a horrible gunfight to have to make. Does get away with it. Good amount of time here on P1 for Katana. You don't normally see this much off the rip.
No, you don't. Right now, Exceptional going to try and answer back with Vortex applying some mid-map pressure. Mostly white in the feed, but it's all about whether or not you can push through background mods off the back of those kills. You want to get tower control. Even an Aspect, by the way, who's making a long rotation through the back. For better or for worse, you've got to be careful you don't spawn your teammates out at this point. Keep an eye on where that red arrow comes in next. Number one will still be Grandma's, so it still belongs to Katana. Exceptional, going to have to fight this from the front.
Oh, a little bit of a drilling there from Harry. Just waiting to see which of these two teams can start to make the break. Vortex looking for the players he knows going to be here. Checks all of his angles. Unfortunately, a little bit slow on the snap on the Brezzy. Mythics comes through for the trade. Knows where he's going to be. It's a wall bang. It's a kill. Already looking for the next. It's a pistol fight. He's going to lose to Super. Harry's here for the next set of trades. Finds one. Doesn't reach out while he's weak. That works out. Eventually gets on an Aspect. But only 2 kills as more players from Katana fly in and they win it that time.
Nice and early here, these two teams. All 8 players, it feels like, have had little moments where they've suddenly popped off. Brezzy on a 3 of his own, looking to control Grandma's side. And he makes the right call after that. Gets that kill and then backs off. Wants to make sure that he doesn't flip a spawn. With that in mind, Vortex in the back. 2 players go hunting. Vortex distracting and doing a great job of it. Super's having to fight this himself, and as he dies, all that work from Vortex in the back doesn't turn into much on the scoreboard, but it means his team can arrive from the front. Beautiful work.
And Super round the back as well. Katana, they have looked so good at so many points during this competition. You often find yourself thinking, yeah, this team's going to go all the way, and just sometimes they don't. It's almost like a little bit inconsistent at times, but that sounds too harsh. But when you see them playing this well, you can understand that even an average amount of gameplay can look like a lull.
I agree. The level of competition is the reason why we're on the desk, my friend. Mythics finds 2. Mythics. Okay. Looking a little bit spicy in there. Vortex to arrive. Try and clean this up. Trade this out. They know that's the 4th body. Reinforcements arriving through elevator. It's a great nade from Vortex. It will be shut down by the trophy. Anyone trying to come through the elevator shaft has a bottleneck to push through. There's the first. The one thing you don't have if you're Exception is control of big door just yet. You have no information there. It won't matter. The bodies continue to flood through and they get slaughtered.
This is a hard one to retake. Fighting in stairwells. You jump down and hope to get a better angle. So I think they're going to go for 2 bodies. One down the stairs. They're going every single angle. Look at them sliding up for him. Harry's like, all right, I'll take you all on. Eventually they will know, but Cobra making 2 there actually gives them a really good in-course into this hill. A fight that probably shouldn't have worked as well as it did has gone great for Katana.
Those moments where top players show what they can do. Vortex finds 2 heading down the stairs. Aspect cleaned up. Too many different things to look at. End of our first set of rotations. We're going to have a just shy of a 20-point lead in the hand of Katana. And honestly, you can probably take that back to P1 and P3 here. This seems to be where Katana got away a little bit. But Exceptional have done enough to drag themselves back into this. Spoke to their coaches during this week, and they said they've improved their hard points. And importantly, when they go down and when things aren't working, last week, they were losing their heads a little bit. This week, apparently, they've looked to fix that.
Only time is really going to tell us, and they keep their heads up and get back into it. And that's a hard one for Mythics against Cobra. Just such a small surface area to shoot. It's been a really good hold again for Katana on B1. They do get a little bit of time here. If Exceptional hold it, of course, they will go in the lead, but Cobra just keeps upping the pace. Mythics will take him down again. Both teams just piling bodies into P1. There's a cacophony of explosions and gunfire.
Using the word cacophony and also saying headshots because everything in the feed was pure headshot multiplier coming on through as Denza finds one. Gotta be careful not to get overextensive through P3. It can flip spawns. But with that in mind, Harry just anchoring in through the back here, locking off this top mid. Will give an opportunity for Exceptional to spawn close. Thing is, it won't matter if Katana have the hill.
Denza looking just to try and thread this nade in. But he's not exposing himself because he's aware of where a player will be. Calls it perfectly. And the second for Denza. That is game knowledge in a nutshell.
Yeah, also, my aims doesn't do that. I'm going to be completely straight with you there. Good God. Harry. Reach the back spawn. Also, you want to control top mids. That's a great first read onto Super. Aspect, though, is going to continue to contest top mids. This top mid that you really want to lock down if you are holding this hill. Really provide a route in as Mythics tries to cover from those top windows. Vortex with the 2 to give scrap time. Exceptional Gaming have a lead. They also want these back spawns. There's a lot of numbers here. Brezi's by himself on an island. He's found very quickly.
Cobra. Again, every kill just looks crisp. A danger man in every sense of the word. Look at that. Doesn't get the first snap. Goes back for it as well. But Harry is equal. Exceptional hold for now. Katana Gaming look to split the map. Aspect finding a kill towards the back will pull a player away from the reinforcements. Vortex has to go pick him up, but already that weakness has been exploited, and the rest of Katana punch through.
Rezi from the top. More trying to shake those fights with the Jackal, not an easy thing to do, but just staying alive means that Exceptional can't flood in through the front the way they would like. Cobra, that's all red in the feed. Katana potentially, probably, likely to take another lead as we flip back and forth in this one, but the aggression from Katana straight into P4 means they should lock that down, and an opportunity here to get a little bit of a lead going. Oh, Bryce, what a map so far.
Oh, and Brezzy almost
hello
every single side of it. This is just chaos, somehow winning these gunfights at an awkward angle as they punch back onto it. And this is what I'm talking about. Every time you think, hey, maybe they'll break here, maybe they'll fall back, they wipe the board and get the time. Exceptional looking for this one. Super again. He knows they're coming. They've got bodies to try and deflect this in spades, and it's one at a time. Vortex will get the trade. Mix gets on the other side. And what could have been a cut down has been because Cobra exists.
I like the approach play from Exceptional to try and surround that and hit that from multiple angles at the same time. It will give them an opportunity to steal some points away, and they should be able to mop up the last of this. All that's likely to do Let's take us back to a relatively even game. I think there'll be 10 points in it as we look to our third set of rotations. Interesting to look at the scoreboard very quickly and see there's a player on each team having a little bit of an off game. Super 13 and 20, Denza 11 and 19. SMG players struggling to get going a little bit in this one. Can be the case. Window Simulator, this map, but you'd expect both of them to pick it up as we head towards our final stretch.
Now, time on P1 for Exceptional. A 2-point game currently, as Vortex will just look to pick up the kills. Almost snaps on the second, but the angle's a bit tight and they've got cover. Denza looking to do the same. Tana getting back onto it, and Denza doesn't finish his dinner.
He's going to be frustrated with that one as well, because it's an opportunity to get through the back of Grandma's if he could, and then he dies in the follow-up fight. Frustrating moment for a man who holds his standards very highly. Aspect will be stood atop the AA gun. Oh, I think he literally gets hit directly in the face with a nade, but stays up just fine. Vortex actually kills Harry in the end. That will stop that push in its tracks, but actually there's a spawn in for Mythics in Grandma's. Over-aggression potentially from Katana, a lack of anchor probably, but that won't be cared a damn bit for Exceptional. They're in for P2.
Mythics knows where it's going to come from as well. Still going to lose the gunfight. Vortex is now looking for it. That player is just playing him about a bit, and every second that Vortex has to look for that kill, reinforcements should be arriving. And Vortex tries to turn and burn and eventually finds nothing but Mythics to the rescue. Again, this game looks on the cusp of changing hands by just a few points. And I say that, Katana get back on to P2.
It's a big wipe for Dead, for Exceptional. Some fantastic situational awareness out of Super just to play his life for so long there. Kept Exceptional guessing, and that allowed his teammates to get in. Help with the push. Feels like Super's found his feet quicker in this than Denza has. And that could well be why we have that difference. But it is slender. It is so tight as we move over to P3. Last time here, Vortex did great work in the back to hold Katana for so long, but now Exceptional trying to push in through the front, and they've got a lot of guns waiting for him.
This Katana's to lose. So much hard work up until this point. All they've got to do is just take 30 seconds off of this one, and it's done. Rezi in the point. Knows there's a hard angle to take. There's a spawn out as well. Harry is a mile away, and so now is Denza. With Vortex going down, I think that's game.
I struggle to disagree with you. It will be one last hit surely from Exceptional. Brezzy will be found by Denza in the lockers. Cobra makes a mess of it a little bit. Denza's there for another. Super will answer back with one. It's contested. Super finds another one in through the front door. And that 7 seconds will go the way of Katana, but it won't be enough to see it out. We're on for another P4, Bryce.
Exceptional are here first in numbers. They can win it, but they must not falter. They must not fall. The Katana, they have a time to take through the front again. That is a double nade. That could be the end of Exceptional. They smell blood in the water. They're going for it. Back and forth he goes. Mythics cannot stand up to the pressure. And down falls Harry as well. That will be everything they wrote. And Katana Gaming seal it with a double nade.
Brezzy with the performance of his life in map 1. I think it finishes 36 and 22. We've seen the story that man has had into the league, back out of the league. Sometimes I look at players that come out of the league and it feels a little bit of, okay, well, what do you have in you after that setback? Turns out quite a bloody lot if you're Brezzy. He had himself one hell of a map. One of the things that I really loved that Katana did there, and we spoke a lot about preparation that might have come through off the back end of last week. Katana really struggled with their rotations last week. They were a little bit lackadaisical with them, but moments like picking up the end kills in P3, barreling straight into P4 showed a difference in their approach here, and that's what gets them over the line, because Exceptional were never far away in this one. In fact, in the lead probably changed hands about 15 times.
Yeah, I would say so. It was very much back and forth, but if I'm being honest, it did feel like Katana were the better team at a lot of points in that game. They never gave Exceptional any real breathing room just when Exceptional thought they might have it.
No, absolutely, fully agree. I think one of the things with Exceptional is they have been a bit guilty through this elite of things aren't going well, so we collapse a little bit. They did look like they had a bit of spine, a bit of backbone, but I agree with you that it never felt like Exceptional had the game in their hands. Like, for a lot of it, it was Katana's to kind of lose, and they showed that they were able to hold on to it in the end. A couple of huge plays coming on through. But again, I go back to that man, Brezzy, like all the way through. Impactful plays, him and Cobra teaming up. I mean, it's a duo that we've been reading out for some time now, and they make it work. Put the sword to Exceptional. That double nade just summed things up at the end for Brezzy. It is indeed 36 and 22. Actually, I'll make it 37. Why not? Beautiful stuff from him.
Had a very good time. And it will be Katana to take the lead here. But like I said before, I feel like Katana tend to go the distance in these games with big teams. I thought if Exceptional took that first map, they might be able to get a 3-0 or a 3-1 down. I think Katana will probably go all the way now with that first hard point.
I'm struggling to argue against you. I think that this was an opportunity for Exceptional to come in and show exactly what they had in their locker. I probably wanted to run it a little bit closer to that. As you said, the scoreline doesn't look too bad, 252-16, but Exceptional, just it never really felt like they were actually in the ascendancy through the map. However, we move to a Skyline S&D. Now, this is one of those search maps that can throw a wrench into things. One of the things that you can get with Exceptional, they leave mid open a little bit too much. There's barely a mid on Skyline when it comes to where you want to play. You basically have two lanes that you can watch on over. Someone's going to turn around and go, yeah, but you have the bridge. Yeah, you can see that from pretty much everywhere. So I'm looking at whether or not Exceptional bounce back strong, nice and early. For Katana, it's a case of we've seen their S&D through today. We saw it last week. At times unlucky, at times very questionable. And it's about figuring out exactly how to make that very big playbook of theirs come together.
That's the key. I mean, I think it's always difficult for me to root against Exceptional because they've got Steve Vortex, and Vortex has a very good...
I'm with you.
A very good kind of basis of always just finding not only a win, but at least a decent run towards a grand final. Like, if they beat Katana here and then fell to Noctum, I'd understand, but I feel like this is probably too soon for this Exceptional team to go out. But Katana are incredibly talented. Like, players like Sue, we've got players like Cobra. They are difference makers. We said the top four are monsters and a couple others in Elite EU this season. It was not a two-horse race, and it hasn't been, even though the two strongest horses do seem to be in the lead. I'm curious. I'm really curious. This is going to be one where I fully expect Exceptional to bounce back. I think it's going to be a game that definitely goes a couple more maps. There's no way I would ever call a Katana Gaming 3-0.
No, not a chance. I'm with you entirely. And again, like, even if we were to sit here and say all the odds stack on Katana Gaming's favor, which they most certainly do not, there's a lot about this Exceptional lineup that I like. They should definitely be doing better and be a part of that top two conversation without a doubt, in my opinion. Can you ever rule Vortex out of anything? I love that you bring it up because, I mean, I've been casting since Cold War. And that, I think I've said that guy's name more than absolutely anyone else. You've been casting, well, a fair bit longer than me, my friend. And I'm sure you've said his name a million times as well.
I know you're taking tons of place here, but you don't have to take tons jabs. It doesn't work as well. There's tons of things. I was just sitting there thinking when you said I cast Cold War, I was like, wow, you've just started, really.
Yeah, yeah, baby, really. But yeah, Vortex, absolutely phenomenal. But we're going to get to see what they can answer with as we look at this map too. We're not far from the starting whistle. Skyline Search. It is a map sometimes that I just struggle to sit there and talk about tactically. Unfortunately, we will see a remake because so often it can simply come down to finding those first bloods and then swarming the bomb site. There isn't much room for a lot of other things. Creative plays, individualistic plays can be huge, and it's looking at a couple of these players, maybe a Vortex to suddenly step on up and go, actually, you know what? I want to take this series by the scruff of the neck and drag it in my team's favor.
Well, we will find out, of course, who ends up getting there. And just when we built up to this big map 2, we get a remake. So we'll have to wait a little bit longer to find out who essentially takes the lead into this one. But I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to say it again. I just don't see Exceptional bowing out in 3. I think, you know, if we go towards a 4 or something, Exceptional get around. It should be a close game. I mean, Exceptional have had pretty close games all the way through the bracket, and there's a games as well. They fell to, I want to say, Noctum 3-0. That's the other thing here, is Exceptional have actually been 3-0'd in Elite so far this stage. It was to Noctum, but at that point, Noctum were on a 15-0 streak, so everybody was being 3-0. In fact, they didn't not 3-0 anybody until playoffs. So it's one of those where, you know, essentially the only team that Exceptional have lost to really has been Noctum at the moment, and I think they lost to Notorious earlier on in the playoffs. But they've only lost to the teams that we thought were the top 2 to begin with. Katana, we think, are a top 4 team, and so do we think that of Exceptional. Who's the best between them? No idea. I'm leaning towards Exceptional, but after a big game in game 1, statistics have to say Katana.
I'm with you in terms of trying to split this. We can theorize all day. As soon as map 2 gets underway, and it looks like we're not very far away, we can start to answer a couple of those questions. I think, you know, the fact that you bring up the fact that you did have a 3-0 loss for Exceptional probably speaks for a little bit of worry, but all that matters is on the day, an Exceptional step up here against Katana in Skyline Search, needing to answer back.
Exceptional Gaming just trying to hold on. It's a 3 versus 3, and there's a bit of an aggressive start here. Vortex trying to fly into it, but now a 1 versus 2. Denza will find the first and almost the second. I wasn't expecting that much of a turn and burn, but 1-0 to Katana Gaming.
Are we sure we've loaded into Search? Felt like a hardpoint map.
Yeah, everybody ran at it.
Super finds 3. Again, it's one of those weird maps where it's like, how do you break this down tactically? Just shoot everybody. And Super, well, he's going to thrive in that kind of environment more than pretty much anybody. But, wow, what a round 1 to get us underway. Katana will take it. Exceptional, with their own opportunity to turn this into an absolute bloodfest if they wish. It looks like actually we're not going to get that same hit. Potentially in through bed and then wood. Denza looking to take his time a little bit here. Exceptional going for a different strat to Katana. Oh dear.
Oh, Mythics has to get out of there. Just back of trying not to give away that first blood, but it will be a 3 versus 3 now. Exceptional are quite a way back, but now a 2 versus 3. Super reflexes to get out of that gunfight are unbelievable. That's going to be called out.
I definitely get killed there. Rezi, last, and the final, and cleans it up. Katana taking those first bloods and then punishing hard at the minute. You could say that the first round just comes down to a flurry of kills, but that right there felt a lot more systematic. Exceptional tried slowing it down a little bit. The Vortex gets found, and from there, it never really felt like the round left their hands. Katana up 2-0. For me, I think Exceptional here. Gotta get a little bit mixy with it. I don't see them winning this based on purely slowing them out down, trying to find picks. Katana have been better at that all the way through this tournament.
Well, just keep an eye, because this is an SD and it could change either way. But one more thing I will say is Katana do seem to have a ridiculous amount of confidence. See it in the way they're playing. 3 versus 3. Bomb down. Denza looking for it. He wants this pick. Goes into a 2 versus 2. Brezzy already backing off. Back into it as well. Smashing windows. They're on the bomb here, but with a lack of time. Does that give him away? Checks it. Oh, it's a ninja defuse. Will they check it in time? They will as well. Easy in the end as they just run away, and Denza's left holding nothing but the impending round loss. Oh, a couple of kills. Nice. Bit of a stat pad, but doesn't really matter. They're 3-0 down.
He struggled in map 1, did Denza, so that might be a little bit of a confidence booster, but that will be all it is because you're 3-0 down. It's been all the S&D that Exceptional didn't want it to be. The thing is as well, First Blood actually goes their way and you still end up getting picked apart. You're like, for Katana there, Cobra does a great job of staying alive and setting up the alternate angle. It gives so much confidence to Brezzy there.
Oh! Mythics finds a huge kill on the cross. So he finds 2 huge kills on the cross, but now it's a 1 versus 2. Harry and Mythics against Aspect. Oh, window smashed. Still finds Harry. Almost called Mythics as well then. Gonna call it. And oh my goodness, clutches up. Katana Gaming can do no wrong. Mythics got 2 on the cross and they still lose the round.
I feel like there was a moment there where Mythics gets those 2 on the cross, and I think you can feel that Exceptional go, oh, if you've got those 2 kills, we don't actually want to make this mixy. We can just back off. They get caught a little bit in no man's land, particularly the player that ended up in Gym. And you just end up in the spot where Katana draw that nearer. The 1v2, though, that is egregious. Also, Harry got cloth in his ears, or were we just hearing things? Because that glass was loud.
I don't know, but that was ridiculous. I said Katana are playing with confidence. Look at this run. Straight in. I'm going to go down. It will be a 4v4 retake, which is not usual for a B.
Vortex needs to hit this from somewhere else. He's collapsing back through the same point that everyone else is. I don't like this. He does find one, though, but yeah, it's all traded out. And that's the thing for me. Like, Katana there, I feel like when you're 4v4 in that B room, there's so many different angles in. You've got piano, you've got back stairs, side stairs, and then front. I'm not sure what that corridor is that he just looked at. But you've got these 4 different angles, and basically 3 players coming through the exact same direction, and you're walking into a team waiting for you. You gotta have them questioning. You've gotta have them guessing. This 5-0 feels so out of character for Exceptional.
That it does. The game is not done yet, though. Is there a full sale for Exceptional? Well, they've got 3. And they've got a round back.
Full sales on, baby. Exceptional with 1. We're a little bit concerned that potentially Katana were just like, you know what, let's just send it, boys. But at least there's 1 on the board. You feel a little better about that. Mythics, I think, also clips Vortex by the ear there. But 5-1. The thing is, for Exceptional, you've got to do that quite a few more times. Katana, unlikely to give themselves up so easily again. They have offense. They can dictate where this goes. It was an extremely aggressive B hit last time. It looks like Katana are setting themselves up for that.
That's already going on the flank here. And oh they run into him. Well, this is not going to end with a bang. It's not going to end with a comeback. Mythics has a 1v4 to do. Doesn't do the 1. Katana Gaming, a 6-1 S&D wipe. Very little for Exceptional to really take pride in there.
Yeah, very little, unfortunately. I'd love to sit here and try and throw them a few bones, but I have little to offer. You get the 1 round, sure. Felt like Katana were happy to just kind of full send to see what happened. The aggression from Katana felt like it was more measured in its approach. When we saw Exceptional try and repeat that, it felt like they were just sending for sending, getting found in 2 pieces like we saw there towards the end. Tough. I'm struggling to pick ways in which Katana don't just look fantastic. Got to give plenty of credit again to players like Cobra, who there was a moment for Exceptional to potentially take a round and get themselves back into it nice and early. He does a fantastic job of just staying alive. I actually think it is this round. It is. I love you in production, but he has a moment where he just stays alive for so long that it just delays and delays and delays Exceptional. So even when Exceptional do something right, Katana had an answer.
Yeah, and again, it just seemed like Katana were unbelievably confident. Just taking gunfights that maybe other people would have been more hesitant on and winning things. Even there, Mythics wasn't able to get him as quickly as he would have liked. And that last play in that round, as we saw them go to get that 5-0, they just went straight into B. You very rarely see a 4v4B. Normally, somebody gets caught, but that's the confidence they were playing with. They got there.
The thing is as well, like the retake from that was just... I said it at the time, for Exceptional, basically 3 players tried to play out white steps, and it's a case of, okay, well, they'll eat that up all day. If you're Katana, that's not a problem for us. You need to... I don't know. I spoke a little bit to the coaching staff, as I said, and one of the things is that they've had through this tournament is if things start to go wrong, they can spiral a bit. Felt like in the protocol hardpoint, they'd showed a little bit of spine. I'm a little bit concerned about how it looks from there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's still a lot to play for. We've seen Katana do a very good job before on the first couple of maps, and then, you know, the control kind of falls apart a little bit. So I don't want to always say this, but I feel like I'm always saying the same thing. I expect Exceptional to make a comeback. I don't think this is a 3-0, but I've been proven wrong before, and I could be again. That's just the way Call of Duty is. And for more Call of Duty, stay tuned, because we're going to a quick break, but we will be back with whatever else happens in this series. So don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are an elimination game, and Exceptional are facing elimination. One more map would put them out of this tournament. So far, Katana Gaming have had a great time. They won the hard point in what seemed to be a slight edge to them, but then S&D arrived and they really pushed it over completely. Exceptional on the control is their lifeline.
I just can't see this being a 3-0. You said it before the series break, and yeah, I'm with you. I don't see players like Denza, like Vortex turning around and going, you know what, we're just going to let ourselves get run over to exit the first elite. Not a chance. And we will find out exactly whether or not they've managed. A quick pep talk as we go into map 3 very quickly here. The guys surely have something about them, even just for Pride Point at this time.
Well, it seems like we will be going into that map in just a few seconds, as we've had a few issues tonight, Challengers. Lots of map remakes, but obviously we make sure to get all the players in as competitively as possible, because competitive integrity is always the first word. So sometimes, just sometimes, you have to listen to us for a few more minutes. Trust me, we would love to watch the game as well. We're all here for the gameplay, but we make sure that we get everything going as quickly as possible. While we're talking about that, let's talk about a little bit of the other teams in this tournament. If you haven't been keeping up and have just tuned in for this one, there are still other teams available for these teams to play later on. Noctum and Notorious are waiting now for their next games. Notorious, so far, have had a pretty good run. 3-0 versus Twisted, 3-1 versus Exceptional, who we're about to watch, and 3-1 versus Noctum, which is a game we just saw. On the side of it, Noctum, 3-2 versus Notorious. That was a nail-biter. And then 3-2 against Katana, who we are also watching. Their loss puts them into the elimination final against one of these two teams, of which it would be a rematch against Katana and technically a rematch against Exceptional from the group. So they would have beaten both of these two teams in the bracket. So either way, they're probably quite happy, Enigma.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you look at that if you're Noctum, and to be honest, that 3-1 in the winners final there does not tell the story of that series at all. That one is split by 3 points in the hard point. The control was a little bit wimpy, I will be completely honest with you, but even map 4, it felt like it could have gone their way as well. So yeah, for Noctum, yes, you lose 3-1 on paper, but it was certainly a closer series than that. So for Noctum, they're looking back down the line and thinking, well, we're here, we've beaten the two teams, we're feeling pretty solid, and they'll be feeling relatively comfortable when we lock in for that. However, it's all about whether or not Katana Gaming come into that with a clean win, or Exceptional Gaming pull off the reverse sweep of their lifetimes. I would say that if you are Noctum right now, you're probably looking at Exceptional Game a little bit nicer, but Katana, I mean, if they manage to throw this series away, it would be something.
It would be. It would be. It would also have to be a reverse sweep, which is not an easy thing to swallow regardless, considering, you know, you could push yourself into the top 3. That's what's up for grabs here. Pushing yourself into the top 3, technically a bronze medal at least. No bronze medals in this one, though. Just prize pool, prize money, and pride for them to get under their belts. But yeah, it keeps coming back. And here's the thing. Happy to be proved wrong. But anybody who's been watching this the whole way through, anybody who's seen Katana play, it has never been this smooth against the top teams. Not one time have we not gone from one map and thinking Katana are everything into the next map and Katana get beaten. It is just how it has been with them consistently. And that's not a knock on them. Sometimes it's just the way it goes when you're playing across great distances and you're playing against different teams. Saying that S&D was a masterclass, and the confidence surely was flowing. And the hardpoint as well was good. It is a very talented team. It really is. And it looks like when we get into this one, we'll find out, because the game is ready.
It is indeed. And also, I gotta say, there's a lot of pressure on the back of Katana here. Reminder that this will net you a guaranteed extra $4,000 in prize money, a considerable amount in points, and as you said, the all-important thing, pride. Well, we're going to be tucking a couple of very successful players into bed here if you walk away with this series. One of them being Harry, previously of the CDL, of course, finds himself 2 beauties there to lock down that push over towards A.
Oh, I thought that might be a bit of a control back here, but Exceptional so far doing a very good job. They've got all the way through. Oh, 4x is fine 3. And this, by the way, is exactly what I was talking about. The map changes. It feels like a brand new game. And there's A gone already. A is easy. B is not, though.
It's all about getting yourself just a few ticks. And, well, seeing all 4 of your mates wiped is not what you want. Super looking to get aggressive here towards Trophy. Just try and set himself up in a spot where no one can push on through this side. Have to go on that long rotation if you are Exceptional. But if you try that, you've got a couple of red arrows waiting for you there as well. Wow, everything goes the way of Katana. They give up that first point in record time almost, but then decide, you know what, we're just going to kill you instead. Aspect with 6 in a row, a 3 multi-kill, 7 in a row. Surely not number 8. Surely you die at this point. Oh my god, what is this young man doing?
Well, I said A was easy, B was not, and I didn't think it'd go quite this way. A 9 streak for Super. And still, just killing them off the respawn. Cobra continues on his own streak. Doesn't look quite as impressive as Super's, but 8 lives remaining. Exceptional can still make this work if they can get on this point.
You know what you said about, like, where you go from moments where Katana look like the best team and then it's the absolute worst? We've map to map. We've just had that in the same round. I can't believe the difference that we see between A control and B. It's not even the standard B play either. You end up pushed out so far. And that kill there in mid-map from Brezzy will mean mid-control as well. An 11 life difference. Lives could be all important, especially when we play vault control. So often we see round 5s.
Oh, God. I'm trying to make a play for it. A 1 versus 11 would be the greatest moment in COD history if he could do it, but not going to happen. Katana win their defense. Lost 3 ticks there to Exceptional. And it just is the case. A is easy, B is not. And you saw that just on there. Exceptional very, very comfortably took down the A point. But it came to be, well, they got beaten.
Did. It's terrifying, though, in the manner in which they got beaten. I think the only time you really touch that point is when it's a 1v11. So, Aspect absolutely handling you, by the way. Everyone who decided to try and play trophy side. With that in mind and a couple of streaks in the pocket, Katana with an opportunity to take that slaying prowess into an offensive round. Now, for me, this is the big question of Exceptional. Can you stem the flow? Can you just draw a line in the sand, hold Katana off? Not great.
Fight back, Cobra finds one. They're back onto this A point. Expect trying to watch so many angles. It's always the point on this. You never know when you're going to be attacked or where from. Vortex now trying to do what you saw Katana do to them. It's all about pushing forward from defense and punching them back into spawn. And they're managing it almost. Just trying to put the lid on this bottle. Aspect, though, having a worldie of a game. Denzer actually runs for his life. He knows he's outnumbered.
Vortex has done very well to delay this push by playing so far on the backside. His ability to get lost and mixy sometimes can be a real asset for Exceptional Control, but other than that, Katana deal with it. Up 2 lives, they take the 3 ticks. We're now even on 6, so Exceptional, it's about being as dominant on B as your adversaries. Oh, Brizzy takes damage, does well to stay alive. And that play there from Harry is probably what you want to shut down if you're these Katana players. This wide net that Exceptional have cast needs to be drawn back in, and well, it's all white in the feed, Bryce.
Vortex still firing.
These spawn traps really are something.
Always the case. Can they keep it up? Trying to stop the point on the other side of it, but you basically, if you're Katana Gaming or any team on the attack, really, going to try and disrupt their own lines, push into their spawn, while making sure your own remains clean. You have to run essentially a gauntlet through this map to get towards the spawn and put the pressure on. At the moment, nobody's got the flank done successfully. Aspect is trying to make it happen, but they know he's here. They're watching for him. Even just staying alive at this point helps his team out massively.
It does. Unfortunately, it won't last long, and then 3 kills in the feed. You're right about the Juggernaut, the gauntlet that you have to run in order to get this B point. You must have mid-map control. You must get the player in ARC backed on down. And then you've somehow got to say to someone, right, be the sacrificial lamb and dive this point for me. So difficult. Also, got to pay attention to the lives. I'm pretty sure that Katana had 11 at the end of map 1. So, sorry, round 1. Gap is 7, 8.
And down they go. Katana want to try and take a stab at this, but with 8 seconds left to go, they're really just trying to get the right trades. No right trades there. It's a 1 versus 9. Cobra, while he's found 2, isn't going to be able to outgun Mythics.
It is slightly off the pace that Katana set. They had 11 lives. Exceptional will finish with 9, I believe that was. Could be all important as both teams only achieve 3 ticks, the full A capture. So difficult getting towards B. This is one of those maps where you really are playing for defense through so much of it. I'm watching quite a bit of the league, of course, and I don't know, a couple of teams have figured out ways in which to make this work. I think that play from Aspect that you talked about, where he's trying to play in through elbow side, trying to at least play in through P4 and draw that defense away, distract them long enough to let his team in through the front. If he had stayed alive longer, maybe something happens that gets you a tick, but it is so hard if the opposing team get forward, and what a set of nades.
And just off that alone, Katana will stream forward like a wave. They know they can't quite put that blender on yet. They don't have the space to try and get into this spawn and get enough kills. But a couple more and they will.
One by Cobra. Also, Brezi's just being a nuisance, playing all the way out by Palms. Just being that player that Exceptional have to go looking for. They want to clear him out. He should die here. He does, because then that eventually gives you a foundation, a situation where your back's at least protected to push out from. Cobra playing through top cat and may just do the exact same thing where he becomes a thorn in the side, finds Harry.
Oh, Cobra gonna go down there and the big gunfight towards the middle here. Right now, Katana quite happy to keep trading this out. On defense, as long as you can keep this kind of tempo up and keep them from stopping the clock, you're happy to do it. Whereas you're going to look to try and cut down reinforcements, but looks the wrong direction at the wrong time, and that should be Exceptional grabbing A.
It certainly should, as three players... Well, I can't see the fourth in camera shot, but that point is moving very quickly. I'm going to assume never actually played around cat, but it will come on through. So 3 ticks added to the board. However, you only have a minute 20. You're already down 2 lives, though, so opportunity here if you can get a good wave of kills here. That won't be the start you're looking for as 2 of them fall. Enza hasn't had his best series. Continues to be frustrated in this one. And this is where it becomes a big problem for Exceptional, because you've got, as you said, you've got to cross so many different points. Get mid control, get yourself down B, try and get arc control. So hard.
Ball again. Exceptional still in this, though. 12 to 14. And considering how far up the map they managed to get Vortex, this is where he wanted to be, and he gets found. If he had made that kill and got up top, Exceptional had a chance. Harry trying to stay alive. He's 23 and 16. Isn't going to be the case. And Exceptional will start again with 30 seconds to go.
Just one of those moments where if you can pop off there, if you're Vortex, could flip the entire round on its head. It's one of the things that Afro does so well for Notorious. More kills on the board. It's only a 4-life gap. You do have to send if you're Exceptional. You get onto the point. Can you get a tick? No, is the answer. Aspect shuts it down.
10 seconds for Exceptional. They might as well swing at this. How on earth? I'm not even sure they can touch it if Katana put down their controllers. Katana go 2-1 up, but realistically, this feels like a tied game. Everybody's just getting 3 ticks. They cannot get anything going on B.
Absolutely. It's a question right now as well. Then it comes down to lives. I haven't seen many team kills, so what we're talking currently a situation of Katana leading 18 to 10. So if you are Exceptional here and you slay out, you manage to close 9 lives ahead, you will get defense. Hopefully they've got someone in the back who's capable of doing math. Probably not, but well, if you are going to slay out, better time than ever to make sure that your series continues and you're not eliminated from this tournament.
There they go. Must hold here. Must not let Katana take this away from them, or all is lost in a very literal sense. Vortex already looking. Would be a pain point. They've not seen him. There is a player next to Vortex right now that he has not seen, and they've not seen him. They've gone past Vortex. Eventually doesn't pick it up.
Oh my god.
Doesn't grab it. Katana say, all right, we'll have this. They're going to stack. 3 going to get on the point. A will be done very, very quickly. Aspect throwing some bullets. Will do it again. Now backing off. Aspect has been playing so well in this control. That's a huge kill by Super, because that's A. And now they're off here. Brezzy going straight onto it. No rest for the wicked, but will fall. Don't know if it's an overheat. He was trying to make a play happen to allow them to get a toehold.
Sticks a nade to the palm tree in front of him, unfortunately. That is unbelievable bad luck, but Mythics will actually, unfortunately, pick up Vortex with the car bomb. Knowing the way that those vehicles work, that could have been something that happened hours ago. That could have been a nade right there. Aspect will fall. Denza finds an important 2. That tick, has it come through? Yes, it has. So that is the all-important one that will then mean if we see around
Oh my
5,
goodness.
Exceptional will have to attack.
I don't think we are. Harry actually just saved them massively. You could see Katana Gaming. The reason they're pushing so aggressively is to try and get building control, but Super and Aspect combining. Eventually they go down to Mythics, who saves them again. Brezzy again trying to get into the building. Now he's here. Goes straight down again. Katana are on the cusp of winning this as they flow back onto the point. Bodies all around him, but Aspect has been naded like a barrage from a howitzer. Everything Exceptional could throw, they got to that hill.
Yeah. Artillery is probably the correct term for it. There's still half a tick of progress in there. Katana just need a moment to dive this. Aspect will step on it. That should draw in some defenders. That will allow Cobra to activate on the palm tree. Is there anything here? The problem is, well, it's 11-7 on lives. Make it 11-5. If Harry falls here, it's done.
Oh my goodness. What an end. Katana Gaming have just 3-0'd Exceptional out of the tournament with a ridiculous attacking round. How on earth they did that on the attack? Constant, unrelenting pressure from Katana broke Exceptional.
Look back at some of the moments through the whole map, and even just around that moment with Vortex, he was tucked into that lobby hallway so well, does that role so well, so often. He's a great player at getting lost in the opponent's spawn and being a thorn in people's sides, as you called, and just has one of those moments where he's chasing after someone that he hasn't really seen, puts a couple of bullets in, doesn't kill him, gets traded out by his teammate, and that then suddenly sends them into a death spiral. It's just little moments like that that can flip control sometimes. But the fact that Katana was so ruthless, so clinical from that point is outrageously impressive, because we'd seen both teams walk their way through A, essentially. It's B that had been the problem all the way through. They get the 1 tick. If you're Katana, you're thinking, great, all right, you're very happy with that. But they continue to squeeze and continue to hold that point, lock it on down. We said it couldn't happen. I'm still absolutely stunned that it has. Exceptional Gaming getting 3-0'd out of a tournament. I don't know the last time I saw players like Vortex, like Denza, suffer that kind of fate.
Yeah, it is just amazing that it has gone that way. I wasn't expecting it, but I will give credit to Katana. They smell a bit of blood in the water, and they hurled themselves at this point. You could see them try to get the overextend. You could see them push as far as they can to get that spawn over to the other building. They wanted it cleaner than that, but non-stop harassment, non-stop kills. Exceptional had to burn everything just to try and keep a toe in the game. It did not work. And Katana go 3-0. They go top 3, and they will face Noctum for a chance at revenge in our elimination final.
They will indeed. Get a quick look at the bracket here, and confirmation then as Team Notorious wait in grand finals. Noctum and Katana Gaming in losers. Going back to the series, Bryce, it's a difficult one to pick out a player that stands out amongst all the rest, but I think I'm going to hand big flowers over to Aspect. I feel like he had a really good series all the way through, but even there at the end, he made such a selfless play, steps on the point, which then draws in the defense and allows Cobra to get an easy pick from the side, and that then makes it a situation where you've got essentially Exceptional scrambling to try and defend. And really great stuff from him. Young player coming in through, was brought in instead of Vortex and has looked the part in a big series.
Well, it certainly has, and as you can tell, we are most of the way through this bracket. 90% is done, but the best 10 is just to come. 3 teams, but only 1 champion. All that and more tomorrow. But Call of Duty is not done for today. North America is winging its way across the pond, and they will have their own elimination showdown in their own playoff in the Elite Series. So if you want more Call of Duty, and of course you do, stick around. But for now, that's all from us from Europe. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Good evening and welcome to Challengers Elite, our final week of Season 1. My whole shift with me, I've got Study. Jay, I'm loving that you went with like the crew neck vibe because I went with the cardigan vibe today. Feeling a little cozy, feeling ready to lock in. We got 3 matches of North American double elimination playoffs today. Facts.
Muted, Alan. I'm sorry about that.
What
Jack.
the?
This is what I was saying, though. Every time me and Alan get on the mic, we are going to a Game 5. So we're coming in extra cozy today. So just strap on in because we're going to have a day full of fantastic matches.
It's going to be awesome, man. We're down to our top 6 squads, and this is exactly what our bracket looks like. A lot of drama throughout the first rounds of action. In particular, I think people were surprised to see that the Royal Spartans had defeated FaZe Clan and their Stallions roster. We also had a map 5 banger between YFP and SGP, which YFP were able to take. So now we're left with these top 6. Starting off today's bracket, we'll be jumping to the lower round 2 games where SGP will take on Royal Spartans and then Stallions will be taking on YFP. Both of those bangers. And then we got winners finals immediately afterwards. Amit Brooklyn and KCP both have looked really, really solid, especially through this bracket phase to this point. Jay, give me your thoughts on these 3 matches that we're going to have today.
Well, our first one is an absolute bang out. Between the Stallions and YFP, best believe there's going to be a lot of flashy plays with the SMG pressure that they have on both ends. And then when you get to the Spartans versus Syndicate, this is more of like the old school matchup, the veteran matchup between these guys. You got Exceed, Dylan Rex, Diamond Khan, and Yuli on one side, and then you know the opposing end, Prolu, the RCs, the Sparks guy. That's going to be an all-time square-up. These guys have been playing against each other for quite some time. But then when we get to that winners finals between Omen Brooklyn and Pioneers, Omen Brooklyn, they fought through last week, getting through Cabal GG, clean 3-0. But then when you get to up against YFP, you go all the way to a Game 5, and you got, I'm pretty sure, 2v4'd 4 times in a total of both Search and Destroys, and somehow miraculously were able to take both. So you were preparing yourself for anything when you're going into this week. But on the opposing end for Pioneers, they only lost 1 map last week.
Yep.
Like, you told out Protocol, and they're going to have a field day. So I'm excited to see what they're able to bring this today.
I knew that you were going to bring up the multiple 2v4s and 1v2s.
Always.
That we had.
Unbelievable.
Let's take a look at our rosters, though, for our opening matchup. Abe, Lurks, and Courage, and Mercules, the young guns for FC Stallions that have really been impressive. It's been an unprecedented run in terms of the fact that this is their first Challengers Elite, at least for most of the 4, and they finished off their group stage perfect. 5-0. It's never been done before by a group that's never been to the Elite before. On the other side, though, YFP, very experienced by being at this position. Cruz, Mamba, Dak, and Wiz. This team has looked nuts. I think in particular, kind of spotlighting Mamba, formerly known as Big Head. He has been electric for this team. Is definitely having a breakout year.
Oh, yeah. Mama's been putting it on with the AR. But the focus for me, every time I watch YFP, is Dak and Wiz. Like, what they're able to do not only in the respawns, but in Search and Destroy, even being put into 1v2, 1v3 situations, 2v4 situations, they are making plays as the playmakers with those SMG in hand. So, both of these squads are phenomenal to watch. There's going to be nonstop pressure on both sides. Let's see what the maps and modes look like.
Indeed the case, and no protocol in the middle here. It's interesting. I mean, this is again one of those situations that Stallions had the decision to make on what they wanted to veto for control, forcing the hand of YFP. They veto Vault, so we get Hacienda. But that's in the middle of the mix. We've got Red Card to start things off with a Hacienda Search, Hacienda Control. And I would say, just kind of based on this first 3 map set, Stallions got to be feeling good about their ability to at least take 2 of the opening 3, especially with that Hacienda Search in the middle.
Oh, yeah. Hacienda Search and Destroy has treated them well so far throughout this elite, but YFP are not no pushovers in S&D. So that's going to be a battle whenever we get there. But we got to get through this mixed fest of a Red Card hardpoint. It's going to be a lot of engagements on both ends. Last time we watched the Stallions on this map, Courage was dominating over towards the head side. So with the Stallions to start off on the preferred side for this P1, it's all about controlling this side of the map.
Indeed, the case of Courage can take the long route. Opening shot's perfect versus Mamba. Also catches Dak, trying to make a stretch over towards the right side of the map, but that will be at least enough for the Stallions to collect the information, find a way forward for the shots and the kills, although Wiz will keep the hard point neutral for now.
Scrap. And towards the middle of the map. Who's going to win a majority of these gunfights and take the map control away from the opposing end? Dak is outside finding a double. Wiz finds a third, and Kurt's last player alive. He's just going to try to soak up some of this hill time, knowing that he's going to fall. And YFP now potentially catch himself soaking up a lot of this P1 time, but with only 10 seconds left, it's a fight for these hedges.
And Really nice stuff for Mamba on his second life, coming back in, finding a double, opening up the space for Cruz to make a move forward. Doesn't expect the player right underneath, though, and that'll be enough for Stallions to win out the eliminations over the top of Hedges. They'll be late to this hard point, especially with Wiz kind of guarding from the front here. Clean shots on the Lurks, and that may start to move spawns around, and it does.
Oh, that's fantastic because Cruz located the final player in Abe, who was pushed out. So every player accounted for. YFP have them trapped in towards the back, but not for long. The Stallions slay their way through the front door. Find 3 kills. Cruz now applying pressure through the back end. Cannot find a double onto Abe. So you would take this if you are Stallions because you cannot flip spawns currently.
Indeed the case. Abe from the back, able to open up the hard point. Very tight game to this point. 13 plays 22. Abe's still looking for a chance to contest, but wants to wait for his teammates to try to make a maze around the back. That's Mercules on the effort. You'll only find one, though. Cut off. Oh, pistol nearly works out, but Dak catches and slides out of the way from the trade initially, but Lurks will convert. Not a great hard point for the Stallions, but they're working on the rotation to 3 now.
Yeah, it's just tough when you're consistently trapped in towards the back. Guardia gunfights not going your way, and then no presence over towards stage, just making it even difficult to contest that hard point. You're forced to give that one up. Essentially hit the routes to work your way on out. YFP early into the hard point, but a lot more bodies here from the Stallions. They're going to be able to retake it. They find a double. They read where the pressure's coming in. Now you can get yourself back into the game.
Yeah, really nice follow-up on Mambo, who did get a little bit of a pinch for 2, but like you mentioned, the spawns will stay in largely control of the Stallions. YFP fighting from garage side, looking to take the long route away from stairs. Encourage is throwing shoulders, not going to get a full read, but Lurks has his back, and now they push forward, and here we go. The Stallions all over it. Encourage in trouble, trying to back away, not able to escape Wiz, but his teammates will stay in the hill.
Yeah, that's totally fine. You die on their side, you created a layer. Makes it more difficult for them to work their way on in, but Mamba just flies on in and finds 3. So single-handedly breaks the setup there for the Stallions, forces them now to think about that rotation. You already have a couple players dropping and spawning out behind this hard point. This is not the ideal situation you want to be in. Abe, 51 HP in a dream. You got to play your life.
Indeed the case. Actually, he doesn't just do that. He steps forward, finds another elimination, makes life a little bit easier on rotation as Mercules is right there to make sure he stays alive. Long-range shots good for Merc. And the Stallions will collect some of the opening time here at stage. Although the numbers not quite here to reinforce the setup. Hercules has to do it all himself, and he may be primed and ready for it. More tags are in, and now help is on the way.
Yeah, they have crosses set up, and that's the only player who did not want to drop there in that scenario was A, because he was the player soaking up the hill time. But Wiz magically is able to find a double. Able to lead to an early break, but there's players all around him from the Stallions. They're not going to give it up for free. Able to locate him. Find that final 25, a clean 4 dead. Now YFP, start thinking about that roto.
Jay, this is a battle. Both these two squads shooting real straight. Definitely feeling hot at the moment. And we've got about a tie game to reflect how even the shooting and the slaying has been to this point. Over towards bleachers. 50-50, right over the top. Cruz looking for the long-range angle. Denied by Mercules, who does get surprised by Dak up close and personal. And Dak turns that into a double. A chance to get a little bit free here up towards the middle of the map. And with Wiz covering his back, now you've got YFP really controlling the Stallion spawns.
Oh, but Dak dying in that scenario. He read where the pressure was going to come in. He knew his teammates spawned behind him. He could have just held that. Hopped your way into the hard point, but once he falls, all of the Stallions are able to work their way back on in. A clean 4 dead. You're spawning them all the way across the map. And now you're forcing all of YFP to attack your ticket, and Abe is fully set up for it. Only gets 1, but at least gives the comp.
Shots over the top. Nice. Mercules now to 14-9. Heck of a first map from him. Really across the board, he really can't point to too many players that aren't playing well. Cruz is having a tough go of it at the moment, but he's been trying to flex on a map that has largely been dominated by ARs. Follow-ups are decent over the top of the old time in towards middle. Encourage going to try to step up to deal with it, but it's Lurks who finds the 2, and Stallions can get in early for P1 time.
Oh, Stallions' guns seeming to get a little bit more hotter as the game continues to go on. Now encouraging a big one-on-one gunfight, is able to walk away with it versus Wiz on 5 in a row. Make it 6 onto Mamba. He's not going to put himself in a position to potentially soak up this hill time, but he's more focused on dominating over towards Ed. Couple kills off earning that Hellstorm, not able to find that kill on a Cruz, but they're getting a lot of this time off P1.
Yeah, I'll say. Has grown the lead to near double the points now. YFP going to start feeling the pressure, and especially with Mercules and Lurks. The team shots are still so crisp. Encourage shut down over towards stage side, but that's just an alarm system for the Stallions to know that movement is already underway for YFP, trying to control outside for P2.
See the way that Merc is playing. It times it perfectly for at least the first kill. As that player one shot spinning around in circles, not able to locate the second. And at least if you're YFP, knowing that you don't have the spawns that you want the preferred side for this P2, still creating layers on the front end to make it easier to soak up this time. Still a 50, 60 point difference. Gunfights going back and forth. Abe into the hard point, able to find one, but he should effectively get traded unless his teammates watch over him.
Oh my.
This is where the game can get out of hand, Alan.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. The teamwork for Stallions really coming to life here because, again, it doesn't really feel like YFP are, you know, coming out cold by any stretch of the imagination. It's just the movement from the Stallions has been clean, and there's been a couple of great individual moments from Mercules. There may be another one right here. He's been able to take down another double, 2 in a row for him. Looking for more. Lurk's able to cover his back, trying to slide out for something impressive, but it will be Encourage, who continues to allow Abe to sit inside the hard point and soak up the time. Cruz trying to feel frisky for it because he has to, and that will be the Stallions once again finding the dub and nearly now able to go up 100+ points.
And look at all the kill feed. It's sliding up white. All the YFP players spawning on the backside of that old HP. They're going to lose the rotation over towards Nil. So Stallions in the heavy driving seat to go up, reach that 200 point mark. You see the spawns for YFP all the way across the map. And Courage gets to read this pressure from Ticket. He's going to lose the gunfight, but who cares? You're going to consistently soak up this hill time.
Trades in and out. YFP from the front, able to get on in. Follow up from Mamba is good. Someone needs to take charge here, though, for YFP. Who is going to rise to the occasion? Cruz trying to help out on the outside. Mamba following up, not able to confirm any on the trade. Nades now on the way in. Stuns will land, able to turn that into a kill. Now we have a flood from the front. This could very well work out for the Stallions to get over 200 points so they can find the final kills that they need. Cruz is too far on the outside of Bust to influence the hard point. Stuns are through. He'll be taken care of, and Stallions will have every bit of an opportunity to break past 200.
And you see the way that they set up that break there. Everyone took a long route. No one committed on the walking up the steps to instantly chow the hill because they have so much of a lead that they can decide to do those kind of plays. For that final 20 seconds, now YFP win the rotation over towards you. You do have one player spawns behind them in Wiz, so you should potentially catch a couple freebies on this pinch, but you need all this time to get yourself back into this game.
Shots from Mamba, decent Cruz also. Yes, there's the double. Definitely waking up his Cruz. Nice shot, snapping over to Abe. Chance here for YFP to get some good soak on towards P4. They have the side that they want. They have the Stallions spawning where they want them to. And all the kills are starting to ring on out. 30 seconds of the fight for, and YFP have been solid to this point.
Yeah, they're starting to build some momentum here. Cruz heating up on 6 in a row. A Hellstorm could do wonders to the confidence, but Abe just slides on him with that SMG. Now it might lead to the Stallions walking away with this final 20 seconds. Again, they can consistently continue to fight for this scrap time with the lead that they have been able to develop. You are forced to contest it all the way to the very end. Dak not going to give it up for free. Dak gets wall banged out. Final 5 in favor of the Stallions and rotation as well.
Yep. Thing about this, though, there are only 2 members of the Stallions here. They can knock it onto the hard point, so there may be an opportunity here for YFP. They open up with some gunfight wins, keep this contested, and maybe just out-trade the Stallions completely, but it's just not occurring. Again, the surround from the Stallions is so clean. Lurk's on the hunt. He knows he's got someone nearby. That's no problem to finish off on towards Dak. And now the sides start to stabilize with Stallions creeping closer to 250.
Yep, just got to put someone in that hill. You know where the pressure's coming in from. You have Hercules trying to cut off through top X, but he's not going to get nothing. So YFP keeping their lifeline alive currently. They're just simply trying to keep the Stallions off. Try to get it over to that P1. It tends to get a little bit scrappy or make the kills go our way. Stallions say, screw that. We find a double. Back on the HP we go.
Drops over the middle. Decent for YFP. That will largely clear out all of the Stallions, but Mercules still finessing some of the old time. Keeps YFP off the hard point, and look at the mass rotation here for Stallions. Already taking high ground control over the middle. Shots of Mercules already thrown out over towards the ARs of YFP. Hard point neutral, but again, the Stallions have the surround, and now they can jump on. They just need 15 seconds.
Yeah, just need 15, but they have no hedge control, and that leads to 3 that in favor of YFP. Make it all 4. This is where you need to slow down the game, stabilize, realize where the pressure's coming in from, put yourself in an ideal setup because you need a lot of this time.
Cruz trying to stay alive in the hard point. Nades from the Stallions littering the point. And that's enough for them to follow up with the kills that they need to, once again, let the game clock keep ticking away. Follow up from YFP, decent. Allows them a chance to still stay alive in the hard point, but Abe is on the pin. Timing here is everything. Finds the first. Tries to slip away. Not allowed to. And Mamba, he's starting to wake up a touch. He's on 6 in a row. Looking for number 7. He knows he's got Merc stuck in the corner, but has to value his life, especially with YFP looking at rotation.
Yeah, Stallions are giving them opportunities back into this game. They're playing TDM. This is exactly what you want if you are YFP. Don't allow them into that hard point. And they're just giving themselves opportunities. Now they win that rotation over towards New. One set of kills is all YFP needs to contest this and make this one a game.
Yeah, indeed the case. Big gunfight window from Encourage. Stun out behind it. Forklift providing an issue for both players, and Encourage a little wiggle, a little wag, and a pistol whip to go with it. YFP, though, still inside the hard point. You call it, spawns are flipping. Stallions trying to fight this from the high ground, from the middle of the map, but the gunfight wins. All coming through here for YFP. It's just Encourage, last one left. He gets traded out, and now Stallions respawning in the backside of the spawns.
Oh, man, and you can already see where Mercules is thinking. I have to think about this rotation anew. Potential breakdown on the cards here for map number 1. As YFP is still soaking up this hill time. You can still win it, though, if you are the Stallions with one wave of kills. They are also able to flip the spawns. So everything I was about to say about it being a grueler, Stallions are going to shut me right up.
Well, here we go. Last 4 seconds. Encourage shut down. You have to break this from the front. Wiz again provides a double, but the follow-up from the Stallions too clean. A hell of an effort for YFP, but the deficit, as we often see on this map, just too large to overcome. At one point, it was nearly 100 points in favor of the Stallions, and it wins by only 47. With, again, lifelines were all over the place. So that YFP team near the end just could not quite finish. So that's our map number 1 on the main broadcast. Again, we've got both lower semis going on at the same time. The Royal Spartans currently taking on SGP over on Protocol.
Okay, and the Spartans are currently down by a little bit. About a 15-20 point difference as we head in towards B4. Arcity's winning a rotation over towards 2, but he's not going to be the only one here. He has to get a couple, at least finds the first. Stalling time for his teammates to get into the play. Here comes Prolude, 3, make it all 4 dead. Spartans to win the rotation to the money hill here at P4.
The setup looks pretty darn convincing at the moment. You've got everyone all in, ready to go. Trophy systems have been depleted. Stuns and nades are landing for SGP on their break attempt. DC and Dylan able to open things up. That's going to be just the 2 of them cleaning out the hard point. Rex in particular, woo, with a jackal in hand. He finds 3, and that gets SGP back into the hill.
Yeah, Dylan Rex. No, it's actually Yuli. We do have a broken kill feed. Yuli was able to pop that 3, but Dylan with the assistance on the 4th. Allows an easy break coming in from Syndicate. For a good chunk of time here, about 35 seconds in total. Exceed now on 4 in a row, 13 and 5. A battle of the veterans here in challenges on this side of the pond, but Spartans only down by 40, make it 50 points. So now going to set up properly around this P1.
Opening kills are good for SGP on the exit. Gives them some freedom to move to the middle of the map here for Yuli on 5. He's being tagged from both sides at the same time, though. He needs to find some sort of sanctuary, and he may have gotten it. Chance to try to play off the high ground. Looking to see where exactly this Royal Spartans defense is set up at. He's completely missed him. Wow, this is really, well, I'll say maybe unfortunate, but Yuli still helps influence the hard point, and then he eventually finds Prolude underneath. Essentially a full wipe for SGP to get more time, and Yuli's not done 8 in a row.
Oh, that's Hellstorm. Give me that. With an absolute beam on the Arcities. Now they put their focus all over towards that grandma side. They're blocking the spawn over towards 10, making sure no fishy pinches are going to be abound. Syndicate continuously just run up this scoreline. They're also already showing presence at P2, so if you're the Spartans, you got to take mid-map before you think about this rotation. They find a double. Now they have an opportunity to think about new.
Well, contest early, but the problem here is there's not a single kill going the way of the Spartans, and Rex is frying 15 and 7, getting it done with both weapons, and was still the vast majority of this hard point to still go the way of SGP. Every single elimination is also going the way of the Syndicate, and that's not good news here for Spartans as this game is starting to get well out of reach.
Yeah, absolutely not. You see on the side of Spartans, the ARs are just not having a good time. That's another clean 4 dead. This point's where Exceed is picking up an AR, even Yuli picking up an AR, but everyone positive on the side of Syndicate. And as far as consistently playing from the back foot, they need a break and they need it quick. Just might not be here as that's already 3 dead in the feed. Another Hellstorm earned, another clean 4 dead. Syndicate ain't messing around today, Alan.
Well, here we go. This could be over quickly.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm just sitting here enjoying Rex's POV. I'll be honest with you. 7 in a row, soaking up every single second worth of time. Exceed is not losing gunfights over the top of 10. And now all of a sudden, rotation has become jeopardized for the Spartans with spawns, at least giving them some sort of a bailout. They just need to find some kills.
Yeah, they need to get a break, and they need to get it quick. They need this one to chain over towards B4, but Exceed again, not losing gunfights, is able to find a double. Still realize that the spawns for the Spartans are going to be towards the back. Reinforces with his teammates. Flies on in, slide, slippery slide. You're one shot. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to win the gunny. Another 3 dead spawns across the map for the Spartans, and it's only going to continue to get worse.
Yep. Wow. And it's not letting up.
Goodness.
It's not letting up. Yuli, 24-14. I forgot to acknowledge the fact that Exceed is playing outside linebacker right now. So all of those kills we gave credit to Rex for actually came by way of Yuli in the kill feed. Doesn't seem to make a difference, though. Who's in the feed? Everyone is ripping things apart. 228 to 77. A moment here for the Royal Spartans to get initial, but it feels too far gone.
Oh, man, yeah, they need some kind of life. Even if you're not going to win this match, that's for the remainder of this series. They are beating the living hell out of you here in map number 1. They're trading out efficiently. They're finding some insane gunfights at some points, but the Spartans at least give themselves some breathing room there with a clean 4 dead. Now they set up, potentially walk away with this final 4.
Man. Yeah, the man is right. Insert picture of horse on beach. Man. Not looking good. Oh, mercy. And now the full flood comes in.
Man.
Yikes, brother. Spart's trying to hang on, but he's lost all of his comrades, and even though the game will not be ended here, it's over here.
Yeah, this was pretty much wrapped with a bow, as they only need about 4 seconds there at P1 to close out this map number 1. If you're the Spartans, let's just make sure the guns stay a little bit hot. Start ego challenging things. Try to get a little bit loose on the map because now you're getting rained on by the streaks. Yeah, that's over. Yeah, Syndicate take map 1, guys.
Yep. They're gonna milk some extra kills here?
Nah, they're playing with them. They're playing with their food. This is actually so disrespectful.
Wait.
So
Okay, there we go. They had the opportunity to close that out a little sooner, but yeah, one more wave of kills. I would say it doesn't hurt anybody, but it does. It does hurt somebody. Hurts me a little bit. I wasn't even a part of it. I was just an observer to this whole situation. But wow, that's a beatdown right there. Jay, no shortage in action, though. We're going to be heading right back over to our primary matchup, which does feature the Stallions and YFP. And once again, kind of talking about the opening of this first map, it was pretty much all Stallions through the first rotation and a half. They were up about 100 points. Nice comeback, though, for YFP. Has us looking at Hacienda Search.
Yeah, YFP, they just needed an answer there at the P2 to P3 rotation. Like, that's all they needed in map number 1. They won it on the first half, but on the second 2 sides, it was Stallions dominating with the kill feed. Now we get into the search and the show. We've seen YFP have a lot of reps on this map. They love to be aggressive on both ends and already showing pressure here at that A-bomb.
Well, once more, Stallions looking good through the middle of the map. Full flood mentality. Mamba, he's been good for so many clutches. Not going to have a chance at this one. Wiz, no exit allowed. Stallions off to the races. No pun intended.
I swear, sometimes, Alan, I watch some of these kills and I'm just like, oh, that guy just got blown away. Whoever just got that kill has the best stuff in the business. His lurking name just combined their way through mid-connector for at least that double. As they completely blind counted right there, YFP. Like, YFP, they should know, though, if you're going to attack over towards that A site, we need to show some presence over towards Secret. No presence over towards Secret. Multiple angles you need to watch. Not very easy to work that objective. Stallion still the first round.
Good stuff. Now their first opening offense. And again, if you were to take away like one spark note for how the Stallions team had played throughout groups and a little bit there in our first day of playoffs, it was a lot of this. A lot of just concentrated efforts. Get your setup that you want, then get the bomb down, especially on Hacienda. And Courage actually finds an isolated 1v1 towards patio stairs. That just cannot happen. And now all of a sudden you've got tin control, you've got connector control, and the bomb can go down.
Yeah, he just pushed up uncontested. Finds that first play in towards Tid, and he knows that there was no pressure from his teammates in towards Secret. Mercules was able to line up that second kill. So now in a 4v2, yeah, let's just get the bomb down, play our numbers.
Well, maybe a chance here for this little duo to make its play over. A couple of isolated members of the Stallions, but you have to figure a quick reaction will come through. And that will be enough for at least one trade, and the follow-up is perfect. Yeah, look, this is going to sound like I'm glazing right now, Jay, because of the hot take that I threw out on Twitter, but this is the Stallions team we saw during groups, not the team that we saw in the first round of winners round 1. They are playing so damn concentrated. This is fun to watch.
Yeah, especially when they're doing it with confidence as well. Like, that was just an all-out, we're going to do what we want to do, and you can throw whatever we want whatever you want at us. And it's still going to work in our favor just because we're roaring with confidence. And Courage just finds that first blood again. Uncontested on that line of sight. Just pushes right through A. And they just keep the numbers in their advantage to go up 2-0. YFP need to slow the game down a little bit. Or at least contest around this mid-map. Because as long as you give up top mid, the way that they move around the map, they're able to cover a lot of ground.
Mercules tagged but stays alive. A little bit of aggression here from YFP on their next offensive effort, and that's going to win up the top Hall's control. Merc, oh boy. I was going to say, he maybe gets a lineup here, but Mamba, predictive slide comes out. Lurk's trying to follow behind this. Good isolation on the first. Predicts the second! Does he get out in time? Sure does. That's 2 down, 1v2. He's got an RC. Don't figure he'd use it here, but just important to note, he's going to try for the re-wrap back through bar.
He's got a stun nade. That's going to be his best friends in this scenario. But a potential 1v4. Nade going to back him down. Also going to hit him. So information gain. He's going to be trying to hit this through mid door.
First shot's almost there. Just not quite locked up. Nearly a chance to extend the 1v4 opportunity, but not to be YFP. I love that, I will say, for YFP. To not just get on your heels quick. Get right back in. Set your tone. Pull out 3 SMGs and just run at them.
Yeah, to stay confident. That was the biggest thing right there. To not let the Stallions dictate the pacing of your game. Early into these rounds, they said, all right, A didn't work, so let's just go B. They attack through top of hallway. And if you're on the Stallions, that's one thing that they tend to do on their search and destroy is overstack one side of the map and completely leave it blind on the information on the opposing end. Right there with no pressure towards top open, it came back to bite them. YFP secure the first round for them.
Well, Mamba looking just to count tags, and I think he may have seen one over the top of Rock. So yeah, look at the defense. Going to move around the backside through well. Problem about this is there's no shots available for Mamba to get the player off the bomb, and those shots should be pretty revealing for Stallions on their post plant, knowing there could be a potential flank.
Oh, without question, because there was one player playing all the way into his house. Then Wiz puts down a couple shots over towards the car, so Mercules in a very good potential spot.
What?
They're not going to check it. Freebie number 1, freebie number 2 with a little bit of assistance. Instant 4v2, make it 4v1. Mamba, the last player who was staying alive over towards both sides, was the last player alive in the round. Stallions, perfect on that post plant.
And I think just like as a moment of criticism, because we see this quite often actually when it comes to like, what is the difference between the amateur level of Call of Duty and the pro level of Call of Duty? Like, if you're set up in a spot through boathouse, you're the only defender that your only job is to either A, count information, or B, if you get a chance to peel off someone's head, do it. We saw Fellow do that last week. Yep. But you can't just take open shots from that position without knowing for a fact you have a kill. And then on top of that, Wiz taking a couple of pot shots from Lambo. Now Stallions know for sure what's happening. It's going to be a heavy-handed hit from the flank, one playing deep, and they're fully prepared for it. Big mistake.
Oh, and potentially another one right here because the Stallions are going to be aggressive on the blind counter for the first blood. They knew there was multiple players over towards this B site, and they're just going to absolutely send it to make it a 4v1. Now all of a sudden a 1v2 though. But Aben and Courage partnered up.
The thing about this is, because it was a heavy-handed hit for YFP towards B, Mamba, the longer it takes for him to find information from the front, the more he will start to likely be weary about a potential flank.
Yeah, he's instantly got that info too. The bomb's going to go down.
Oh, we'll see. They're about to wrap it right back in through open hallway. Mamba not going to see it, but he does stay concealed from the defensive retake. Problem is this is taking time. But the Stallions don't hop for the instant defuse. So now the timing may work out again for Mamba. Has to still check this. Remember, he planted on the backside for office here. And he's going to stay through open hall just to keep a look at it. And this is likely where the contact will happen. 17 seconds to go. Here comes the chow. First one dealt with. Hold on a second. 1v1. He's got the clock in his favor. A little bit of a miss on the movement, but he's going to delay the clock long enough. Mamba is good for a 1v4 clutch. Give him all 4 kills on top of it. What a play.
Oh, man, Stallions, we can't give that one up. We know how 1v4s go. It's never the first guy. It's usually the second guy who commits on that ego chow. Absolutely one shot. And then you just give too much time there. It's such a big head play. No pun intended on that being his old name, but to plan it on the opposing side to make them think you were playing over towards office and for them to not instantly hop that bomb off the rewrap was the perfect call there for YFP to secure this second round on a backup Mamba with the 1v4.
Man. Here we go. What's next? Stallions going to go back to what they essentially pulled on their first offense. This stun, though, lands onto Cruz. That's enough intel for the Stallions to sit there and say, we don't need to commit at the moment, but the problem is they don't get the timing from the connector. It's a double chow from YFP. They're going to find 2, but a repitch from Lurks through Secret. Trades it out evenly. 1v1 here at the bottom, and how about Lurks? 11 and 2-3 in a row. 1v2 for Cruz.
Oh, Cruz now 1-5. Gonna potentially have one right in front of him, but Merkley's prepared for the gunny. A 4v2 there for the Stallions. But instant trains come on in, and that's Lurks just being in a great lurking position.
Yeah.
Sitting towards the bottom side of Secret. I'm pretty sure on every offense so far, that's where he likes to play. He likes to make sure there's no pressure through top Secret hallway, no pressure instantly through the back of his spawn. And catches the timing to not only line up the double, but the triple kill on the round to secure for the Stallions and turn the momentum back on their side.
Yep. And I think if you're looking at this from Stallion's perspective, you throw away that 1v4, you've been handedly in control of this search and destroy.
Oh, yeah.
First bloods have been good. Inversions on post plants have been good. You're not really going to make too much call for concern at the moment. YFP are the ones still in a little bit of panic, and they're going to hit the brakes on this round. Cruz will read some information towards top fire. Nades to try to clear out Secret Hall. Nothing there. Dak now on the effort towards B. No defense immediately here, and that's going to mean that likely Stallions are defaulting to playing this for a retake.
Oh, yeah,
nice
but look
nade.
at the positioning of Encourage. Like, Encourage is giving the info. They're definitely not going to be at A. So everyone tends to play around that B site, sets up Merkley for the free first blood. With the crack angle underneath the door. Instantly traded by Mamba, though. Still going to be a 3v3. And now Encourage has got to help his teammates.
You know, it's one of those things, and we'll talk about this here in a moment, so put a pin in this note, but we've got to talk about that angle. Abe, good response, and there's Encourage with the follow-up bomb now down 1v3 for Cruz. He's got an SMG, nowhere to go. And Jay, the question that I was about to pose here, because we've seen this on both fronts, both in the CDL and a lot on challengers, from the defense's perspective, playing that back staircase, peeking underneath the shutters, the ability to not just read if there's a plant, but also confirm the kill. If you're the offensive team playing B, you have to push that out, or at least stun it out.
Yeah, or you have to plan it on the angle on the opposing end. Whenever
Sure,
you try to
yeah.
plan it on the side against the wall, that's where they have that angle to see you. But if you plan it diagonally, obviously it's a risk that you take, potentially being spotted from top office.
Yeah.
But that's the only way that you can work that bomb site for free. Because just with Encourage in his position, his teammates knew they can only put that bomb at B. So now at game point, Stallions back on the attack. Lurk's going to his happy spot over towards Secret. Just gonna slow this round down.
Well, Lurk's a little bit caught here over towards fire. He'll be dealt with. First blood for YFP. And they are not going to try to push the issue. It's just going to be kind of a rewrap back over to the defensive side of the map.
Yep.
Mercury's trying to feel things out. If he can catch any information on this, it'd be pivotal for Stallion's efforts for a 3v4. And he actually may do better than that. Yeah, he's going to find Cruz for free. Wow, he has not had a good map. And now on the other front, Encourage almost is able to find the head bash versus Mom, but not the case. 2v3, still the advantage of the YFP.
Yeah, now if you're YFP, let's just play a trade out. We have the numbers on our side. No one put yourself in an isolated position. The Mercury's have sort of potentially gotten a read on this setup. And also, this guy playing the back of the spawn. He's really able to spot the shadow. Gonna hit the long route. It's gonna be a guaranteed 2v2 with that bomb going down at A.
Is there any read for Abe that this is a top office double stack?
Uh-oh.
Checks it.
Oh, man.
They're not able to do anything, and now the bomb is down. Mercules has to go quickly. Rechecks. He's able to get the bomb, but it's going to be caught with the pistol out in sprint. And YFP, after the first blood win, will find a way to stay in this game and bring it to a 5-3 tally.
Yeah, I love the way that YFP played that round, besides Cruz getting caught off guard by himself over at that B site. But they just played to their numbers. Everyone wrapped back together. We're able to find the trades when need be. And then the double stack of the 2v2 just catches Abe off guard. Like, he turns that corner and said, oh, hell no, I stand no chance here. All right, you're in a 1v2. And then Mercules, with no time left, just runs into the pre-aim. So YFP on the back of Wiz, finding that ace in the round. Able to stay alive and at least force this round 9.
Heavy-handed approach here for YFP over towards B again. Trophy system down at checkers. Wiz trying to beat the timing. Lurks a couple of shots in, but cannot convert on the damage. So first blood again for YFP. Surely we learned our lesson from the last time. Stun doesn't land. Neither does that nade, Jay. And so now Mercules could say, I've got B. You guys do what you want to do in mid-map.
I know, but his teammates have gave up A, so now potentially on the wrap back, you're going to get caught. Cruz is able to locate Abe. Encouraged there for the trade. Instantly responded. Now Mercules in a 1v3. Makes it a 1v2, but that bomb is instantly going down at A.
Yeah, and he has to wrap with just a Jackal in hand. This isn't going to feel particularly great in terms of trying to reopen up this A site. He's going to get control of 10, but these battles that he would have to anticipate require some incredible shots, and he's been given a lot of space here. That may have been the most difficult part about this retake. And now he's found Mamba for free. No immediate challenge. Last player left is actually Mamba. And the rewrap for Mercules is once again going to put the clock in favor of Mamba, who's already been good for a 1 versus 4 to this point. Stun doesn't leave the windows, though, but Mamba's already checked, sees that no one's on, and he's going to clutch up this 1v1.
Yeah, that's a little bit of knowing who your opponent is. A big pair of cojones as well, because he just simply does not think that Mercules is going to stick the defuse. Played him previously, he ran around playing for the kills, and this time just like, all right, if you defuse it, it's on you. Better round out of you. But he was able to just hold his position for 30 seconds, play the mind games there with Merc. And with about 15 left, slide out and chow, use your stun check, and check when need be. To keep YFP again in this search and destroy. Now they go back on the defensive side.
2-2 split for YFP. Mamba sees a lot of this. Oh, and Dak, the follow-up. I was going to say, Cruz is holding his ground. He wants to take this battle. And then the follow-up elimination. That was Mamba. Now the double slide comes through. Whoa! A little bit of a 2v2 bait-and-switch type situation. The, hey, look at us up top in the window. Never mind, look at the SMGs hitting you through rock.
And now all of a sudden it's Mercules in a 1v3. Able to recover the bomb, but if you're YFP, this is the exact way you want to play this. You probably want to start to move around the map a little bit, because now that bomb is going down at A. In a 3v1, someone instantly stick the defuse and just watch over him.
Oh, timing here. Wait,
No way.
I was to say,
Okay.
Mercules nearly gets through bottom bar. If he could get the top office, that would have been incredible, but he does get scouted, seen, dealt with. And from 5-2 up, with a 1v4 from Mamba, to even get him the second round. Now we're in round 11, Jay, and I think you're sweating a little bit if you're Stallions.
Oh, yeah. The pressure's starting to hit a little bit. That's why you might just take the decision into your own hands and just say, screw whatever side that we're on. We're just going to hit something and take something away.
Yeah, yeah.
Just slow and steady wins the race kind of thing. This is where YFP tend to shine. They have brought it back 3 rounds in a row now to force round 11.
YFP will be on the offense. All 4 members towards B. 2-2 split off for the defense, at least initially. Trophy system down again at the front doors of Lambo. But this is going to feel familiar to Stallions. Similar post plant setup that they've had a couple of rounds prior, but whoa, Mercules! I was going to say, he's in a really covered position. Oh, risky slide out. And now he's in a little bit of trouble. Cruz holding him back. Rest of the defense on the way, 3v3.
35 seconds. You're going to have a route potentially being developed out of Dak on the re-wrap. Lurks, you have to push your way through mid-door. You're going to have your team in an A, potentially get some bad timing, but Mercules finds that kill on sight.
And Merc should be able to hold this. They should know that there's an opportunity for them to play through office. Merc's going to take the high ground position. Dak, couple shots out. He knows he has to try to hit this. Pistol for Merculus with the whip. But now Cruz follows up, but he can't get here in time. The bomb's already been defused. Oh my goodness. Mercules just says, hey, look at me. I'm up here on top of this awning, this freaking balcony, whatever you want to call it. Wall, I guess is probably the best way of putting it. Dak says, whoa, look at him. And then he gets down, blocks a couple of shots with the pistol whip. The fuse confirmed. Drama. Love it.
And that's the Stallions just adjusting in the game. They realize, all right, there's multiple rounds now. Well, we were going to think about defusing, but these guys have hit us with the ultra mega wrap every single time. Once they take control of sight, they only see one player on the point. They said, okay, screw trying to look where everybody else is. They're planning it over towards office. Let's just watch our top window and the other guy watch our pinch. Someone stick the defuse, and it worked out to perfection. The Stallions were able to trade as soon as that first blood comes in. Turn it into a 3v3, but then isolate the player on towards the site, read the post plan, set up to perfection. And the Young Guns put themselves in the driver's seat, now up 2-0 in the series.
Unreal. Comeback efforts for YFP in map 1, cut short by the deficit being too large. Copy, paste. Same story here in map number 2. Gets to a 5-2 tally. Up to around 11. But again, the gap just too much to make up. Stallions doing what they do best. Sticking together, flooding early, setting the tone. And YFP, heroics, sure, but not enough in the tank. So now we have to go and talk about how exactly would YFP be able to pull back some sort of a reverse sweep, especially with a Hacienda control coming up. And that's the advantage that I think Stallions has over most teams right now in Challengers, is that, hey, we have the option to say we'll play Team A, we'll veto vault control and force everyone to play on the 2 uncomfortable maps where we can just run around on you.
Yeah, protocol is obviously their bread and butter in control. We've only seen them lose one control protocol the entire time throughout this elite.
One
then
control,
when you see them on, yeah. And then when you watch them on Hacienda, at least the last time we were able to watch them, they were able to outslay the hell out of Paranormal. So that's on both ends. On defense, where they have nuisance SMGs who can play their corners. Even on the attacking side, they also have that aggression that can keep you trapped into your spawn. So Stallions just have everything that they need to try to close this out in 3, but I don't think YFP are going to roll over and die like that.
No chance. And I will say, we talked about how these first 3 maps, just kind of based on what we have seen from Stallions, definitely feel favored towards them. But as we get deeper, it does feel like the back half of the series starts to trend a little bit more towards YFP. The big question mark is, can they get through this Hacienda control? We'll find out. We're going to step away for a little bit of a break. We're going to get ourselves hydrated. Make sure you guys do the same. Drink your water, friends. We'll be right back after this with map number 3. Don't go far. Welcome back, everybody. We are through 2 maps here on our primary broadcast. Both have had some drama, but both have been won by the FC Stallions, which means that YFP now have to reverse sweep to fight for their life here in the lower bracket of Challengers Elite Stage 1. This is a marquee matchup, Jay. I mean, we've got the top from one group and one of the top and the tiebreakers from the other in a top 6 position. Not something we often see, but this season has been tremendously tight from top to bottom, especially with these 8 teams we had in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah. Besides Cabal GG, that's probably the only team that made it through the playoffs. We're sitting there like, oh, yeah, you guys stuck in. But they've only won 1 map. Everybody else, though, they've been putting on a show. Even Paranormal. You remember what they did last week, Alan? Do you remember what they did last week, Alan?
I remember a lot of things
white
that they
for
do.
25 seconds last week. And they ended up going home to the Stallions. So now the Stallions, off of that mistake that they made last week, they are able to find themselves up 2-0 in this series versus YFP. YFP, obviously some grueler ones. 250 to 204 map number 1, a round 11 search and destroy with the 1v4 out of Big Head. But with these kind of players, you can never count them out. It just has to start with the slang. You have to slow down the Stallions.
See what happens. In this Stallions team, like we already talked about when it comes to control, they love to force you to make a tough decision. You want to play us on Hacienda, you want to play us on Protocol. Neither feels good with Dak. Ooh, good patience here. Shuts down the kind of delayed play that we've seen Stallions do in their breakoff quite often from offense. Follow-up is also pretty solid behind that. Abe does slip the net, and Cruz misses timing on the Mercules, which now leads to another opportunity for Stallions to get going on offense.
Oh, and I love the way the Stallions came out on that opening break. They know that breakoffs are basically everything in control, especially on a map like Hacienda. You take it slow, you trade out the kills instead of going forward dead, and you now manipulate the mini-map. But that second segment at B is already about to be contained. Third segment getting worked on. Mercules already on 3 in a row, potentially going to find the 4th, but that's all clean for dead. Time is going to get extended, and YFP now have to find out of their base.
Yep. Abe just throws an aggressive shoulder just to check to see what YFP are doing. And whoa, Lurks, I was going to say he's got control top off his stairs, but shut down from Dak plus a little bit of damage into Abe. Does push back the Stallions a touch. And this is what they love to do. They want to just try to force the spawns to start to move over towards Boathouse side before they put influence on the zones. It's been one of those things that I think we've been a little critical of in the past, but this seems to be pretty methodical here for the Stallions.
Yeah, they just also want to locate the perfect opportunity. A 3 to 4 dead. Well, obviously, he is able to put them in control of where everyone is going to be coming off the respawn. With them currently have a 5 life advantage. Going to have Abe single-handedly trying to keep the players away. But his teammates are dropping in the base. Now you have to wrap back and get a couple kills so they can work their way out.
It's not coming together right now for the Stallions. Whoa. Okay. Here's an opportunity possibly for YFP to really congest the Stallions out of spawn. Focus from top spiral. Also simultaneously over towards Secret Stairs. Mamba does get caught, but the follow-up is good from Cruz. Almost able to snap that to a 3rd, but no worries. Dak will wipe the floor, and now we're down to 14 lives apiece.
Yep, and everybody off the respawn for the Stallions. And just with Dak being in his position over towards well, they know that they have to be overextending over through car. So basically the last push coming in for the Stallions. Have to make it count, and Courage is going to get caught. Everybody else rallying through the middle door. Here comes Wins on the pinch.
Indeed the case. Cruz over the top. Is holding his life, knowing that the Stallions are the ones that have to make a move, plus he's got help from Dak on the other side. And that will be enough to push the Stallions away. Now from the well spawn, they have to hit through connector. They don't actually have much resistance through that pathway, though. A lot of the focus for YFP is towards the outside. This is not good at all.
No!
Dak trying to chase things up. He's able to find one, but he's going to have to be responsible for more than that, you'd think. Nades on both sides. Tick done at A. Follow-up is looking decent. Stallions still hanging on the point.
Yeah, they had 2 players play for the spawners. They were instantly thinking about those kills.
Oh!
Now with Courage on the repitch is able to find another in the final moment.
Stop it.
Stallions come to life. Second segment secured. Last player here to contest is easily going to
read.
get cut off. The stack is in, and Stallions strip round 1 away for YFP.
I mean, that looked like it was absolute perfection in terms of the response from YFP. They don't get really battered too much after the B zone is captured. They don't get held into bad spawns towards boat. They work out, they get fire control, they get top art control, and they force this like heavy flood through Secret, through top spiral, and it looked like the Stallions were just gonna be down and out, but they get a breakthrough. I don't know if it's more of just like YFP to stretch themselves too thin, but a couple of players break out, and then the individual play, largely from Encourage, allows Stallions to get back onto the zone and secure the offense.
Yeah, I always thought it started, though, when Abe came through side door. We thought it in a 2v4 with them just playing their life. He was going to be screwed. He was able to miraculously find that kill and then stay alive and stay aggressive at that. Just gave them another shot. So now on the defense, then 2-2 on the trade fights. Abe was able to get the better of Dak to give them the early advantage. But see how patient Mamba is playing. Try to make an opportunity for his team to work B.
On the zone for a bit of a stall on the clock. Wiz on the way to try to get here from behind, but Encourage has already left office. So now you kind of look to Dak or Wiz. One of the two of them are going to have to kind of initiate this play. Instead, it's Cruz from the front. Wiz will also drop, and now there's information on Dak. And, wow! Those are unreal shots from Encourage. Abe still beating players face up on these SMG gunfights, and Stallions are now up 5 lives with only 38 seconds to defend.
Yeah, these young bucks are turned out. They are absolutely twisted. Every single gunfight that's difficult for me, they're making it look easy, as that's already another 3 to defeat. Up close and personal, I thought Mercules was going to find that one as well. But with 25 seconds left, this is where if you're the Stallions, slow down. You don't want to die at the wrong time. Give up some seconds because we don't really need to. Kills going in favor of YFP. They put the game clock at a pause at B.
Cruz diving forward, finds Mercules. Double stack is here. Abel gets some high ground control. Able to track down Cruz from above. Still, 2 members on the zone. Second tick of progress on the way. Opportunity for Mamba to possibly double up, but only finds one. Nice movement from Abe to get out of the window. Wiz held back, still on low HP, and now Abe's flank is in. Third tick being worked on, 1v1 for the zone, which Dak is able to win. Extra 60, and YFP are still kicking.
Yeah, right there, Stallions get a little bit too excited. Now it might come back to bite them. They have the last 2 players trapped in towards the base. Freebie for Wiz, number 1. Not able to find his second kill. Should be able to set up Cruz now for a potential double, and he's just going to fly out and get it. First segment complete.
Oh, lurks Cruz. Difficult battle. First tick is done. Mamba still on the zone. And, I was going to say, Dak wins that 1v1. There may not be a chance for the Stallions to collapse in this before the second tick is done, and they still may not. Mamba's still on the point here. 1v1 win. Chance to possibly lock in the second tick of progress, but gets cut short. 9v9, 60 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that's what YFP need to realize the situation at hand. You already have 2 kills. If we get a little stack going, they're forcing the Stallions to be a little bit more aggressive on their routes. When only 1 player on the point, that's what allows those long routes to develop and eventually the kills to go the opposing way. Now Cruz playing for a couple spawners. Should be able to cast a freebie onto A. 5v5 remaining.
Courage is doing the same thing though on the other side. It's a big win from Dak. But again, the problem is you have Encourage still blocking out spawns. So now no more respawns are available. 4v4 we go. Cruz trying to get out of here. Not able to find a route to do so. Dak thought about the zone, but got tagged, has to back away, and he's able to find Abe. 3v3. Time becomes an issue. 25 seconds on the clock, and it's just 1v1s all over the map. How about this? Someone for YFP is going to have to touch the zone, though. Mercules holding the back off his stairs. He finds one. Can't escape from the second. 1v2 for Lurks.
Oh, you're just going to play for at least 1 person to touch the point. Timing good enough for the first kill. 1v1.
And he just has to play for the kill here. Second tick will get locked, but that's insignificant. And Lurk should know. He's playing right underneath them. He got off the zone for a moment. There's the shoulder. Lurk's still fully healthy. Trying to play around it. Third tick being worked on. Stun comes through, but Lurk's from the high ground. He literally had the jump on the 1v1, but a little backward slide is the perfect response, and we got offense for offense.
Oh, man, if you're Lurks, we got to use that stun and nade a little bit better in that scenario. You knew exactly where he was because he was on the point. You had a lot of time to work with to develop a different kind of route. But the stun doesn't connect. The aggression does not click on that round. And Dak, even in that best play there, was the saving grace for them extending the game clock over at B. Stallions had it the same way YFP had it in round number 1, but they're going blow for blow.
Indeed the case. The only thing we can really tally now after those first 2 offenses come through is that the Stallions did win by conversion of the point. YFP only had 5 ticks winning by the kills, so small advantage in terms of how those first 2 rounds went. But based on how these guys have been battling, I don't even know if we need to do the math, Jay. This might just be electricity from start to finish.
Already see electricity here in this round number 3. That's 4 dead in favor of the Stallions. Have the pressure over towards Full House, and Encourage is winning up close and personal gunfights even with the pistol. Also letting Wiz know about it, but first segment done at B. Mercules can do no wrong in your base, even finessing with his life. Stallions just finding all the kills around the map.
Yeah, snap, double kill for Lurks. 16 and 18, he has been active to put it plainly. 2 ticks done at B. That's enough for Stallions to start to look forward a touch. Abe gonna just get off the zone completely here. Tested through connector. Knows he should have challengers from the front. Tries to slip in towards 10. Encourage trying to follow behind that, and Abe does his job. The fact that he gets tagged up 2 different times, still wins is 1. Unreal. And now Encourage has the jump on the DAC, or so you would think. Party that wins doesn't make a difference. Encourage blows him off the map. Oh my goodness. Stallions are ripping apart YFP. Huge life lead.
There you go. Now that's all 4 dead. Everyone accounted for. You're going to have 2 people playing for spawn kills, but now everyone going to play for spawn kills with the hefty lead that they currently have. Up by 10 lives, sliding on that corner, baiting and switching. The Stallions are just moving and grooving right now. Alan, YFP can't keep up.
Moment of reprieve here for the defense for YFP, though. Dak clearing off the A point. Hunt is on for Abe. And he's out of there. I mean,
man.
it's legitimately, if I have to imagine, it probably feels like there are 5 players on the map right now. If you're YFP playing up against Stallions, they're like, what do you mean? He's already gone. There's someone else behind me. It's like that feels like they're everywhere all the time. And so now on first tick at A is looking pretty likely. 18 playing 9, but YFP do collect a couple eliminations.
Yeah, Stallions are going to continuously play for kills. Now Lurks, the only player pushed on up. Cruz has the info. He's trying to finesse, trying to play his life, but eventually walks right into the setup, but Cruz just going to give him up for free, thinking that his teammates are going to get him. Now Mercules over through Rock Door finds the second kill. 17v6.
Can TDM it out from here. Encourage. Wow. Turnover towards Mom. A little slide past one another. Encourage locks it up. Lurks timing on the DAC. Perfect. Oh, 80's got a read. Whoa. Heat check on the Mamba, which he almost wins with the Jackal. 50 seconds. 14 plays 4. No more respawns.
So one more player in the back of the spawn. Dak is going to be trapped in this base, but he eventually does get taken care of. Cruz and Wiz now left in a 12v2. Make it a 12v1. And let me just tell you right now, Alan, with the way that the Stallions are playing, I can only imagine what the comms sound like for YFP. Because every single def watching them from the Stallions POV is just strictly a checkout. We're walking in towards office. I'm thinking, all right, I'm going to clear a little space. Now I'm getting shot in my back. All right, I'm going to try to clear out towards top plat. No, he's sitting in the corner. I'm telling you, I would be losing my mind playing against these guys with how aggressive and how much map control they are taking away from YFP.
There's just, it doesn't feel like there's any such thing as a guaranteed trade against this Stallions team right now. We'd mentioned it a couple of times before, and maybe not just specifically towards Stallions, but other teams in the league that are like really quick, really vibrant when it comes to how they get in, get out so quickly. The non-traded kill percentage is unbelievable. And I think we're probably going to be seeing that again, pending, of course, our scoreboard works. Trophy system doesn't actually, I think, get fully down from that opening nade. And that will be an even exchange over the top of the B site, leaving a 1v1 between Abe and Mamba, but it doesn't really fully come out, so Mamba will jump on the zone to stop the clock.
Mamba knows that last gunfight is going to be committed. Abe was going to play for those small kills on the opposing end, but just hoping that his teammates can try to assist him. But who needs assistance when you're shooting the way that you are? He was able to take down Encourage. First second secured. Now you got your teammates roaming from top plat. You might have the same exact ground here out of YFP.
Say, Jay, when did this map become an offensively favored map? It sure feels that way at the moment.
A couple more days of practice, Alan. A couple more days of practice, you know?
Second tick is in. Third on the way towards B. It looks like Stallions are likely going to concede this. And that may have to. Wiz just kind of pushes off Mercules. Third tick about to come out her way, but whoa, Mamba actually puts himself in a position to get taken care of for free. Oh, and then Cruz gets read through office. So that will be depletion on the third tick. 20 plays 19. Small advantage to YFP, but the clock keeps ticking.
Yeah, but nobody who's watching open hallway. So there's already players from YFP pushed out towards plat. If you're Encouraged, that's potentially going to be your angle to pick on up, but now they're instantly going to put themselves on the B point. Wiz is going to lose the gunfight, but effective on the trade is Dak, as they should be able to extend the game clock here.
Yeah. So now a 3 life edge. A minute 49 on the clock. Exit is now the question, though, and Stallions will not allow anyone for YFP to get back out of the B zone. They do lose track of Cruz for a moment, so as he's going to realize his teammates are being spawn trapped, he is going to have to come back to this play because otherwise this can get very devastating for the life count.
You can see that right there. The Hercules good enough to spawn him on the opposing side over towards fences. He is going to fall. At the same time, Cruz is still alive, getting their base. So just kind of take care of Encourage and hope that Cruz can find a couple spawners for the freebie. Able to at least find one. Set up his teammate for the second. So YFP take the live advantage by 1.
And they've got some control over towards the water side of the map. Abe re-wrapping into Spiral. Timing going to be important here as he comes back behind this play, and, well, he's not even needed. Stallions from the front, dealing a lot of the damage. Abe re-wrapping, looking for trades over towards open side. He'll find Mamba. And now it's just down to what Encourage can do front side lobby. He will find enough to, again, swing the life advantage in favor of Stallions.
Yeah, and now Wiz got to do something. Like, Wiz either got to get these players coming off spawn or wrap back to help his teammates out. It's the final 40 seconds. Potentially of YFP's Elite Stage number 1. If they need this to at least force around number 5, they're down by 2 live. Wiz eventually going to try to put himself into the play. Finds that freebie onto Lurk, 7v5.
Yeah, but they don't see Encourage in the corner. He gets a kill, and look how fast he gets out of there. Again, putting more influence on the clock. Big win from Abe. Dak not able to center up. Mercules playing backside Spiral, catching a couple of players off their final spawns. Just down to 1. It's gonna have to be Mamba, and he falls into the point, into the waiting arms of Lurks. Stallions will take the control and the series in 3-0 fashion, eliminating YFP.
Man, that was a phenomenal series from some young guns, man.
Thanks.
It showed some true veterans, some experience throughout that series. Because even in the Search and Destroy, where YFP pulled off, what, a 1v4, you come back 4 straight rounds to force it into a round 11, they were still able to ice up at the moment and realize where the play was coming in and what type of setup they needed to have to secure that S&D. But then even better in that control, man. We're talking about giving up your first defensive round the way that you did after having an insane offensive clutch up. But then the adjustments instantly come in those following rounds. You saw what they were able to do in their second attack, where they were just non-stop in your grill, playing for those spawn kills, not really worried about the objective. That's because they were filling lanes so well and playing their life so well that you only really see out of players that have been playing Call of Duty for such a long time.
Yeah.
And then even on the defensive side right there at the very end, just taking it very slow. There was one time where it was all the way at well side, wraps all the way to car, and flanks you at rock all the way in your base. Like, those are the kind of routes that the Stallions were able to hit just because they were playing with so much damn confidence, man. They have to continue to play with that confidence. They want to try to take it all. But a 3-0 versus YFP is a great start.
Absolutely the case. It's one of those things, like, I have like this initial gut check reaction because we saw this a lot last year, and this has been something we existentially always see in challengers, where it's just like you get these squads like Stallions that are just flying and they're not losing any gunfights, and you kind of like look back, you do a little bit of VOD review, and you realize that these are like isolated 1v1s, 2v1s, 2v2s. We don't see that often in the CDL, and it makes you kind of for a second think, are they just doing something that CDL teams don't do? And then I think you look at it again and say, well, it's not so much what the Stallions are doing right, but you reflectively look back at YFP and you go, guys, we need to slow it down, get together, and get some points to control. Like, we just need some areas of the map that we can hold on to, clear our zones, and then start to shift the tides the other direction. Because really, it felt like from start to finish in all of this series, Stallions set the tone early, and it was just too late for YFP to try to challenge and adapt to what they were doing.
Yeah, they just never had any breathing room, Alan. It's as simple as that. Every time that they thought that they could develop a playmaking on their abilities with their play calls, it just instantly got shut down by the aggression that the Stallions were throwing at them. So, fortunately for them, they don't have another opportunity to right their wrongs here, but the Stallions are going to be moving on to round 3. You can see on the top side of elimination round 2, SGP and the Spartans do tie up at 1-1. Spartans responding to search and destroy. That winners finals between the Pioneers and Omen Brooklyn. I cannot wait for that one.
Yeah, I feel you. And the good news, Jay, is you probably won't have to wait all that long, because that is what's coming up next on our docket. Not sure if we've got anything going on in the Bravo stream, but you saw it there. It's a 1-1 count between those two squads as they're likely in their control. So with that, we're hearing that they're not in the control, or maybe they're still figuring out how to get back forward. We don't know. We'll just kind of give you the updates as we get them. But for now, we're going to step away, do a little break, come back, more challengers. The beauty of a Wednesday night. See you back after this. What is up, all you beautiful people? We still have more lower semifinals action, so we're jumping on in. We've got Syndicate, Spartans, battling it out. 1-1 the current count, both in the control as well as in the series. We were told by production the search went round 11, so we've got a tight one here. At least the second map was tight. The first one was anything but. And so far here in the control, Jay, pretty tight back and forth as Syndicate approach their second offense.
I think it's been all-out offenses on both ends so far, potentially, or somebody secured the back-to-back defenses. Doesn't matter. We're tied here at 1-1 with Syndicate on the attacking side. A lot of pressure already through the middle of the map as they find a couple of kills. Essentially earn that first segment. They're instantly thinking about B. We get B out of the way, it's basically a guaranteed round.
Yep, absolutely the case. And I think it was back-to-back offenses looking at what the objective score is on the scoreboard right now. Now, again, we've been, I won't say treated to a guarantee in any of the scoreboard in any fashion, but just what we're seeing there, math would suggest the offenses have reigned supreme so far. So I'm going to run with that. Here we go. Second tick of progress. Looks like it's going to be pretty much given for free here. Spartans would have to hope that Prolute can do something from up top, but that nade kind of gives away his position. Exceed ready to take the battle. Push back. Has to go forward, and him and Dylan Rax will find kills to allow a chance for this third tick to come through.
Still going to be pressure here, though, from the Spartans. Over through mid-connector. Sparty's able to find the first arson for the second. But here comes Dylan Rax. We saw him find multiple kills all of that first map. It's a little bit of assistance there from Exceed, but that's already 3 dead. Prolute, can you make a play? He gets shut down. You might not want to throw any more lives at this if you are the Spartans, because you're already going to be down by 5.
Well, here we go. 5 life advantage leading now to what could be the precipice of a B attack. Rex trying to take his time to secure the kill over to Capsidal. Diamond Con, who eventually tallies the kill. Exceed mid-map, good for a trade. So we'll go 3v3. Close spawn, though, for number 2 and Yuli. And yeah, he's going to be able to push through with Diamond Con supporting. There's an opportunity for them to stay on the zone here, although the trades are decent, and that will mean that Spartans will still hang, at least for now.
And DC now has to back up. Doesn't want to get isolated, wants to keep this positioning on the map. Make it easier for his teammates to approach forward, but they're going to cut down on the overextension. Capture the Spark, found another couple of kills there. Now bringing these lives remaining closer and closer to being tied on up. Only down by 3. Make it 2 as Capsule finds his second.
Been a pause, calm for the moment. Nice shots from Arcides. Gets this tighter to a level tally in lives. Oh, but Caps gets shut down over through Vault Door, and you know that Spart's pulling over towards mid-connector. Not looking decent here for Spartans. They need to find a pick. They need to find it quickly. Arcides able to provide one. Spart down low. Big win versus Exceed. Clock will continue to tick. Second tick not done. 5v5. Spart in trouble and tries to force the gunfight. He's taken down, and now the lives become significant for SGP.
Yeah, that's a gunfight you probably don't have to fully commit on there if you are Spart. Same time your teammate falls, same thing with Arcides. Now a 2v5. You know the last 2 players are coming off the respawn. You already have someone contesting over 2 Lions. Absolute just slide, slippery slide. Now left in the 1v3. Don't give up the last segment, but that's an easy round there for Syndicate.
Wow. Yeah, so if it has been all offenses, I imagine it's looked a lot like that. But it's just one of those moments where, like, I get it as the defense. I think, like, you get into, like, this pattern of you are sitting there clearing out the zone. You have an even battle, and you have this, like, inherent want and desire to re-clear mid-map, but, like, it's a 5v5. Like, I just don't feel like we have to move past Lion. Like, why not just hold these angles, force the offense to go onto the zone instead of giving away lives?
Yeah, it's just tough because basically the Spartans are trapped into a really tight setup, that entire defense. So they try to take a little bit of space around that middle map, and just to go back to Sparty's Eagle Child there, that one was not necessary. Forced the play to come to you, but now you can make up for it. Like you said, it seemed to be all out attacks. They might prefer this side of the map.
Oh, my. That's clean. Trades are still even, though. We are hearing from our observer in Bravo Stream J-Pros that this has been all offenses, and the first 2 rounds were not close. So it's like both teams having a lot of success from the offensive front. First pick does get locked at A as the defense tries the challenge. Spart holding his ground. Help from Arcides, and that's enough for now 3 to fall. a moment where DiamondCon was thinking about challenging, but he still gets capitalized on anyway. So 26 plays 22. We're going to have 2:14 on the clock here for the Spartans to work with.
I was thinking the Spartans probably want to go for a little bit of a split push there, take a little bit of space away from that B point, but decide to complete that third segment, extend the time early, keep the map control in their favor as they're already finding all the kills in the feed. DiamondCon is thankfully able to get one and also keep that top bar control, but Absolute is creeping up behind.
Well, here we go. Our city's going to kind of take this play through mid. Nice shots. DC falling puts a lot of stress on SGP's defense. This is not what you want. Exceed trying to re-wrap around the middle of the map. That's 3 now down. Caps is trying to get through towards P4, and he's alive. That's enough. The defense, once again, has to kind of split their focus here, but the kills are actually really clean. Isolated wins. Maybe a bit over-aggressive here for the Spartans, but ProLoot hangs on to the zone. Double stack is here. Third tick of progress on the way, but the clearance comes through. Problem here is that you're down 7 lives. There's still so much time on the clock, and the next hit's already at your front door.
Yeah, the clearance comes through, but you don't have that full setup that you need. Gotta hold down that second wave coming in. Now Spartans only need half of that third segment is set, unless a decap does come in. It seems that that's what the Syndicate players are going to do. Already showing presence over towards Palm. DC, your job is to simply play your life as best as you possibly can. And just be the safety net once they touch this point.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Hart finds one. DiamondCon coming back to the play in a weird spot now. Has to kind of hold his ground. And look at this hit developing for the Spartans. All of it through mid-map. They're trying to get around the back here. Put the pressure on the SGP spawns. Exceed attempting to do the same thing on the other side of the map. The problem is the urgency on the zone is immediate. So now, Exceed has to win this gunfight at range. Nades over the top have been avoided by ProLoot. The stack is in. They've got 2 members on, and we're going round 5 with all offenses thus far.
But on the previous offense there for Syndicate, did they get it done through the segments or did they get it through the kills? Because pretty sure they only secured 5, and that's all 6 right there gained for the Spartans. So they might be leading 12-11 in that column. And it might be good, it might be bad, but it's going to be Syndicate on the defending side, at least I think. We'll just have to wait and see. And no, it's actually going to be the Spartans, so I did the math right. Alan, 12-11, Spartans were able to secure that final segment. They're on the defensive side, and Syndicate are happy as hell that they get an offense again.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. This has been all offense at this point. At a certain point, you're probably sitting there thinking, like, all right, sick. Let's just keep doing what we've been doing. And Exceed's already on the back. Wow. I mean, this is free. So now you've got a break-off effort towards B. It's bold. They've been nothing but success on the A zone, but SGP changing it up. It works for the break-off eliminations, but the problem has always been, and I mean always been, these break-offs towards B may start with success, but it's so hard to follow up and stay on the zone.
Because even when they found a couple kills on the front approach, it was ProLoot on the pitch doing the same exact thing that Exceed did on the opposing side. Was able to shut down that play. Now an early 3 dead. Exceed reads the pressure, the movement good enough to get out with his life. The commitment from RC's to try to take care of him, but he's still dancing.
Yeah, and this is now Exceed just has to play his life as long as humanly possible.
Ooh.
The rest of his team is focused over towards A. Mid-map wins coming through as Yuli will help join the 3-man stack. And that will be the whole zone gone. Maybe a hit here. ProLoot's thinking about it from U-Haul. He's kind of out in no man's land. He gets pushed off and eventually taken down. But the follow-up from the defense on the zone itself are good. And with that, RCs will also establish some defensive control deep through gold.
And now he's going to spawn out Syndicate over towards water side, but they're going to waste at least an opportunity here to try to isolate onto Arcades. It works out perfectly. Now they can get a closer spawn to just sprint right on forward. Now on the opposing side, you got Sparty, your base with an SMG. Absolute trying to contest over towards the point and is able to at least line up the first. That's all the players now accounted for. Spartans hold on.
Now you can see the defense a little panicked here. Double stack over towards Art, and they're also spawning right there. So I think there's some knowledge, or at least some, well, it's not real knowledge. It's like some assumption that there's a player in the back. That's not the case. And hold on a second. DC and Dylan, at least in the kill feed, have taken down 3. And now you've got 2 members on the B zone. And there's a mistake there as Arcides takes himself out by his own nades, but the same could be said as there's still cars integral on the zone itself. Spart finds the double with the nade over the top, and the second tick of progress will be cut short.
Yeah, and this is where the Spartans now have to take this opportunity and run with it. You can't be trapped to your spawn, because every time you think you're watching every single angle, someone is slipping on by. So let's just be the aggressors through the minimap. Make it more difficult for them to approach our bases. You can already see Ross developing out of Capsule. Gonna take his sweet time to work around Pool, knowing that he has his flank for free.
Yeah, and the person who's supposed to be watching this is Yuli, and he doesn't see the cross because Caps goes so deep behind the play, and now he's got you lined up, or so you think. Wait a second, Caps is gonna drop a critical misplay. Spart has to go heroic over the top of the zone, and only finds 2. DC puts a pause on the clock. Tagged up on the toes though. Arcides looking to move forward. 7v7, 25 seconds on the clock, and here we go again.
Oh, big kill from Prolu on the re-pinch. Now you know that was the playmaker. Everyone else is going to be attacking through the front side. Capsule on a big one-on-one. Get some assistance from Prolu again. 13 seconds. Syndicate got to get on.
5v6 through the zone and onto the staircase goes Caps. Turned around, but doesn't make a difference. He locks the shots onto DC. Last one left to succeed. Playing towards Palms, and as he drops, the Spartans will take map number 3 with the only defensive round coming in the 5th round. Now an edge in the series, 2-1 up.
Oh, man, and I'm curious to go back to round number 1, if possible. Can someone tweet me or anything and just let me know what Syndicate did off their initial break-off? Because if that initial push over towards B worked for them in round number 1, then I got to give it to you to go back to it in round number 5. But if that doesn't work, you saw it at least in their second offense, they were able to extend the game clock pretty early. They gave themselves 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work over towards that B point. But just that initial push to try to capture over towards B, no segments earned, doesn't give them a lot of opportunities and makes their life a living hell when you're coming off the respawn because time is not on your side. And unfortunately, it came back to bite them in that final round. But the Spartans, they iced up, man. They iced up on the one defense. That was one throughout that entire map. Now they're up 2-1 in the series.
And Jay, talk to me here a little bit because, like, we've seen this happen a lot. A number of time in challengers. There's also been a couple of critical rounds in the CDL where the offense comes out with their second attack or maybe their third if it's around 5. And they've got these breakoffs towards B where it's just like, yeah, you got the first couple of kills, but you don't have any mid-map control. You're getting swarmed on. It just feels like it just takes too much time. We saw Miami do that a couple of times. We saw it here. We've seen a couple of teams attempt to do that B breakoff, and I just haven't seen enough success on it for it to feel like it's worth it.
Yeah, no, it's a tough play call because there's so many different angles you can contest over towards that B point to where, like, if you're going to take that risk, you need to make it count. Because if you don't make it count, then you already have players pushed up to your spawn. Like, for instance, right there in that round, in that final round, Prolu goes right up through the middle of the map because no one's watching that because everyone was stacked over towards B, and he flanks over towards Gold. Once he finds those couple of kills, now everyone is spawning on the opposing side over towards Pool. But that's the risk that you take. It's as simple as that. If you could potentially catch them off guard, 2 to 3 kills go your favor. You got trophy systems later into the game. You can potentially close out that P point early. But if it doesn't work, then you just waste a lot of time for nothing.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, we've even seen those breakoffs, maybe that they're most successful only get like a tick. It's just, I don't know. It's one of those things that I think teams need to start to evaluate, and we'll have to do the same. We're going to break to just a small little pause. I believe we should be pretty close to our winners final, so I imagine we'll start to get that coming up next. And we'll also, of course, have those look-ins to Bravo as it's finishing up. But don't go far. We'll be back with more. back, everybody. We are about ready to go here for our upper bracket final. Pumped about it. We already framed it up. It's been impressive runs to this point for both Emit Brooklyn and KCP. Emit Brooklyn, you look at them on one side, though, and you say, whoa, these guys had a really shaky start. We watched their opening matchup. A couple of moments where they looked good, but for the most part, there were a lot of mistakes being made. And they weren't exempt from that conversation in their run through the playoffs at this point, but they're still finding ways to win, which you have to give a tip of the cap to both Lunars, Craze, Fellow, and Neptune. Jake, give me your thoughts over the roster.
I love this roster, man, from top to bottom. They're really consistent in every single mode. They're also consistent in getting clutched on at S&D. That cannot happen today. But it's just the gel of this team, man. You have the leadership out of Fellow. You got the gunny out of Lunars. And then the speed and momentum out of Craze and Neptune. I love the dynamic that they've been able to build. Because first week, we saw them double challenge certain things and getting two-piece. Second week, we saw them properly baiting and switching. This week, I'm expecting, all right, I'm going to go in and take care of it myself. And then if I die, you clean it and find a double.
Yeah.
That's just because they've just been getting all these reps versus pro teams, versus challenger teams. One of the top challenger teams that we have. You get to watch them on a daily basis whenever they're scrimming against some of these pro teams like FaZe, like Optics, and they're always contesting. So this team is well-rounded from top to bottom.
Well, see what we get on the other side as the KC Pioneers. Also, again, part of that giant tiebreaker we had on the other group. Standy, Illy, Brack, Johnny, the four-man front that's putting together this team. The most impressive thing, I think, about our first day of bracket play was that these guys came away with only a single map loss. Not often we see that happen, I think, especially considering how tight things were throughout the group stage. So these guys seem to be cooking after the week-long or about 5-day-long break they had between, their group stage and that first day worth of bracket play. And we'll see what the improvements look like for both these two teams as we have another 5 days between they last played. Where we are now with a Vault Hacienda Skyline best of 5 series in front of us. What are you thinking, Jay?
Oh, biggest map without question is that map number 2. We saw both of these squads square up on a little bit of Hasi S&D. We've seen out of the Pioneers 2v3 clutches, 2v4 clutches, Illy hitting long routes, getting it done. On the opposite side for Omid Brooklyn, we've watched them get 2v forward 3 times on Hasi and still walk away victorious with a 6-5. So regardless, they are always going to pull something out of nothing. But this time you're going up against a powerhouse and an experienced team in the Pioneers. You got to bring it early.
Okay, see what happens here. I think the biggest thing is, for the Emit Brooklyn team, is clean up the little things. That's really about all we really have to keep an eye on. I think, in particular, we'll have that conversation when we get to the search and destroy. I think especially because not only have we seen it a bunch in the past, but this KCP team on the other front is looking really, really clean when it comes to their search across a lot of different maps. So not going to have a lot of freedom to make mistakes today. So we'll see what they try to do to get through this back and forth between Vault and Hacienda. Hear that there's a lobby remake, though, before we get into this one. So we'll look at the bracket again. And I just want to go back and look at it because, this was not an easy run for the KCP boys.
No.
That Paranormal Esports team, really solid. They only dropped a single map to them. KCP versus Royal Spartans, also a 3-0. Now, granted, that 3-0 was tight. All 3 maps are really close, but still, it's one of those things that you still won 3-0, which is not common to find.
So they get a nice little 6-1 day to put themselves into this winners finals. And on the side for Omen, they start off by 3-0 Cabal GG. That one was an easy series for them. But then the rematch versus YFP to go all the way to the distance, to go all the way to the same exact map in that map number 5. But this time, make the adjustments to close it out 6-4. Have put themselves in the opportunity here to have this dance to make it to the grand finals here of Elite Stage 1. And even on that bottom side, I know that the numbers currently say SGP 1-1, but I'm pretty sure the Spartans currently up 2-1 in that series. Yep. The Spartans potentially going to have an opportunity to have their rematch versus the Stallions, who 3-1 them who they originally beat. So they're probably going to have that confidence again going forward, but the Stallions look way different than they probably did that day.
Yeah, I was about to say that we didn't get a chance to watch that Stallions game, but we saw, I think, a couple of highlights and scoreboards from it, and it was one of those games. Just we talked about it. Lurks dropped 45 for the L on a protocol control. That was the only controller they've dropped so far. And it's just you don't often think that's going to happen, really, ever again, right? Or not 45. He dropped 40, I think, for the L. Regardless, it's still an impressive number. It doesn't matter what the number is. He dropped a lot of kills, and it's just still one of those things. When you get to the top 6, I think in particular, anyone can beat anyone, especially in challengers, but we're also seeing that kind of be the case in the CDL this year. This game is just one of those that's things can just move and change so darn quickly. You have to be like thinking 5 steps ahead, and you'd be thinking in like 3 different dimensions of like, what happens if this goes wrong 3 steps from now? Like, you just have to always be considerate about like what has to happen next, and you have to do it so darn quick because the game is, it's one of the highest speed games we've had since like Jetpack Odds.
Yeah, it's one of the highest speed games that we have, and it's also one of the games that you have to learn super quickly with all the pacing changes that have changed throughout the last couple of years of Call of Duty. So some teams are obviously finding that learning process very fun. Some teams are still trying to work on it, at least on the side of Pioneers. I remember we watched them week 1. What, they got reverse swept by the Stallions, and they wake up week 2 with a couple more days underneath for practice, only lose 1 map. So it's just time. It's just time for some of these young teams. Same thing could be said for some of the teams throughout the CDL, unless you're like the Atlanta phases, it only took 2 weeks. But you know what I'm saying, Alan. Just time is what they need.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I think there is a level, though, and we see this in Challengers a lot, and I think we're going to see this pretty much immediately after Major 1 is done. The CDL, where it's just like, it's not happening now. It's not going to happen. You just like, it's one of those things, like if you have not been able to learn and adapt at the rate of other top performing teams, it's tough to make up that gap in learning curve. And that's what I think for Challengers players, they feel that a lot because of the Cup schedule that they have. It'll be interesting to see what the dynamic looks like this year with them not having a major until like more than halfway through the year.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
Yeah, so it's like, maybe we'll see teams try to stick it out because the stakes feel a little bit lower in a way. Like, I don't really know how to explain it, but we'll see if there's going to be more stick-to-itness here for the Challenger scene as we get things kicked off with a vault hardpoint and opening nades and kills for a minute looking down.
Oh, and I love to hop on this young man's POV. Johnny has become one of my favorite players to watch throughout Challengers. He just sets the pacing with that SMG. Also a phenomenal S&D player. This guy on your screen, in Greg, he's been a guy who I've also become a big fan of this season. Impactful play after impactful play, but already into the P1. It's an all-out mix fest. Open Brooklyn currently have 8 points. They also have the spawns over towards next, and they also are winning these trade fights in towards the middle of the map. But Fellow gives up on that fight, and Standy finds a double.
Here we go. Oh, shot. Oh, not needed. I was going to say shots are about to come through for Lunars, but his teammates beat him to the punch, and this SMG setup now for Brooklyn is not just controlling the map. They're also winning some time here on the old P1. Prays off 3 in a row, looking for timing through the mid hallway, and he's actually able to perfectly turn that into a transfer for a double. Really cleaning things up nice. Spawn still holding decently, and oh, mercy. You see what I think we all see. Craze is behind the play, but shut down, and now KCP have a chance to get into P2.
Oh, thankfully, Felony gets that 1 kill. He allows his teammates to consistently now spawn it towards the back. They have another break on their hands. Every single player for Pioneers are pretty tight in their setup. That's already 3 dead. Last player alive is going to be Johnny. He falls. Everyone spawns out. Omit right back in.
Queen on the rebreak. And the setup is actually pretty well established early. Long-range shots from Neptune works out. Lunar's right behind it. Nade will eventually take him out of place, but Neptune's off the regen. Oh, well done. It's good patience from Neptune. Now 7-4 as him and Craze, the SFGs, having the best start so far here on the map.
Yeah, and if you allow these guys to gain this momentum early into this map, this might be over sooner than you think, because they are the dictators to how they are going to have so much success on their hardpoint game. It's now Crazy an opportunity to play some large spawns. Knows that a gunfight's going to be right in front of him, but Pope, a.k.a. Illy, was prepared for that, and now they maintain arc control, try to chain this P3 to P4.
Yeah, and Standy, good awareness here, catches timing on the Lunars, trying to slip behind. Nade will take Brack out of the hard point, but Standy, knowing that they've got kills plus some forward momentum, is going to step up into the hill and nearly takes down 2, but denied by Neptune. Brack off his respawn, looking to get back at the hard point again. Johnny mid-map. Wow, good gunfight win versus Craze there. Little snapper now allows KCP to stabilize and continue to earn time here on 3.
Oh, yeah, this is good work. This is great work, because it's still 20 seconds still to fight for here at P3. You're managing everything else around the map about not allowing anyone to slip on by, potentially spawn you all the way out, but now you're basically tied the game up, won the rotation over towards News. Standy, you want that gunfight back, but thankfully your teammate is there to trade.
Craze now behind the play. Tough gunfight here versus Brack, holds his ground. Fellow's on the way, and Fellow is the bailout. Do they expect another player to be here, though, on this wrap? Well, Craze sure does, but it's Illy, and he will take down another, making life a little bit difficult here for Brooklyn, who spawn out again. Good awareness from Brack. He reads the split spawn, able to turn that into 1, but now the pinch is starting to develop, and Neptune and Fellow will re-break the hill.
Yeah, Neptune is able to fly through the front, catch a double. Felony just, again, playing his life towards the backside, allowing his teammates to spawn on him before hitting that hard point. It's a veteran play there. Out of T-Fells. Now they're going to walk away with the final 25 seconds. Pioneer's going to potentially give it one more push, but that instantly gets shut down out of the SMGs. Now Omid Brooklyn have an opportunity to work their way out, potentially flip them on the opposing side.
Very gunfight, an important one right here. Graze, good space created here at Marble. But Hope has gotten behind on the other front. Lunar's actually almost had a chance and does get some damage and making life very easy for Craze, who's on another killing spree plus at the moment.
Easy.
And okay, 6 wins right there for Craze. Keeps Summit Brooklyn at least in some sort of control at the moment. But ooh, are we going to read these parallels? It looks like Craze is relatively aware of it. He's stunned, and now this should be enough to know that there's splits here for KCP.
Yeah, without question. Johnny also finds a kill on the opposing side. Now he's going to work his way from top cat. Craze is deciding to play with his teammates. He's able to find the first snap, potentially for the second. Pope gets the better of him, and just keeping it mixy in towards the middle map. As it turns into, again, another 1v1. Fellow flies up behind him, whips out that 4th AR, 4th SMG. That's what Omid Brooklyn love to do around this P1, Allen. Just pay attention to that. They pull out 4 SMGs on P1, so they have non-stop progression.
Nice shots from Neptune right across the pool. Right into the play at mid-map. No worries there, KCP. Oh, wow, this is great awareness from Travis. They're still spawning back corner, but big win from Standy. Keeps the play alive here for KCP, spawning close, and with that, they should have the benefit of getting into some early time at 2.
Yeah, but that route right there from Johnny doesn't come back and get anything, so it's going to be allowing Omid Brooklyn to be freely spawning towards the back. Craze makes it count and is able to catch a double. And that's just one of those routes that if you're Johnny, you got to tell your teammates the hard block, because now you're potentially going to lose out on 50 seconds here at P2. You're spawning all the way out towards the front. Someone has to try to hit a route, and at the same time, Neptune is ready to meet you.
Yeah, I will say, this is obviously very early, but just watching the POVs of Neptune and Craze at this point, they feel more reserved, more disciplined in terms of the timings that they're going from one fight to another. Craze down to 2 HP. Maybe eating my words here very quickly, but waits for the reject. Tries to finesse the scrap time. He's got Lunars there for help. And now over to the other direction. Neptune up top. He tried to stun us back to keep him safe, but Brack just beats the timing, and KCP now hold a bit of a split over the top of P3.
Here comes around again, this time out of Neptune. Gonna play for the one-on-one gunfight onto Brack. Brack at 13 HP, cannot come in a gunfight, but still pulls it out of nowhere versus Neptune. Maintains the arc control in favor of the Pioneers. They still know they're looking for one more player, and it's Lunars camping on the top side of P4. Sandy gonna get the freebie. Sandy secures the spawn for his team. Now you just gotta get him off of that hard point.
Well, here we go. Next thing up. Oh, Sandy good win through mid, but just over challenge. So there will be at least some sort of a back and forth. Allows a little bit of time here for Mid Brooklyn, who are trying to still fight for the left side of the mini-map, and they may be gifted a chance at this here. Sandy still stepped up pretty far forward. Yeah, it's 3 straight down. That's going to be really obnoxious spawns here for KCP, who are just trying to scramble back to the left side of the map, trying to hope and pray they can block. But the hunt is on. Brack with a little bit of trigger discipline, just trying to stay lost. But again, if you're a bit Brooklyn, you have to know he's back here. And yeah, now they finally see him. Cross is also being watched nicely. This is a big moment here for Mid Brooklyn to blow this game out of the water.
Oh yeah, this might be GG if they walk away with all this time here. It's too much of a ladder to climb. If you are the Pioneers, to lose out of a money hill where you have rotated twice to. Just keep losing track of players. Neptune at 28 and 19, making 29 and 15. He's just taking over the game. Like, just way too much pressure from the SMGs, way too much discipline out of the ARs. This is just how easy hardpoint tends to look when you're playing with all the fundamentals in your back pocket.
Nice shots from Fellow. Next on the wall bang. One more player to grab inside the hardpoint, and Craze says, yep, you guys got this. I'm going to try to look for what's in front of us. And in that moment, Johnny at least finds an elimination, but 5 in a row for Fellow. I mean, really, for Mid Brooklyn, this has been as efficient as we've ever seen from them on this map mode combo. So they've got about an 80-point lead. Chipping away at it for a moment is KCP, but again, the full wrap, the motion on the map looking solid. And that once again puts the hard point back to neutral status.
And then look at Neptune. He knows this is one-on-one gunfight is for the spawns. looking to try to take my time, but Brack there for the assist is able to take care of him. And Pioneers now need to do a couple things at the same exact time. That's why you see Brack roaming the way that he is towards the backside. Just simply blocking his spawn, holding down the pinch, so hopefully his team is consistently soak up his speed one time. But every clutch kill he gets on this side makes your whole job a whole lot easier for that next hill.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Corner run out for Brack. Knows he's got a player down low, but the problem is you've got fellow up top in the same breath. And it's just too much to deal with here for KCP. So a 60-point gap. KCP spawning close to P2. Standy just needs to stay alive, and if you can find a kill, that'd be great, but obviously the result speaks for itself. He's down and out. That's going to force a rotation from Johnny away from the hill. And at Brooklyn are going to clear palms and the hard point at the same time. They can just dive in from the front.
Yeah, you're still going to get those back spawns if you are the Pioneers, but you need a couple kills to go with it. Pinch route being set up from Standy, only able to take down one. Back spawns being blocked out, and Omid Brooklyn again. Just make it look too easy. It's so easy when you're finding the initial kills, 2 at that, off the beginning of these hard points. You're trapping them in towards the back and then properly setting up the pinch. They're consistently just doing that and running up that score, but Pioneers find every single kill to work their way back in.
Yeah, it's looking pretty comfortable at the moment for him at Brooklyn. But this is not an unachievable deficit to bring back if you're KCP, especially with the scrap time a guarantee. Luner's just making sure no one can push through to try to flip the spawns from the long route at Palms. He may have missed Brack. No, Fellow's right there. So again, everything's covered right now for Mid Brooklyn. Scrap time about to expire, but mid-map, Palms, all of it belonging to a Mid Brooklyn, and that can turn into some early hill time here on 3.
Yeah, the game is just so consistent right now for Old Mid Brooklyn. Even when you think if someone's giving up the angle, they know, okay, this is a power spot. I have to hold this angle. They have those crossfires being set up, but unfortunate teammate from Felony now leads to 3 dead. On the side of the home at Brooklyn, they're going to force themselves to turtle up a little bit because at this point in the game, you cannot flip out.
Yeah, exactly the case. Play the macro game. Brack maybe could create something here. Johnny's still staying nice and tucked in on the hardpoint. That turns that into a kill. Follow-up from Craze just doesn't come in at the right time. So, I was going to say 1v1 over towards the left side of the map. That would have been everything. Now it's on to Johnny. Not expecting Fellow to be playing close to the staircase. Follow-up also not there. Standy looking for timing to try to play around the back. He's not had a great game yet, but he could possibly swing this map around with a couple of good kills. The problem is he doesn't see Neptune, and now Mid Brooklyn hold control.
Yeah, the timing's too good right there from Neptune, but gives him his life for free. So gives an opportunity here for Pioneers to work their way through the front, but once Pope falls, all of Mid Brooklyn have control. Just need about 25 seconds to take this map number 1 final push break here for Pioneers.
Raise from the front door. Doesn't expect the quick challenge. Moment to stay alive if you're Johnny. Pistol for Lunars. Not great. He's about to get hit from the back as well, and that's, well, I was going to say, that looks like it's going to be good for KCP, but they didn't expect the same thing to be happening from Neptune, who is all over the map. 42 and 27. With still some good game clock to play off of. He may break that Purge kill record here, Jay.
Essentially there. They're giving Pioneers opportunity to continuously extend this game. Is they're going to walk away with the final 15. Over Brooklyn forced himself to think about that rotation. You can no longer win it here, but at least he trapped him in toward the backside of this hard point. Raze finds a double. Final 6 seconds. There's and rotation there. Omer Brooklyn looking to close it out now.
Don't want to get too greedy if you're Mid Brooklyn. Game clock is becoming an issue for Pioneers, though, as well as just the overall scoreboard. Little pop-up moment here. Lunars, a bit of miss from finding Brack initially, but Neptune's behind the play. Able to turn it into kill number 43. You can tell he knows what's up ahead. Kill number 44 is in. He will not get to 45, but a bit Brooklyn relatively comfortable, largely thanks to, again, it's not even just the fact that Neptune pops off. I have to say, that was one of the more impressive maps I'd seen from Neptune in the moments that he didn't try to go too far forward, value his life, get the regen, and turn 2 kills into 5 kills. That's what it felt like that map.
Hey, man, it was just momentum out of the SMGs, developing it early on into that game, man. And, like, the fact that they were able to play the way they were, you can just tell that they were wrong with confidence. I'm pretty sure both SMGs dropped 40 kills, but it also helps when Pioneers were basically gifting them some free breaks. Like that one opportunity where they found themselves winning a rotation over towards P2, Johnny goes on that deep wrap for absolutely no reason. That allows someone to spawn behind you, the break to come in, and those are misplays that you unfortunately can't have at this stage. And then even when you get over towards this P4, I feel like the first 2 times that we saw it, Pioneers were dominating over towards R. But that first attempt that comes in from over Brooklyn, they made it count every single time. That's the way that hardpoint is going to look when your setups are easily broken, when the opposing team is just taking advantage of what you're throwing at them, and then also the SMGs are just simply not losing gunfights. Great opening map there from over Brooklyn.
Yeah, clean pretty much from start to finish. And again, that just felt like one of those maps that, you know, it was well polished, and there was just a severe, I think, level of concentration that didn't allow for the regular mistakes that we had seen through the group stage in particular from Brooklyn. And a lot of it just comes from not trying to take off more than you can shoot, right? Like, legitimately, it was a great start from Craze for that reason, and of course, from pretty much start to finish, it was that way for Neptune. And you are right, both SMGs will finish with 40 plus, so tempo was the name of the game. It just was one of those things that I feel like that has to be like one of those, like, you know, coach sits you down and looks you in the eye and says, like, stop doing this, trust me, it's gonna benefit you. And you're like, but I like the run and gun. And then you say, oh, okay, like, I can still run and gun, I just have to take 2 seconds in between those doubles that I'm putting together, because that's what we need to see, and that's what we're seeing at the highest level right now.
Yeah, that was unbelievable right there out of both SMGs, because there were points in that game where, okay, I'm going to push out towards their side Lion, just simply come off the respawn Neptune and block. That's all you need to do. They were taking turns, taking those opportunities, and they were both making it count whenever they found themselves in those situations. Now we go into a Hacienda Search and Destroy where if you're Omid, you're riding the momentum heavy off of that map, number one, especially because both of your SMGs really set the tone with their aggression and their pressure. Now going into a Hasi Search and Destroy, they usually tend to love that same exact aggression early into these rounds. You just need to make sure that Crazy Neptune continue to stay on the same page, because once they start to go to that individual stuff to try to make hero plays, that's when Illy will come back to bite them.
Absolutely, and we've seen that happen a number of times already. So it is one of those things that just don't be 2v4'd. Don't give yourself these early 3v4 situations off those first bloods. And a bit Brooklyn, you would think, should be feeling pretty solid about what this series looks like in maps. But we're about to find out what's going to happen with the Search and Destroy. But before we do, we'll step away for just a brief break. When we come back, Hacienda. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back there, friends. Hope you like COD. We got a lot of it. It's one of those places where you're going to get what you come for. Come for COD? We give you COD. We're man of the people. Jay especially. Big man of the people. We've got map 2, Search and Destroy, coming up. This back and forth between Vault and Hacienda. So Hacienda here, Vault for the control, Hacienda for the map 4 if we need it. I think that you already kind of framed it up before we went to break. You know Amit Brooklyn is going to want to try to take the tempo that they just had on Vault and give it to you immediately on Hacienda. But this Pioneers team has looked really, they did look really solid on the map last week.
Yeah, we saw them clutch multiple rounds where they found themselves early in the man disadvantage. Illy setting up strategies to where they're planning on certain stretches. They have certain angles to watch the bomb sites. And then I feel like my favorite player to watch on this Pioneers team is Johnny, because at certain points, he can play really slow. He can whip out that AR and hold down certain angles, but then at certain points, he can also change up his pacing and go and be that aggressive with that Jacko in hand to find that early first blood and set the turn early into these rounds. So this is going to be a battle. But I think whoever wins this Search and Destroy, regardless of the score at the end, takes the series.
Oh, and I saw that. We've got both observers in this game. Insert fly-throughs here. Quick action on first fire hall. And wait, take a look at Brack. He's off for a swim. He's doing his 500-meter breaststroke right now over towards Boathouse. And for KCP, they're trying to pull the defense to A early to see if Brack can slip behind this play, find a freebie, and set up a really dangerous post plan on B.
Yeah, Brack in a great spot to potentially contest it. Felony going to put down a couple shots to lead to Brack finding that freebie for the first blood. Now you open up that B site. You're able to get the bomb planted for free, and you're able to still keep the numbers in your favor.
Decent follow-up, though, for Mint Brooklyn to deal with the damage. But like you mentioned, the opening is great. The bomb plant is looking pretty secure. Crossfire here over Rock. Manili left to play the long clutch. And that nade didn't land where it needed to. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Neptune. What?
No way.
What? Neptune gets 2. How does he get both of the SMGs? Now here comes the double swing. Neptune for the ace. Give him the defuse. What?
That can't happen right there, Alan. It's as simple
Correct.
as that. 3v2, we're back-to-back in the setup watching mid-door, but Neptune just slides onto site and is able to make both gunfights look easy. Gain the info as well. Last player has been playing over towards Car. We go for the double chow. Do not commit on one player. And what was a lot of the rounds going the opposing way for clutches in favor of the opposing team on the opposite side of home at Brooklyn. They get one done in round number 1 with Neptune finding all 4.
Unbelievable.
Screw the bomb? All right.
Yeah, I guess so. Neptune may just be on his stuff this night.
Yeah, he's
May just be one of those. He's already in and through. Oh, not like that. The timing is atrocious. Johnny goes it's one on the other side. Standy following up. So Neptune on 5 is going to be required to get more. Another 2v3 from Mint Brooklyn.
Graves at least evens up the numbers, makes it a 2v2, but is instantly responded out of a trade for Millie. Now Neptune, 1v2 on the cards. Has info onto 1, but they have saw him now.
Yeah.
Both arrows going to focus on this side, but Neptune with the movement not able to get out. And Pioneers secure their round.
Yeah, you have to respect it from Neptune, just trying to isolate, but no information on that second player play in the back corner. Leads to a freebie. Good damage in from the first. Johnny with the final, knowing that, yep, this challenge. 1 bullet to the head will do it. Okay. So you can see, like you already talked about, Jay, this is exactly what Brooklyn want to do. Get Neptune activated, or really just get the SMGs activated. And so far they have, as all 6 eliminations that have been tallied have come by way of a Jackal for Mint Brooklyn, but we're still tied at 1.
Now Pioneers back on the attack. I love their first strategy to send Brack all the way through the water. Definitely catches Brooklyn off guard, but are they going to go back to just dominating over towards top secret? Lunas finds that first blood and also gets out with his life, so already off to a great start of this round.
Decent quick pinch, though. Neptune in a good
Always come
position.
back.
Wow, he is shooting, bro. There may not be anyone equal to a 1v1 with Neptune today. Certainly feels that way after the hard point, and he has not held off so far here in the search. Johnny by himself, 1v3. Isolated moment here. Does take down Neptune, so never mind. My words are empty and meaningless. Johnny now 1v2. Reset. This plenty of time to make this play happen.
He got out, too. So now you have lost track of where Johnny went. He's wrapped his way all the way towards top plat. I'm still going to be down, though, towards mid-connector. So with about 35 seconds left, you have to try to sort of read what this setup is looking like. They're flow playing around sight. Gets it onto 1. Now he has to both. They're right by each other.
Yep. And there's just not a lot of time for Johnny to do anything besides probably dive through this window. Well, gotta go. Gotta go fast. Doesn't work.
Omen Brooklyn back-to-back defensive rounds now. Able to win the initial gunfight in the middle of the match, keep the trades in their favor, and then just play the 2v1 setup with the bomb down to perfection. But it goes back to what Neptune just tucking himself in that corner, Alan.
Yeah.
Second gunfight, they always come back. That's the thing about Call of Duty. I promise you, if someone shoots and goes around the corner, they're always going to come back. Just don't get all caught off guard, and Neptune knows that rule down to the T. Was able to find that double to secure that round there for Omen. Back on the attack they go. Aggression through top mid.
We have 3 players large. Double setup here, though, for KCP with her ARs. Millie wants to try to challenge it. Yep, you've already got rock control as well. Decent trades, but KCP will win out on that opening battle. Neptune down to 5 HP, just trying to gain himself some space. Stun comes through, holds him from the regen. No worries there. And that is a tough defensive setup to break out, because legitimately that's just 2 different 2v2s. Up top, there's a 2v2. Down low on rock, there's a 2v2. The defense just beats you to the punch.
Yeah, and the good thing is that the defense were playing patient, too. The 2 guys that went top open hallway were waiting for that pressure coming from in rock before they decide to commit on those gunfights on the opposing side. And then once that pinch develops, Neptune just a little bit late on his pinch over towards car side. Just gave the numbers in favor of the Pioneers. All-out defense so far on this Hacienda S&D. Pioneers back on the offense. I think you just go back to what you did in round number 1. Just try to slow the game down.
I think especially because when you do slow the game down, because of how round 1 developed, a bit Brooklyn, if they don't see any action, is going to be really cautious about, did someone hit the water out? Like, this is always in the back of your mind. This time it's not water. It's just office. 9 to 5. Johnny, whoa. Thought the timing would have been perfect for a freebie. Doesn't fully work out, but doesn't make a difference. He catches Fellow instead, and Brack will finish what was left of Craze 4v2 early.
They're not going to be thinking about that objective yet. The bomb is slowly starting to approach his way over towards B. You had Illy camping in the back spaces watching that deep pinch, but Neptune and Lunar able to find 2 kills. On a 1v2 for Lunar, he knows where they are.
He's got both weapons to play with here. Oh, this timing may work out. Oh, this kid's caught on sprint. Maybe thought he was a little slower to the punch than he actually was, because I think we both read that timing. Jay was just like, wait a second, this is the perfect read. Not quite. Able to be prepared for it. Yeah, you can see it from Standy's POV. Just preemptively slides the corner, knowing that if there were to be a challenge, it would be right there at the corner. So KCP taking edge, and the first blood starting to tell the story here a little bit, Jay.
Yeah, Pioneers just take the map away from them, play it super slow in their base, making sure no one was approaching the pinch, but just relying on the kind of success that Johnny was able to find, working his way through bottom line. Gets that first blood, sets up the pinch there out open hallway, early man advantage, and then Pioneers just trade out at the very end. Because now they go back on the defensive side. You have the bomb carrier in Craze playing slow over towards B. Probably going to make a couple decoy plays at this A site, and then try to play it at 53.
Tad, but keeps his life. 4v4. Trophy system down for Fellow, just kind of playing the island towards A. Craze looking to get towards Rock, but this is delayed, so you have to watch every single corner. Billy. Shots over the top. Lots of damage, and ooh, that's going to, you would think, put a bit of a scare to Omit Brooklyn. They're still sticking in front. They're actually sticking for the plant here. Johnny's got to come quickly on the back. He doesn't really see it, and Neptune finds first blood.
Bomb goes down as well. So now Pioneers in the man disadvantage have to approach this bomb site. Not in the preferred angles, and they make you pay for it, and Neptune finding a double.
Jesus.
Now it's Illy, left in a 1v2, 30 seconds.
Neptune's got 12 through 6 rounds. There may be more. Could be more. Think there was more. We had 15 out of Merc and 11 rounds between Stallions and YFP. But Neptune was a couple of kills away from 45 in the Vault hardpoint tie Purge's kill record this year. And now he's on 13 through 6 rounds in a back-and-forth search. He may be good for 20.
Yeah, this is the version of Neptune that got him opportunities in the CDL. Whenever he is on, he is one of those SMGs that tend to get lost. You can compare him to like the Shotsies, the Abizis, with how aggressive and what he's able to do with that finesse game. Oh, yeah, I also forgot about Hydra. But he just has that ability to where if he's feeling himself, and we saw it in map number 1, he will continue to fight with that same confidence. So they got 13 kills so far in this map number 2 on a 4th-streak. Another ace on the cards. Now he's going to be able to read this pressure coming in on, hey, what kind of play does he get done?
Yeah, this off angle could be money. Because we know that if KCP want to play A, they're likely going to try to throw somebody through a wall. They see shadows or a name tag or a foot. And Neptune's out of the picture early. Crazy is just going to step and take the same angle. Yeah, dangerous there, young man. And he will back off, giving KCP some ground here at A.
Yeah, it's just difficult to even work this objective right now because KCP currently don't have any secret control. You at least have Pope, which is Illy now going to approach that angle. Now this is where Standy should be able to slide out towards sight. Hold up. Let me just go out to slide towards middle, get that freebie.
Yeah.
But who cares about the bomb when they have to try to contest this? Pioneers, again, with the advantage.
Back and forth, though. Tug-of-war game here. 4-3 tally. Like we already alluded to a little bit. First Bloods have largely told the tale of some of these rounds. Most of these rounds. Unless Neptune's still alive. In which case, may not matter. But KCP hold an edge. Back to the defense they go. And this would be about the time you would want to see something maybe a little bit different here from Mid Brooklyn. Because, yeah, Craze hasn't had a good game so far. Just 1-7. Doesn't really feel like Fellow and Lunars have been a part of many of these offenses. It's largely just been Craze and Neptune trying to charge to B. And that hasn't really worked out for them to this point. Although, here we go. Fellow and Lunars up top. Looking for a little bit of a double chow through the windows. Not to happen. And that's a free B site that Mid Brooklyn will not fully know because they still have to clear rock. But once they do, they should feel pretty good about their chances of playing this top B.
Yeah, I feel like Omen should have been a lot faster on this. You throw stuns and nades over at this B site. You send a double chow through top open, and there's not a single player in your crosshairs. You should instantly start thinking about this bomb plant, but now that RC gets invested, Craze is going to be able to take care of it. Not a bomb being planted, but hopefully Brack doesn't peek you at the right time.
Oh, he sure does. Oh, boy. You know, not good. Now Johnny's walking through rock hall. Slide out is decent, and that will be the round. Yeah, really good stuff from KCP. It's the same thing again. It's just a bit Brooklyn. They don't get the contact up top. They know Illy's playing down low. You would have to think that the call-up, being like, oh, he's bottom bar. Like, it should not be assumed that the plant on the tight corner is free like that. Like, you should know that if someone's going to challenge you, it would be by that little crack in the floor.
Just waste too much time right there for Helmet. All the info gained, but don't do anything with it. Allows the Pioneers to retake it, slow the round down with the RC to start it off, and then just Brack with the timing. Catches the player off site. Now allows Pioneers to be at game point, stringing 2 rounds in a row to be in this position. Are going to be all out aggressive this time towards top secret.
Mid opener, okay. Not going to happen this time around him at Brooklyn. Almost 2.5 more than they can really digest as Illy. Whoa, he is Neo in the Matrix, dodging those last couple of bullets. Gives him a chance at this. It'd be a 1v3. No bomb to play with at the moment, but the timing here may work out.
Wait a minute.
Seen one up, but he throws the stun, and now everyone knows.
Oh, but they still have yet to turn around. Bomb is also down all the way at top secret, so Eddie would love to have that in his hand and potentially plant it at B and hit those rotations that he loves to do. Now with 40 seconds, both the ARs from Omen Brooklyn running around as an army of 2. And Ellie's seemingly going to try to predict this perfectly, but the bomb's going in A.
Clock's going to be an issue here. On for the plant, and Fellow will watch it for free. Okay. It was an effort. An effort was made. I think, you know, kind of if you wanted to pick it apart, that check on the slide through followed by the stun, and I understand it. Like, Illy doesn't know for sure that that was just a slide past the hall and deeper. Like, he may have just played it into the stairs. Like, it's kind of hard to tell from that angle, but him tossing that stun gives him at Brooklyn all the information they need to make the right reads and confirm the round.
Yeah, if he obviously he thinks that both of those players, or at least one of them, were able to spot him, and they were going to try to solo him out, but with that bomb being down all the way across the map, just not many opportunities in a 50-50 chance. He's going to clear out A at the right time, able to extend this game. Now back on the offense they go, all out aggression towards A.
Oh, Trophy not going to keep this safe. Yeah. Fellow, last one left, just like that. The blink of an eye. It's just a 4v4 over the top of the A site. The offensive trophy just gets flat out overwhelmed by 8 nades. And what was a very back and forth affair ends in less than dramatic fashion for KCP. They take it in 10, a 6-4 tally. It's another one of those maps where a heroic effort for one does not guarantee a map win, as Neptune's efforts will fall short.
Just way too many playbooks. I mean, way too many play calls in that playbook for the Pioneers, as we saw it on full display in round number 1. Like, imagine being that player, Alan, where, all right, what you need to do this round is just swim all the way across the map.
Yep.
Like, Brack is that kind of guy that loves those kind of play calls. He knows, like, I'm going to put myself in a position to hit a super rat corner, put myself in the boathouse, find that first play. Even though they fell short in the round, you can already see the kind of play calls and development that they had in their playmaking ability, to where when the game got extended, those adjustments started to come in, man. They started to win a couple offensive rounds, even on the defensive round, getting early reads of what Omen Brooklyn were trying to find some success on, and then just completely playing for the counter. Every single time, Pioneers were just picking them apart one by one. And then even in that final round, the perfect blind counter to send both SMGs to those outer fences. Chef's kiss to find every single kill to close it out. Tie the series up at 1.
It is one of those things, though, like, you pull off a strat like that Brack hits, it just changes your mentality defensively so dramatically. If you're Mid Brooklyn. Not to say that that was the difference maker, but there was something to be said about it. I think especially with Crazy Fellow just like not having the greatest individual maps there. A lot of it coming out of Neptune in particular, but it's just the dramatic tempo changes that we see from KCP on the offensive side, where they've played with a ton of aggression. They've also done those really slow hits that have worked out really nice for them as well. So it is just one of those things that does mess around with your mind a little bit, and props to KCP for just having kind of a monkey wrench play drafted up and for it to work in the first round of the search. So that gets us to a 1-1 count here in the upper bracket finals. Vault Control, our flex map pick here for these two squads. And then it'll be a Hacienda hardpoint guaranteed before we eventually see a new map, and that will be Skyline at the end of this if we go 5.
Oh, this Vault Control is going to be a mixy one. We watched, I feel like both of these teams only play Vault, because on one side for the Pioneers, ever since they played Protocol versus the Stallion, they said, no, we're not going to play that map no more. Have yet to even test their waters on Hacienda. And on the opposing side for Omen Brooklyn, they love themselves some Vault Control as well. So this one's going to be a battle, again, in map number 3.
It's going to be a fun one. Don't know what to predict, so I'm not going to give you any predictions. You just have to stick around and wait to find out what happens. We'll come back after the break. Welcome back, everybody. We're in the upper bracket finals between KCP and a bit Brooklyn, and so far it's been very competitive. 1-1 the current count. A little bit of a blow-up series here for Neptune, who's just taken over. Doesn't matter, though, much in the Search and Destroy after dropping 40+ in the first and I think 15+, I think, in the second. Still amounts to KCP keeping us level with Vault Control in front of us, the Hacienda hardpoint immediately to follow. Again, I'm not going to try to just softball this up, Jay. We know what we're going to get here out of Vault Control. We've seen a lot of it in the 3 months or so that we've had so far of the CDL. So, you know, who are you looking at individually? You still think this is, you know, keep your eyes on Neptune because he's just having one of those series?
No. I think Neptune's already doing everything that he needs to do. I think the game changer here, without question, is going to be Craze. Because you find yourself in opportunities where we saw him a bunch last week where he would take that midline control away, but then couldn't really find the timing on what to do in art when he found himself in that position. He caught himself playing for spawn kills when he should have watched the cross, and then playing for the cross when he should have played for the spawn kill. So it's back and forth. Hopefully he had some time to fix that into his gameplay, because he's going to be a big playmaker alongside Neptune, but I think he's going to have more eyes on him because he potentially is going to whip out that 30 AR at some points, or at least pick up that 30 AR to try to contest it. And then on the opposing side, I'm looking at Standy, because I feel like Standy is one of those players who tends to play his life a majority of the time, regardless of the map and mode, whatever the hell it is. And on a map like on Vault Control, you need to be able to finesse with that SMG, get out with your life, and then relocate yourself quickly. So between him and Craze, that's the battle that I'm going to be watching.
I like that. And it is something to be told, I think, about, you know, having a hot start to a series and then cooling. You don't want to ever just rely on one particular player. You have to be the one to pop off and take over for your team. But there are some days, sometimes, here in Challengers, where that is all you need.
Even in the pros, Alan, we just saw Mr. Per J have the best map I've ever seen on a Vault hardpoint. But you know, you do have that ability sometimes to just have a takeover moment. I had one even back in my playing days. FaZe Clan, they know all about me at Anaheim. But into this map number 3 we go. Pioneers on the early offense, trying to make sure they're stabilizing around the map. They aren't winning these straight fights so far, but the movement good enough there from Neptune, off of the diving board to find that last 2 kills and now trap them in their base.
He's off to the races again. Fellow stuck, not quite able to get the jacket to lock on in, and KCP will bounce back nicely. Neptune looking for something up top. Good angle here. Takes care of Standy, and then once more, he's out like a shadow in the night. Lunars, tough battle.
No way.
Whoa, a little finesse there. And some help to come through with the team shots. Oh,
Hello.
Neptune off the little hot swap, off to a 5-0 start. Someone put a leash on this kid. He's out of control.
Yeah, he's on fire, man. Like, you're finding hot swaps in the middle of the game. He's probably playing for camos, but no segments earned right now for the Pioneers. They have 25 seconds to make their final push. Thankfully, they make it count. They lead to early 3 dead. You only still have 1 player on the point, make it 2, and this is going to allow Omen Brooklyn to give it 1 more shot.
Correcto, now last one standing. He's got a little bit of help from Illy nearby, but, well, I was going to say, he's got a good angle at it, not quite able to win it. So, again, just these individual efforts starting to come through here, and it's just trade after trade after trade. Andy pushing through. Caught, tagged, dealt with by Lunars. Follow-up good from Fellow. Last one to grab would be Illy. And it's a deep slide out from Lunars. I don't know if he even anticipated sliding that far out. So now the clock gets paused at 2.3. There's help here.
Yeah, there is help. That second segment is going up pretty quickly because the double stack is going to be there. But Standy, you need to find a couple more. And he's able to at least line up the double. Last player alive is going to be Lunars. He finds 2 of his own. 1.2 seconds. Time is going to be extended.
Oh, just barely. There was contest in the mix. It looked like Standy may have been a little bit too far away initially to stay on, but he gets there, finds himself a double, and gives KCP a chance. Problem is, we're down on lives. 10 plays 6, and in that same moment, you look at the minimap, there's just not a lot of ground to work with here for KCP. This is going to be very trying.
And Crazy's playing all around these Tommies. He knows that Pioneers are going to try to develop on some routes. Thankfully, he still holds his position towards top mid. He's able to find the first and find the second. Big double coming in from that young man. Now it leads to them in the position to where they can play for the small kills, but 10v2, yeah, that's basically a round.
Yep. Last player to try to find is Standy. And he's going to have to make the play with only 15 seconds on the clock. And, well, this may end very anticlimactically. Especially if he tries to slide out through mid-line.
Yeah, man, we're playing our life way too hard here, buddy. There we go.
Give it an effort, you know? Can't just throw it away for free.
That might be the greatest round we've ever seen. Like, the greatest thing that could possibly happen is a 1v10 in control without a single segment earned on one of those points. If you do that, you deserve to have the Ultra Max contract without question signed to the CDL tomorrow. Probably tonight.
Yeah, if-when type situation right there. If you pull off a 1v10, then you...
Yeah. Yep.
But, again, it's this guy. This guy. Look at this guy. 9-3, Neptune. 5-0 start. Near record-breaking pace on the map 1. Near record-breaking pace on the map 2. And a KD here that just continues to make you look at Neptune and say,
This guy's doing it all.
Is it worth another look at Travis? Might be.
Just this level of Neptune, he definitely has space on my CDL team if I had one. He just has those takeover submachine gun moments, and gonna show it on display already to start this one off as they find 3 dead in the feed. First segment gonna be guaranteed. Throw the stun, throw the nade, try to cut him off, make your job a little bit easier. But Neptune is just itching to go.
Yeah, again, it's one of those situations that I wanted to take a moment and just give a little bit of praise to the dramatic difference in how Neptune had played tempo-wise in the first 2 weeks of this Elite versus what we're seeing today. Yeah. There's just this extra level of trust that his teammates will have him covered, that he doesn't have to force 1v3s, even 1v2s. He's getting clean kills, staying alive, keeping his life, and it's turning into multiple multi-kills. And it's like, I remember saying this a bunch last year, and a little bit, I think, going back all the way to, like, the Cold War years where he was getting his first looks on that Florida Mutineers team. Was just like, brother, slow the hell down. You're so talented. Just don't force things. And if he can continue to showcase this level of patience, I think it might be time to give him another look.
Hey, man, he just has that takeover ability. It's all about consistency when you talk about a player like Neptune. Right now, he is showcasing why he deserves to be back into the top dogs. With a minute and 45, they're already showing pressure over towards B. Felony, now your time to shine. Finds himself on 3 in a row,
Nice.
make it 4, another 3 dead. You know the last player is towards bottom mark. Get some bad timing there. But it should at least guarantee 1 second.
Oh! Oh,
Hey!
no! No! Not an 8K.
No!
Not like that. No! Oh, mercy. That is one of the worst we've seen. That actually is that might be worse than the Estriel Chal on the Draza on the Palm setting from the search we had a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, like those are those gunfights I'm talking about. Like just crazy putting himself in those situations where he needs to make a decision. The decision was made for him. All we got to do is shoot a little bit straighter. But now he seems a little pissed off. Already on 2 in a row. Trying to line up the 3rd. He gets taken care of. A minute to go. Up by 5. Lives is open.
Oh, man. 12-3-7. Moment of embarrassment followed up by moments of success here. Remit Brooklyn, good help from Lunar's fellow, just trying to dodge these incoming nades. Oh, he turns that into a kill. Are we kidding? What a chow that is. And now you've got help from Craze over the middle to watch the cross. 12v3, second tick on B is good. And for the Pioneers, they may just try to stay and spawn, and that's indeed the case. Not giving away any more kills, but all 6 ticks of progress have been tallied for Mid Brooklyn up 2-0.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Standy lagged out there. Once I see someone sprinting without their gun or running the diagonal line, yeah, I've played a lot of Ace recently. And that tends to happen whenever that scanner repair comes in, so. Without question, though, if you are on Mid Brooklyn, that round probably still counts. Because they were in the driver's seat, you cannot try to mimic that situation. I'm pretty sure the game is going to end, Alan, unfortunately.
Well, I imagine the result will likely still have to stand, though. I mean, that was in the last moments that you started to see that little lag out, so. Figure that this is going to be a 2-0 tally, but what do we know? We just work here. We don't make those calls. We work in a totally different department. We're here in public relations. HR in the back will take care of that. One of those type of situations. But I kind of want to just like continue the conversation a little bit about Neptune because, you know, it's no secret that he has the ability of winning unbelievable gunfights. And I think the thing about it, like when we've seen him in challengers in the past, really showcase that. It's in these moments where he's forcing 1v3s, where it's just like, I get the first, I turn that into a second, I'm at 10 HP, I'm just going to go immediately hold the joystick down for look for the third. It's just like, brother, we don't have to do that. We can hold off. And again, it's not very often that I've seen this level of gameplay from Neptune where he's finding that success and still trusting his team while valuing his life. That's impressive stuff.
Yeah, without question, man. And like, if Neptune can find this kind of consistency, because that's the only thing really holding him back from the pros, it's just consistency. And the other thing about his consistent gameplay is also his teammates around him. You can even think back when he was on that Subliners roster back in Vanguard. He had Clayster, he had Krim, he had world champions left to right, but they just did not mess well. And you could just tell, like, Neptune's a guy that needs guys who believe in him left to right. And right now, it seems with this Ultimate Brooklyn team, they believe in him without question.
And there is a level just on top of that where we've seen him get picked up off of challengers and like he just sends it. Like that LAG team, I think, is a perfect example. It's just like, brother, like I get it. It takes some time to build that trust with your teammates, but what we're seeing right now is nothing but confidence out of Neptune. And admit Brooklyn, they're up 2-0. We imagine that the admins will probably confirm that, but again, we just work here. We don't know if that's actually the case, so they'll get into the trenches, figure it all out. We'll step away for a break and come back with the continuation of this vault control. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping back into the mix. And, well, the results that we were told, Jay, unless I heard wrong, was that we're continuing from 2-0 point.
Yeah. 2-0 point, Omen Brooklyn. Secured that previous offense. All they need is one round. Close out this map. Fires need to come to life, and they need to come to life quickly. And already off the break-off, they find 3 deaths. Not 3 kills. Down a trap.
Yeah. Well, let's start talking about Hacienda.
Oh, my God.
Get the hell out of here. Oh, my goodness. If Brack didn't win that gunfight, I may have just thrown my PC out the window. Neptune is on top of the truck. Getting down, and KCP are fighting back. So a tough opening break-off, and, well, it doesn't get any better. And, well, a little mistake with the stun. May not make a difference, though. Standy has been seen through you. And Fellow is good for the headshots. Wow, Fellow, is he 28 or 18?
I don't know, man. With that SMG, though, he is turned. Now with 30 seconds left, Pioneers already on their last push attempt. You have Craze playing nice and safe through top. Cat wants to find a kill before thinking about this objective, but the pinch being watched, he should be able to get taken care of. First segment being learned here from the Pioneers. They should be able to get the second as well.
Shots on the Lunars, trying to cook up a nade. Stick will be locked, and, well, Billy's not done yet. Oh, he wanted more, but Craze has held down the trigger, turns it into 1. Fellow following up. There's the clearance on the zone, leaving Johnny now by himself. 22 seconds on the clock. You have to keep your eyes over to A. You need to get this extra 60 if you want to have a chance at it, and that's exactly what's occurring. But the problem is it's all coming in one by one, and it's all falling in very similar form. Neptune off the reset, 4 and 4. Looking for kill number 5. Just I call that the dead fish. The slide into the straight prone position. And the only lifeline here is you've got Johnny hanging out on B to pause the clock at 3.9. It'll be him versus Craze to see how much longer this map goes.
Yeah, Johnny's just trying to stall time for his teammates to win a couple gunfights through the middle of the map. They want to extend over towards A, but then they run into Mr. Neptune as he finds 3 to close out the round, and that's a 3-0 in favor of Omen Brooklyn. Yeah, right back to us, production, because that was such a quick round there, and now all of a sudden we're up 2-1 if you're Omen Brooklyn.
I didn't get a chance to see how many total kills he had before we reset after the 2 rounds.
Don't matter, he's frying.
But legitimately, I think in terms of like kills per round pace, that may have been another possible record-breaking moment from Neptune. What do you say? It's his show. We're just happy to be here. Yeesh.
It might be his show, but his team is also allowing him to do this, man.
Yeah,
like,
true.
Every single time we're fighting Neptune, miraculously pulling out a double or a triple, even if he falls short or when he's fighting those gunfights, they're all really weak. Like, the entire Omen Brooklyn team is really clicking. Just Neptune is closing out all these kills. From our side, the scoreboard looks like he's taking over. But I promise you, EKIAs and everything, everybody's sitting there like, dude, we all just went crazy, bro. These guys are getting cooked.
Yeah, no, for real. But it's another montage highlight reel where Neptune's going to show up a lot. And it's just, again, COD is a day-to-day game. Yep. But it's just, there is a level of, I have never seen Neptune play with this much controlled tempo. Like, never. And maybe the only other times were, like, teams in the past where, again, they had been playing together for a month and a half, 2 months. And, you know, I very specifically remember heavily just criticizing him in particular. Where it's just like, brother, you got to slow down. You got help around you. And it just takes so long, it feels like, for him to lock in that mentality. But this squad, right now, on this day, against KCP, it's weird that this isn't a 3-0. I'll just put it that way, because Neptune is just dominating.
Yeah, nah, he's taking over the series, man. And Tyler Felony, actually everybody on that Omen Brooklyn team, especially Crazy Fellow, those are like my guys. So whenever I talk to Tyler, he tells me, and believe it or not, you can quote me on this, this is one of the best teams he's literally ever been on. You understand, he teamed with Clay, he teamed with the Abizi, he teamed with Simple a little bit. He tells me that this is one of the best teams that he has ever been on when you talk about the fundamentals, when you talk about the teamwork, and just how they click. And that is what is being shown, man. If Tyler Felony, a guy who's been experienced around the league for quite some time, played with multiple different champions, is saying that this is his most top team that he's ever played with, he's just so comfortable. And that could be the same thing for Neptune. It's just way too much comfortability on this team where it was a risk in the beginning. You could quote me if I'm wrong. It was a risk in the beginning when Lunars and Fellow were a team of 2 looking for the 2 SMG plays that they wanted to fill. They were playing against Craze, they were playing against Neptune all the time, and decided to take a chance here when everybody probably else wouldn't have. But this chance has played a dividend part into their success, because the trust that they were able to develop, the comfortability around each other they were able to develop, and just simply the teamwork that they've been able to develop in such a short time, scrimming against pro teams, scrimming against challenger teams. They now find themselves one map away from making to the grand finals of Elite Stage 1. Like, this team is unbelievable.
Yep. So, again, if anyone's ever watched me cast challenges before, you know that I have come across very critically of Neptune in the past. So give me the second to give me, a chance to back that thing up, But let's go to the other side of the conversation here. This KCP team is not bad. Obviously, in the face of Neptune playing as well as he has, they made the map 1 pretty darn tight. They're able to steal away map number 2. So talk to me about Hacienda Hardpoint, because based on this team and this roster on paper, I think that this is a map that should benefit them, because their ability to flex between weapons is very, very high. And we have seen times in the past where Mid Brooklyn, outside of Fellow, who's had a really good time on this map, Lunars has sometimes not been a part of the equation when it comes to Mid Brooklyn playing a Hacienda Hardpoint. So if you're KCP, what's the setup here? What's the game plan here? Are you looking more on just the larger macro picture, or do you feel like you need to just kind of try to create some heat out of anywhere? Just try to fire things up and maybe just try to meet Neptune with the same pace that he's throwing at you?
I think it's going to come down to the minimal moments, not even the big moments. Like the minimal moments are where you're rotating early and you're properly set up and you cannot afford to get instantly broken. Because that's what we saw on map number 1. They won a majority of those rotations over towards Art. We're able to dominate a majority of the map control for that P3, but then instantly, as soon as that new hill pops, players are dying off the rotation. On a map like Hacienda, where it's very punishing if that happens, you're going up against Omen Brooklyn, who also love themselves some fundamental Call of Duty. So they're going to be happy as hell to spawn in on Hacienda. You just got to make life a little bit more difficult for them, because I feel like you were outplaying them in map number 1.
Yeah.
There's a couple risks that you can't afford to take here, and setups need to be a lot better if you're Pioneers to force game 5.
Yeah, I love the idea of just reading the situation and making the best overall game call.
Yes.
That may come with a level of having to give away 20 seconds without really challenging it. But, get yourself set up. Cover your gaps. Make sure there are no vulnerabilities, kind of based on what your setup is going to any of the money hills, whether that be P2 or P3. Obviously, we know what 1 looks like. We know that 4 is often a very back-and-forth battle as well. So there are levels of you can kind of cut your losses on those hard points and play for the macro game there. But that's, I think, the biggest thing is decision-making, depending on what's occurring on screen. If there are these takeover moments where it just feels like that Brooklyn are getting away with everything, where they're breaking with 2 members, they're holding onto the hard points with 2-3 members, they're staggered spawn and making the best of it. Sometimes I feel like you just got to take your losses and get yourself set up. Just reestablish control.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, man. Take your losses, especially on a map like Hacienda, Alan, where you need to be able to play ahead. All these hills can tend to get away from you. If you're spawning out on the front side of P2 with about 30 seconds left, it's your last push. You can't go through the front door. Because if you die now, and then they're pushing out the front side, you're going to spawn all the way at the old hall throwing, and you don't really want that, because now you're laid off the rotation. So KCP just need to make sure they play ahead here. Clutch up on the gunfight, set up properly, and don't make it easy to where these SMGs are going to get lost and game break you. You cannot allow that to happen the same way they did in map 1.
Even if that means kind of tightening up your setup and kind of retracting back to where you know for a fact everything is being watched. Just don't let players get through. So, okay, I like the idea of it. It may call for a bit of slower gameplay from what we've seen from KCP, but it does feel like when things are getting out of hand, in both respawns, there were a number of moments for 20 to 30 seconds where it's just, we're electing to take 2v4s, or these 1v2s, we're just kind of running and dying. So we'll see if there'll be any change of pace, momentum, or just general trends and patterns here as we get into Hacienda, which I will say, kind of looking at this map, I think from the CDL this last weekend, not maybe as much in the minor, but this last weekend, we started to see a lot more of, I think we often call it handshaking 60s, where we're getting full 60 on P2, we're getting a full 60 on the return for P3. We saw that in our series versus Atlanta and Minnesota had a lot of that back and forth. We're seeing it across the board. And I think that, again, just kind of goes with what we're talking about of take your loss, get yourself set up. Don't make 2 mistakes back to back.
No, you cannot do that. Like you said, there's a 60 responded by a full 60. It's just when we usually get to the second half of the game, when you go from that P4 to P1, that's when it gets a little scary, because the team that ends P4 rotates easier over to P1. And if they find all those kills and rotate over to P2, that's when the game can blow out of hand. But you got to go blow for blow early into the game.
Shout out to Celium for that little 1v6 that we saw over P4. I know that's what you're thinking of in your head when you're saying that. We're going to go to a break because the lobby did break, so hopefully we'll get everyone set up. We'll be back with map number 4 right after this. back, everybody. We're loaded on in to map number 4. Admit Brooklyn looking to close out the series, but for the KC Pioneers, we set up some of the things to look out for. If they could find a way to change the momentum in the series, slow down this guy, and turn it into a map 5 affair. Good first blood from Johnny, and it actually is going to lead to some very early time here. Pioneers committing to the hill, and it's working out nicely for them.
Oh, this is fantastic. You're finding every single kill as well. Around the map, controlling the spawns for new, but now you instantly flip on out. With your teammates spawning over towards Boathouse, at least starts to turn around, but 17 seconds off P1 is Chef's Kiss. Now you got to start thinking about new. I missed early, a step ahead.
Well, 17's good. Johnny, ooh, a little distracted by the waterworks in the fountain. Damage is easy enough for Standing to follow up on it. Over towards new, though. Neptune beats Illy to the punch. Craze, Lunars finessing through old. Yes, you have Brack trying to block spawn from the back, but the hunt is on and the cross is being watched. Johnny taken down, and look at the green arrows on the minimap. All of them looking for Brack. They find the kill quickly, and look at the setup. You got players blocking well. You got another member in the form of Craze blocking Rock. The only place they can hit you is through the front, and the pinch is being looked at. What a setup this is for Admit Brooklyn.
And it all starts with Neptune just walking his way through the front door, catching Illy with a trophy in his hand. Some bad god timing there. And that's what we talked about before the break. Just not allowing these SMGs to be game breakers. And Neptune already found himself a roll moment for a potential 60 here at P2. Pioneers trying to break through the front. Pioneers trying to work their way through lobby, but they are all getting cut down. Now where do the spawns come in for Pioneers? Because you don't want to spawn it towards the backside.
No, you do not. And, well, at least they're able to clean up these eliminations and get the scrap time. This is good news here for KCP, kind of mitigating the damage that had been dealt by Admit Brooklyn on this hard point. But all things told, it is still 40 seconds plus there for Admit Brooklyn. And now, through well they go. Johnny trying to watch the front. Nicely done. Lines up a couple through the choke point. One more to grab. Not going to be able to beat Neptune on the 1v1. And that will at least allow an opportunity for Admit Brooklyn to come in from the front, at least set up from the front. But trophy system's down, and the Pioneers have a little pinch developing for Standy, and he'll clean the front doors out completely. Great moment for Casey.
And there's playmakers on both sides. Standy finds himself on 4 in a row after that triple kill. Over towards bottom connectors, and look at what they're doing. Pioneers making the game simple. That player's backing up to guarantee those block spawns being blocked. Now you're consistently just pointing your focus towards the front side. Just bad COD timing there for Standy. Doesn't lead to the kill, and now Omen Brooklyn finds success on the break.
Yep. That's almost too easy for a second effort after the setup. It looked so polished for the Pioneers early. Great. Off to the races himself. 10 and 6. 3 for 1 the exchange, making it all 4 down. Wow. So Brooklyn will essentially just keep this thing at level footing. Small advantage through P2, P3, though, overall for Admit Brooklyn, and they will also get to 4 first. Fellow watching the cross top art. Easy win versus Brack there. Follow-up would have to be now what can KCP develop from this actual front checker's position. And Neptune, wow, is just already holding it back. Fellow says, I got you, no worries. We'll clean up the kills, and Admit Brooklyn still hold numbers on the top of the 4th hill.
And now break opportunity number 2 here for Pioneers. A lot of pin back presence already. Just got to find this trade onto Neptune, but again, he's just breaking the game. Every single time you need him to get instantly traded, he's finding the double to keep his team in opportunistic moments. As now with Craze, he finds 2. He's still alive on the point. Give him another double. The SMGs making play after play.
How? I mean, how?
Oh my God!
Are we coming? Oh
Hello.
my goodness. This is getting out of hand. This Admit Brooklyn team is looking disgusting. Wow. Back into P1. 45-point game. Admit Brooklyn holding some control over the high ground. And this is what it feels like. We talked about this, where KCP are just running into these 1v1s, this caught on sprint. We need to win back some ground to work with. We can't keep split spawning across the map and turning these into 2v4s.
But that's consistently what is happening around the map. Thankfully, Illy is able to find 2. So you can stay alive on this hardpoint a little bit longer, but they're trying to locate where he is. They are running around in circles, finally able to take care of Standy, but at what cost? Because everybody else drops around Craze. At least you still have the spawns for P2 side. Gotta start thinking about new.
Yep. Rewrap from Neptune through driveway side. Craze will step up. They're trying to make the same play happen that they had from the first rotation, where they break out through open hall with a sub and AR combo. Lunars can get to work through the middle of the map, And yeah, they're finding success on this, Jay. This is the exact same idea. Fellow being hunted, but he stepped away. Now you've got numbers in towards the hard point itself. Trades are good, spawns are good, and now you can get to work putting together the exact same setup with Felony now playing forward at checkers.
Pioneers need to figure out a way on in. Thankfully, they win the gunfight through the front door. Massive moment here for the Pioneers to get themselves back into the game. Carbon takes down Felony. Now the pressure's going to be on the backside. Felony's still going to spawn in towards the back end, but this is not going to be easy to just try to break through driveway.
30 seconds to fight for. Mid Brooklyn just going to throw some shots from Lunars. Everyone else working on spiral control in towards Zig. Nades being tossed on both sides. Neither landing at the moment. Craze over the top. Shut down by Pope. Johnny, the follow-up is good. Just down to what Standy can do at the side door, and he's done enough. Last one left. Going to be chased down. 4 in the feed. Clean white for KCP, who are right back in the game, and now they're trying to contest on rotation.
Oh, this is fantastic plays from Pioneers. Find the timing to break through the front, basically hold it for a full 60, and win the rotation over towards New. They've got themselves all the way back into this game. Standy and Johnny and Pope, a.k.a. the all drop at the wrong time. Ball's now flip. Omen take control in the back. Now who's going to win these gunfights to get into the hard point?
Yeah, that's everything right now. Crazy gets one through mid-connector. Johnny backside fences, able to clean things off. Hellstorm being called in. From KCP's side, that was Illy, I think, who called that in.
Yeah.
So he's able to turn the game now into KCP's favor, but again, they're fighting from the front. Spawns are close here for Mid Brooklyn, and they're already in for the contest.
Trying to keep it scrappy. Unfortunately, Illy not able to line up at least one kill there. Might just have to now cut your losses. Think about New. Brack can try to contest at the very end, but Neptune's going to catch at least one 3B towards the backside. And the rest of Old Mid Brooklyn able to clean up the rest. Final 10 seconds going to be theirs. Early off the rotation going to be theirs. Pioneers need to have someone going a route, and I love this play from Johnny. You just got to make this one count.
Yeah, Fellow gets the read, though. That rock ball's being threatened. Good stun deep here for KCP. Little mantle over the top of Fellow is able to read it. The follow-up! Oh! Huge double from Fellow. And at the same moment, you see it in the kill feed. Lunars was able to help from inside the hard point. And now you've got Craze, who's on a heater, trying to connect through mid. Only finds one, so a chance to try to pinch this up for KCP, try to hit multiple points of ingress at the same time.
Yeah, you need some trophies, you need some stuns and nades. Unfortunately, Old Mid Brooklyn don't have any in their back pocket. Leads to a clean break opportunity here for Pioneers as they find 3. In control of the spawns currently. You do have one player trying to set up on a pinch and Brack, but you got to make that play a lot sooner rather than later because that pinch now develops on the side of Old Mid Brooklyn, and they break it for the final 20.
Illy up top. Again, you just don't have to be forcing this. Oh, well, trades are decent. Looks like a lineup moment is about to occur, but now Neptune up and over. Doesn't need to assist on a Felony. Instead, he finds Johnny. 1v1 here. Tough battle at Standy is able to win, but it comes for, what, 2 seconds at a time? Oh, no. Standy actually just dives on in and finds Craze completely unawares. So a chance here for Pioneers to bring this thing back to maybe single digits.
And they just need a lot of time here off of P1. Standy so far doing a great job of soaking it and finding kills. He's eventually going to get taken down. It's almost a 25-point difference. Neptune finds a double. Make it a triple. Consistently lighting up the kill feed. Now with 30 seconds left, you got to start thinking ahead. Pioneers winning the trade fight so far. Now you just got to flip them out.
Good exchange here for a minute. Countered back, the touch by KCP, making its way through connector. Craze caught kind of a no man's land. Fellow up top, holds off the hard point play, and Neptune is going to know that he has got a role to play here. Opening shots towards Standy decent. Fellow watching this cross. Wow, the team shots, the coordination, absolutely picture perfect. They don't expect that Ilya is as close as he is, though, so a chance here for KCP with maybe one more win. Neptune in the back taking care of spawns. Should move, and they do, but it's a split hit initially for Pioneers first.
Yeah, but they get the break. That's all that really matters. Now you have players that are already showing pressure towards the backside. Illy watching all of this backside driveway, but the timing good enough for the first kill. You just need your teammates to find success through the front side. That's 3 dead. Last player alive is going to be Crazy. Goes for the contesto top sig. So they know exactly where he is.
Illy's going to be teamworked out here. Flip around the back looking strong.
Fine.
KCP are trying to hold this now from inside the hill. Spawning at mid-map, this is not where you want to be, but Brack finds his one. in the corner. Standy trying to fight back. Whoa, difficult battle as Illy goes to the knife and then right back over to the AR to find the double. This is critical time here for KCP, and look at the minimap. They've already got Standy and Brack in position to play the rotation to do, and they're still not losing gunfights at all. This Illy is doing it all himself.
Oh, he's finessing, man. On 4 in a row, finally is going to get shut down, but he creates so much even time for his teammates to get uncontested here at P3. By just being the aggressor at O, a potential lead change on the cards. Routes being developed from Open Brooklyn.
Oh.
Fortunately, one gets cut down, but
Wow.
Crazy there for the trade. Now the pinch is here.
Yeah, KCP is going to be spawning well side on this. Pope staying alive top patio. Going to give numbers here to KCP on their next break attempt. Neptune stunned backside boxes, taken care of quickly. Fellow holding on to 10 for Mid Brooklyn, and now it's a chance for them to try to flip the numbers back around. Yes, you've got the Pioneers in the hard point, but here comes Craze off the top ropes. Brack for a double. Long range angle. That's going to work out nicely as Standy turns the tides. 20 seconds to fight for the Pioneers.
And you get all this time because you know Omen Brooklyn are going to give it up for free, and you send a couple players early off the roto. Standy still here at the Fences Hill. Finds another kill there onto Crazy. They're finding kills off the roto, and the Pioneers are now 10 seconds away from forcing Game 5.
241, 222. 3 members for KCP already in the hard point. Standy was looking for a timing in the pinch, but shut down. Someone's got a touch. There's the contest. Illy wins the first. Fellow, you gotta get in there. He's the last one left. He's gonna get shut down, and KCP in the last 3 hills break back what was not a large deficit one, but one that looked pretty comfortable for Mid Brooklyn. But they get it back to single digits. They flip it from 2 to 3, and then the rotation quickly to 4 has us going map 5.
Man, oh man, what a back and forth hardpoint that we had. But I think if you were Omen Brooklyn, you're going to be beating yourself up about that P2. The fact that they just double walk through the front door, both find headshot kills, instantly breaks all of your setup. Then that's what sets up Pioneers to do what they've been doing all of that map, which was chain the ending of that P2 to the beginning of that P3. That was their Money Hill chain that was able to lead to them successfully securing that map and forcing this game number 5. But Omen Brooklyn, they outslayed them, man. Like, they did everything that they needed to do. It just came down to those slight moments. The same thing that happened in map number 1 where they were the team to come out on top of it. This time it was Pioneers. Vets, you got to expect them to make those adjustments. And there's no other way for this series to end. What a map 5.
Yep, totally agree with you. And again, it's like at these moments where it's just like the SMGs are running amok. But it's, I think, the heroics from Illy in particular, not necessarily here, but the next time we come back to P2.
Every time, bro. What do you get, like 3 or 4 in a row?
At
Didn't matter,
least.
slide. Like, he was finessing for that final 10, and he didn't even have to get the time. It's just him creating all those kills, forcing him to make that commitment to fight him off a driveway, to try to make their rotation easier, just allowed his teammates to get some uncontested time at New Hill. Great plays out of Illy.
Yeah, he gets the knife at Zig. He follows up with the kill on the hard point, and then he's the last one standing for KCP as 3 more Mid Brooklyn members to try to hit that strap. So, yeah, definitely heroic plays out of Illy, even though the map itself was not necessarily a comfortable one for him. So, doing the job when it matters most. You all saw him there in the final kill feed, 2 straight eliminations, and he will end 25 and 26 overall. But again, like you mentioned, you take a look top to bottom, Mid Brooklyn outslayed. Well, it's close. It's actually a lot closer than it may look initially, because you see like the 31 from Craze, at 29 from Neptune again, but it's actually a lot closer than it may have seemed. But difference makes the small differences make a large impact when it comes to this, and it all happens on rotation. The macro gameplay is super important, and that means we do get all 5 maps, and for the first time, we'll see Skyline here, where we don't need to try to set this up like the viewers don't know what they're going to expect. You're expecting a lot of 4-man hits.
Yep, a lot of gunfights in the first 10 seconds, chat, especially on a map like Skyline where those SMGs are filling themselves on both ends. It's going to be a battle of Johnny and Standy versus Neptune and Craze on the other side. That's all it's simply going to come down to.
All right. That's a good setup. We've
Like
seen
that?
it, and yes, I do.
All right.
I think the thing that's like it's standing out in the back of my mind is I'm remembering when KCP played this map versus the Falcons Academy, and Illy was just playing outside, outside the kitchen site on both sides of the bomb, just taking like 1v1s constantly across that long range, and it's one of those things like he kept getting gifted opportunities to take those gunfights. The other side, thinking back to when Mid Brooklyn played this map, they like to kind of double hit SMGs through like that gym bedroom side in towards kitchen, kind of like playing more central towards the middle of the map. So we'll see, like, will the ARs like dominate those long lanes for KCP and really restrict any motion of the map for Mid Brooklyn, or will that kind of sudden play through mid open up space for Mid Brooklyn to work with? It's kind of like, again, the immovable object meets the unstoppable force type conversation here.
Yeah, and that's just Skyline. That's exactly what it is. It's just going to be nonstop pressure through the middle of that from the SMGs. The AR's trying to hold down their angles to make sure the SMGs aren't going to catch timings on them. But I just think it's going to be like, who's going to be able to win these initial gunfights off the rip, Alan? Because we know that Omen Brooklyn, they have a whole bunch of different strategies that they throw at you on this map. They either like to double contest all the way through top hallway, get the ARs to watch over white steps, both SMGs just fly on in, or instantly fight their way through the top, bottom, middle bedroom, work their way over towards the A site using attacks. It's just going to be how do Pioneers decide to make those adjustments, because we saw it in map number 2. They got strats, Alan.
Oh, yeah.
They got strats. They might teach us some things here. And the pro players might be watching too, so let's just wait for this game 5.
No, I mean, I think that's an important point, that KCP pulled out something strange round 1 of the Hacienda Search, and that seemed to change pretty much all of the default thinking that Mid Brooklyn would have put together, and that was in the face of Neptune dropping record level kills again. So, hey, it's one of those things, and kills don't necessarily always mean win on the objective. So,
I don't know.
We'll see what kind of happens there. And well, if it stays like this, whoa, we're in for a good one. Got to keep in mind that we will not get the lower final today, so this is the only match for these two teams today. But we still have one more match to go, as the Stallions will be playing up. You said the Royal Spartans were able to win this series?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
so we got a rematch there from round 1. That should be a good one then.
That should be a banger, and I'm pretty sure I got a chance to look at the massive modes for that series a little bit when I peeked over to my left. There's a lot of protocols in that series. Ooh. So if you're the Spartans, obviously you beat them the last time you played them on it. But if you are the Stallions, you want to right those wrongs there, because protocol, everything tends to be their best map.
Yeah, we got Protocol, Vault, Skyline. That's the best of 5 there.
Fest.
So.
Wow.
Yeah. It's interesting. Wait, what was the... I'm trying to look at the control. Yeah,
previous
so
maps?
It's the same situation where Stallions are getting the control ban, and they just keep vetoing out Vault and saying, where do you want to play us? And like you said, Spartans are like, we want to go where we already beat you.
Yep.
Back to Protocol. But that was in the face of Lurks dropping 40. And I have to imagine if you were to tell Lurks, hey, you're going to drop 40 again, I think that the Stallions would be like, okay, we got you this time. Like, I don't see them dropping 2 straight protocol controls when Lurks is going 40 plus.
Yeah, they're already walking away with a clean 3-0 for YFP, so momentum is high. They're still very young, so they're going to be ready to rock and roll whatever time that they were able to spawn into that series. But, damn, I feel like Omid Brooklyn, whenever they're playing up against a top team, they always get pushed down to the wire. Like, I don't know what it is, man. They find themselves in the driver's seat, multiple opportunities to close it out in that map number 4. Now, all of a sudden, backs against the wall. You're going into Search and Destroy, but you know that you're playing some great Search and Destroy players on the other side. They're probably feeling a little bit of pressure. So I'm definitely going to be looking at Fellow, the guy who's the calm, cool, collected, most experienced guy on the team, is just rally the troops and tell us, guys, this is our map. Doesn't matter that we choked the last map to get here. Let's just do what we do best, and we'll be able to advance to the grand finals.
Yep. Otherwise, tomorrow would consist of a lower finals followed by a grand finals. That's what we have tomorrow. Best of 5, best of 7. We do that here. Here in Challengers. Should be fun. Should be fine. And we're just really, at this point, just on the edge of our seats, waiting for this map 5 to get going. Are you at all, I mean, we have a little bit of time. Are you at all surprised to see the top teams that we have here, the top 4 teams, now that we know for a fact that Royal Spartans have gotten through? And, I mean, is there other, elements to what's happened so far in Challengers Elite where you're looking at this and saying, what happened to these guys?
The only team that surprised me that's not here is SGP Syndicate. That's the only team that I was expecting to push it all the way to the distance. You have players who found a lot of success throughout the Elite and also throughout Challenges, but unfortunately could not get past the Young Guns, and that's a surprising factor in the Stallions. I wasn't expecting the Stallions to be top 4 when we first got to watch them. All I heard was you telling me how great these guys were. Zuma's showing them on his screen every time that they're screaming, but I've got the chance to now watch these guys to see what kind of players they are. I'm only curious to now what kind of communication they have, because that's the only thing that could potentially hold back young players, is how good your small talk is. And if your small talk isn't the best, call up Octane right now, because that guy can also shoot straight, but he can talk without question with the best of them.
That's darn straight. We saw some hot takes in the flank this week. Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught all the action, but there's drama. Aches is letting them
talk
know.
to me. What happened?
Wow.
What happened?
Oh, wow. I got to send you some clips.
Okay, all right. We know the flank always gets spicy, Ali.
I feel like this year more than years past. But let's jump into it. How about this? KCP not going to go to the usual battle up top. Instead, it's nades through the middle of the map that takes care of Craze trying to play on top of that front countertop. So 4v3 early KCP on their offense.
Already a different showing hidden strategy from the Pioneers. It says screw the gunfights. Let's use our attacks for that opening first blood. Now in a man advantage. He's going to try to send it in towards A, but Neptune's still ready and waiting. Evens up the numbers, makes it a 3v3.
We'll cook up on the frag. Doesn't connect. Lunars over the top. Nice shot. Neptune following with him. Pistol out. Whoa, we ran into a bit of a trap here, leaving Neptune now by himself. He's dealt with 3. He opened up the Hacienda with an ace. And he's looking for the same here. 1v1.
One up against Illy. It's about knowing your opponent. And Neptune realizing I have the opportunity to hit these long routes. So works his way through bottom ticket. 20 seconds, might have a fight here.
Oh, but Illy goes up top. Neptune looking for the cross. 15 seconds, and Illy is going to get the plant at B. Keep in mind, he's got an SMG in hand right now. I imagine, yeah, he's got an AR in his back as well, so he's got both weapons to play with. Neptune, he's going to have to approach this from pool side. Illy doesn't see him, at least not as of yet. And, oh, Neptune's gone down low towards elevator. This is a bold challenge, one that will likely lead to pretty quick contact here as soon as he goes up top. Illy playing over the top. Oh, just laying prone. Top hallway. Neptune on the hunt. Can't find him, and KCP take the opening round.
Man, Illy's been in so many of those 1v1 situations, probably on different titles. The game hasn't been out for too long, but you can always count on him to make the heads-up play. Puts the bomb down on the angle that makes it easier to watch it from mid-hallway, but once he takes away that space from top mid, he realizes the only way he can push it towards the site is from zip on the backside, but gets the sound cues. He hit the zip line, was prepared for the gunfight, and the Pioneers secure the first round.
Yep. Yeah, and I like the call from KCP, putting their focus over the middle of the map. Change up the mentality here for Brooklyn with this touch, but they've got nades of their own. And Craze, good timing on the pop-up, finds Johnny trying to challenge. Wait a second, Standy. Timing here is perfect on the reach out. And he's got more in front of him. Standy quickly for 3 in a row. Do they know where the 4th is? Fellow's just off to the right. There's the shot. Standy timing. Shut down by Fellow, but Illy right there to confirm. And that will put it to KCP up 2-0.
You gotta know that Omen Brooklyn most likely throughout one of these search and destroys will eventually get 2v4. And that's exactly what happens there as Standy just catches the perfect timing through mid-TV to line up the first 2 kills for free. Illy makes the 3rd guy weak. You instantly fly on it to get that one. And then in a perfect position to trade onto Felony for that final kill. Pioneers just making the plays happen when they need to the most, up 2-0.
3 in the round for Illy. And here we go. Same offensive setup, at least mostly for KCP. This time a little bit more reserved, though, in terms of the timing of when they want to try to flex through mid. Neptune's going to play up right on top of Jim. Actually, he's down low in the elevator, pardon me. So he's just watching for that long angle. And this is all contact play. This is Fellow and Lunars on opposite sides just waiting to get information.
Uh-oh. And Brack is able to take care of Fellow. He was trying to overextend to assist his teammate in Craze, but early man advantage in favor of the Pioneers. Craze takes some space away, but not able to get any info. Bomb going down, 4v3.
Oh, no, that's a gunfight that he just has to have. Lunars drops at the same moment, and now it's just down to Neptune. That's so tough because that legitimately is just AR contact. As soon as you get it, one of your SMGs can fly, especially if you get damage. But Fellow dropping first puts pressure on the Lunars. And now Neptune, who was trying to play in the elevator shaft, just has to try to finesse something. And what? He just got Illy in 2 bullets. So now it's down to the 1v2. Time's going to be an issue here, though. Brack playing over towards the outside field, and that will be where he's dealt with. KCP 3-0 up.
Oh, man, they're just slowing down this game. They are picking apart Omen Brooklyn on their setups. That time it was Felony over towards Piano, dies first. Once you find that kill, you can take mid-map away. Isolate onto Craze, find yourself in a 4v2, and then trade it out effectively in that final round. Even though Neptune is shooting the way that he is, does not matter because Pioneers are up 3-0.
Got to have something else besides the Neptune show here for you, Brooklyn. 3-man hit right through bedroom. Luner's by himself on the island. Here comes that staple hit we've talked about. Both subs trying to make a play. Good nades, though, from KCP. No one even bothers to challenge inside. Amit Brooklyn's nades don't land, and then all of a sudden KCP has frag nades in your face.
And now Johnny's in the back here spawn. 4v2 for KCP. Illy's gaining the info. Johnny, it's time to go. Give me the freebie number 1. 1v4. Sun connects. Amigo challenge. Give me that one as well. Wow. Pioneers are just so prepared in search and destroy. Ready for everything that Omen Brooklyn are going to throw at them. Aggression is matched with nades. Slowing down is matched with first bloods on the opposing end. They can currently do no wrong in this game 5. As they are up 4-0.
Perfect game plan. It's everything that's been drawn up has been legitimately perfect for what Amit Brooklyn are trying to do. Whether it's been in the past or whether it's something they're trying to do in the early stages of the round that KCP are adapting to. It has been absolutely what the doctor has ordered. 1-2-1 split. Johnny goes going to go down low. Nades over towards A again, but that's just a little bit of a fake. This is about seeing if they can get Johnny through, and oh, contact here means that this play has to fall back.
Yep, trying to retreat. Gain info that Neptune is playing towards down low. And what other kind of info you can find, and they find another first blood this time. The AR set up the crossfires to take down Fellow. Here comes Johnny for the second kill onto Craze. Another 4v2 for Omen Brooklyn as they are just getting beaten to shreds.
Yep. It's, wow. The confidence in KCP's challenges right now are unbelievable. I mean, legitimately, that whole setup initially for the offense is to try to get Johnny through elevator to see if he can surprise something. That doesn't really go the way that's intended to, that contact that's seen through the ventilation shaft, but there's always a backup. We threw an early nade at mid, nothing connected in towards kitchen, so we can still play through that position, and that's what leads to the isolation around the site. Really well done. Good awareness.
Yeah, and there was also Brack jumping in over towards the top plat, just baiting himself to set up Illy for that first blood. All that mid-map control is able to keep Omen Brooklyn trapped into their base. I need a potential full set all on the cards, and Felony again. First one to drop. Raise effective on the trade. 3v3, making it 3v2.
Yeah, I was about to say, Johnny was trying to hit the long flank, but there's a call out that he needed to turn his attention over towards Pool. And that works out for a kill. Brack's seen a shoulder. Doesn't elect to drop. Instead wants to play the angle from up high. A couple of tags are in. Johnny's right there to confirm the isolation, and Lunars will drop KCP in the face of a Neptune career series. Will 6-0 map number 5 and move into the grand finals, sending them at Brooklyn to fight for their lives tomorrow in the lower finals. Unreal.
And that's what that was right there, Alan. Just a grade A beatdown. Beating back and forth. Belt to, you know what I'm about to say, chat. That was just way too clean right there from the Pioneers. Just way better in their play calling to just completely blind counter everything Omen Brooklyn were going to throw at them. Obviously, they played a lot of Skyline. You've been able to go back and watch them a little bit. But just like the heads-up play call to just outwork them in the teamwork aspect. Just everybody throw a nade at the A site. We find it openly first blood. We're baiting, switching over towards top plat to find that first go onto Felony, either at Piano or towards White Steps. It's just everything was in sync right there from the Pioneers from start to finish at that game. And regardless of what I can say about Omen Brooklyn in that map number 5, realistically, I'm going back to that map number 4 because that's where you should have been able to close it out. You should not have gotten all the way to this game 5, and Pioneers, they make you pay for it.
Yeah, it legitimately is one of those things that what we've seen in the past. Mistakes can often come through at the most inopportune moments for Amit Brooklyn. And gosh, it's just like after the last hour and 15 minutes of talking about Neptune, to have this series end in a loss, like makes you, like, it leaves a sour taste in your mouth where it's just like, how do you lose a series where Neptune drops 40 plus in the first, 15 or so in the second? Not sure the total tally in the control. I think he was top kill leader in the 4th map, and he starts off the search and destroy like 5-2 in this map 5. It's just, it's very confusing. It's one of those things that's just like, why, if A equals B and B equals C, why does A not equal C?
Hey, because I'm telling you right now, A individual can't win you a team game.
Bang.
Simple as that. The Pioneers will simply outclass them in the teamwork aspect. on all the maps that they won. They showed it on that map more than before when they were able to find breaks when they need to, hit the early rotations when they need to. And then even better in that map number 5, not losing a single round there. Now move their way all the way to the grand finals, which are going to be tomorrow. So KCP, you're done for the day. But we still got one more match to go on the opposite side. This rematch between the Spartans and the Stallions.
All right, the rematch. We'll reflect. We'll talk about it. We already kind of verbally mentioned what the map set was going to be between these two squads. But there's history here. That means there's a lot of stories to tell. We're going to do a break. When we come back, we've got our final series of the evening, our lower semifinal matchup with the Royal Spartans and FC Stallions after this. Welcome back, everybody. We've got one more match here this evening. Salute from Captain Study over there. Sergeant Study.
Yeah.
I like alliteration.
Yeah.
That's a little better. We've got ourselves our lower semifinals. It's a rematch from winners round 1. Royal Spartans taking on FC Stallions. Last time they played, it was a 3-1. But this Stallions team looking a little bit different than when they played last time around. Abe, Lurix, and Courage and Mercules. Same players, so they look the same, but they're not playing the same. Tell you that much.
No, absolutely not, man. We saw it on display this morning. Against YFP, they cleaned them up with a clean 3-0. It doesn't get any quicker than that. And then the opposite side for the Spartans, obviously a rematch. We know all of these veterans. We know Prolu, RCD, Spark, Capsule. We know what they are capable of. They just came off of a very intense series, a very tight series versus Syndicate. But they were able to walk away victorious. Now we have the rematch of winners round 1 here in the losers semis, the maps and the modes, Alan.
Back and forth. Protocol Vault. Skyline map 5. Feels familiar. It's just not Hacienda. It's Protocol instead, which is nothing to be expected to a certain regard. I think the interesting thing about this map series set, compared to when we were talking about Stallions on the Protocols earlier when they had played, is like this Royal Spartans team plays Protocol, I think, very differently than a lot of other teams do, where I feel like they do kind of play it at a level of get your ARs in position, clear the space that they can see, move your subs through that space. Like, it's not as much of a gut check, run and dash type situation. It feels a little bit more safe and a little bit more controlled, which is not, I think, often how we see teams play this map, but I think it works really well versus a Stallions team that, you know, what we'll see, especially in the control, is they're not going to go too far on their breakoff. They're going to wait to see if they can catch somebody and then move with numbers. And the Spartans don't really give them that opportunity all that often. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, hopefully the Spartans are able to right their wrongs earlier, because they did open up in that series versus the Pioneers to get absolutely beat down on this map. That was due to both the ARs, RCD and the Spartan, not really having the best performance there. But already off to a great start is Spartan. 12 seconds here at P1. All the gunfights initially go their way, but 3 kills in response for the Stallions now allow them to get on their hard point.
A little back and forth early, but again, it is largely the ARs winning out the day so far for the Spartans and Courage. A little bit shifty about what's behind him. It's Spart from the front. Oh, Darcity's. Whoa, shots from Courage. Good.
What?
Get best Capsule somehow, some way. Lurk spun around, and that's enough for now the numbers to hold with the Spartans as they look to rotate.
Yeah, they're going to have this final 10. Stallions need to start thinking about new, but it needs to start by maintaining a little of this top mid control. Fortunately, none of the gunfights going their way, so this rotation is going to be a lot easier now for the Spartans with the numbers on their side, but Spawn's getting a little bit funky. Seems that the Spartans yet to have found a read on it, but Capsule, watching his teammates fall, pulls out the knife, gives the con, but still looking for someone, doesn't locate anyone, and the Stallions break P2.
Yeah, really good decision making here from Mercules as well, knowing there's a clean feed. Take away your opponent's buildings, forces the split spawn situation, and Mercules is good for now 3 in a row. A couple of tags up top makes life easy for Abe on the elimination towards Caps. Follow up, Bart in the hard point, not good enough to stay alive, and that has been a clean first 40 seconds here for the Stallions.
And now look at the way that Prolute is playing this. He knows that he's the only player behind enemy lines. He wants to potentially try to find a kill, but open up the lane for his teammates to start thinking about that rotation. He's able to locate one, but neither one of his teammates finds a kill. So Prolute, your information is now already gained. They know that you're pushed up in towards 10. How much longer can you finesse until your teammates get near you?
Nice shots from Merc, 5 in a row. No trade immediately present. Prolute waits, and he gets rewarded for that. Our point stays open for now. Spawn's good, though, for the Stallions. Courage responsible for everything up top and through the middle. Not quite perfectly centered onto Spart, and that will be enough for the Spartans actually to jump in the hard point and in the same breath flip the spawns around.
Man, Prolute, such a valuable life. Even though he was only able to find 2 kills there. Just simply staying alive, was able to flip the spawn for his teammates. Eventually, they get a couple kills to go their way. And now that you're on the preferred side, at least the Spartan to start these gunfights in towards his hard point, you spawn instantly out. RCD gives you a double. Thankfully, it's all enough time for potentially this final 20. But we got to start thinking about that new one.
Yeah, Caps and Prolute are snapping here around P3. Caps to start, Prolute to follow. Now both of them working together to try to keep the Stallions a bit spawn trapped here behind P3. Small moment of a break, but the focus for the Spartans is down low, where they're currently actually losing out in the battle for new. Nice finesse from Prolute. Catches one, stays alive from the second. Deals with the low HP and courage. And now he's off the regen. Prolute for 4 in a row. On to number 5. Clears out the hard point single-handedly. And the Spartans have convincing control.
Oh, that's 2 plays back-to-back where Prolute single-handedly is getting it done for his team. And he doesn't plan on slowing down now. Mr. Byron going crazy. 7 in a row. Hellstorm earned. Watching the cutoff over towards Zip. The rest of the team locking down in towards bottom comms. They're reading the pressure coming in towards big doors. Time for Prolute to turn around.
And he will. And he, whoa, almost deals with all of it again. Bart by himself, AR in the hard point, not what you want. Arcides switching over to a Jackal. Tries to give it one final effort, but he's pushed aside. And after what was a great opening setup for the Royal Spartans, the scrap time will allow the Stallions to get this thing back to essentially an even tally after the first set of hills.
Yeah, and imagine if Prolute doesn't make those 2 plays.
Correct.
At the P3 and at the P4. Their score line is way different. But now the Stallions still keeping it close. Now, Prolute, your job is to try to hold down towards top. Grandma's is actually going to invest the Hellstorm here. Going to give the comm to his teammates, allow them to take that mid-map control, but just indicate that they are all spawning towards 10. No need to focus anywhere else.
And not only that, it allows the ARs to just watch whatever windows they need to. Absolutely perfect follow-up after the Hellstorm gets called in. Now Capsule playing forward. Looking to see if he can catch someone off guard here through mid P3. Split spawn situation, though. The Stallions are actually using it pretty darn nicely. The quick exchange of kills in favor of FC, plus they get onto the hard point with numbers. Prolute stunned backside sidewalk. He's in a bit of trouble. Abe trying to follow up by pushing the issue, but he gets shut down, and Prolute good for the battle over the top. That's enough to neutralize the time here for FC.
And the final 10 is at least still going to go their way. You can find these kills on the top middle of the map, but RCDs and Spark combined for 2 apiece. They're to win those gunfights off the rotation. Allow the Spartans to get set up again early in towards P2. This time they know where they're spawning in. No funky spawns, at least on the pinch for the Stallions. But they have to break through the front merge at least get the first.
Instantly traded though, Prolute, but oh wow, this is actually interesting. The fight up top has gone well here for FC. Wall and Courage drops down in front of the table. Prolute can't center up on him. And what looked to be a solid initial rotation for the Spartans is deterred, and we have a lag out. So
that's tough.
See what happens with that. But I'll say initially, Spartans were doing the right things, man. Again, just controlling the initial space, let the SMGs run behind that. Caps and Prolute were shooting. Things started to turn to touch there, but I would say just in terms of how the game plan's been coming together for the Royal Spartans, it's looked pretty solid to this point.
Yeah, thankfully you got a Prolute, the guy who was making the heads-up plays. He does it by staying alive simply at the ending of that P2 for about 25 seconds. The P3 hill pops up. He pops a double through mid-spiral, allows his teammates to now spawn in the back. They get a majority of that time, and then even off the rotation, Prolute in a 1v3 finds every single kill. And then doesn't slow down there. He found another 2 or 3 after that to earn himself the Hellstorm. But it took all of that, Alan, for them to basically be tied. Like, you will take that if you're the Stallions, because if Prolute doesn't have those heroic moments, like I said in the game, you're probably in a hefty lead in that map, number 1. But a clean reset, without question, Alan, we're most likely starting from 0-0. I promise.
We'll see.
I don't know what's wrong with my eye.
I don't know. Well, I actually have the same thing. I have a big scratch in my eye. That's why I'm wearing the glasses today, trying to keep the strain off. We'll be back. We're going to do a break. We'll let the admins figure out what we're doing. I imagine, like, you're probably right. We're probably going to start this thing over 0-0 again, but we don't know. We'll just find out. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. It is a fresh restart. So we go again. Here we are. Well, opening nades. Stallions learning from the break off. They want to play through lab. Eat some of those. Opening kills decent. Spartan still from the right side of the minimap can get to P1 first, and they're already in for some early 10 seconds.
Yep, they had 11 seconds first go around. Already doing better off the restart. Because now you have a Sparty just dominating this presence towards top mid. Making it easier for his teammates to consistently just sit on the hill and soak it. But once he falls, now the pressure's going to be on Proloop. Only able to take down nothing. So it's a clean 4 dead for the Stallions for the break.
Yeah, much better here for the Stallions early through P1. Finding a couple of kind of staggered eliminations on top of that as Spart will drop behind P3. Caps' shots will alert FC that there is a little bit of play happening still in this location. Can't do much about it. Caps not able to find the player inside the hard point. Now he's just trying to fight for his life. A little dance with the devil as Arcides will help him out, and then he finds Lurk's mid-map. The Stallions will come away with a couple eliminations to allow him a chance to battle early for P2.
And they have a lot of top mid presence, so Sparty's going to have his hands full. Probably just want to get out, and that's exactly what he does. Special play for a kill over towards Steps. Work his way back going in. Mercury lies up 3 in a row. Pro, the last player alive, is going to go for the chow and fall. So now the Spartan's forced to develop on some routes. You already have Capsule working his way through bottom comms. He snuck behind enemy lines.
Well, Caps, this is good clearance through mid. And he turned it into hardpoint success, though. Here's the next step. Encourage, playing off the staircase. Good first. I believe they do know there's a player at tower as well, but really good patience here for the Stallions to wait for a little bit of help to come through before they reach this. Problem is, Spart's got every angle locked. It's going to force Abe out and up the ladder. Finds the first pretty darn cleanly. Have to give him props for that, but the follow-up is just too much AR control for the Spartans. They will come away victors of P2.
Yeah, now that's 2 back-to-back rotations. They have 1 so far. So the Spartans in full control with all their bases being covered. Rolo watching the front door, knowing that there's going to be pressure close and personal. Able to win that one-on-one gunfight's already 2 dead. Lurks and Mercules, they get a kill, so their positioning is now known. Capsule finds 1 Prolo for the second. Lead 4.
Wow.
Flawless hold so far.
A nice little transition there from Caps going one to the other. It's another one of those moments you look at that initial setup and you say, where does the success come from? Happens from ARs. Roll it with the names out. Locking things down. He's on 4 in a row. All the shots to Lurks are good for 5. Wants more, gets more. How about 6 in a row for Proloot? Hellstorm earned. And already looking towards New. He knows he's got to come help out. And Proloot, he wants it all. Arcides finishes off the final kill needed, but the Spartans are off to the races, about a 60-point lead.
Yeah, Proloot, I thought he couldn't have a better start than what he did in that before the reset, but doing it a little bit better this time around. As now the Spartans, again, win the rotation over towards New. That's 3 back-to-back kills where they're the team in the power positions to start this one off. First wave of kills done. Second wave on the attempt. Encourage finds the first kill. All out pressure through big door.
Sheesh. Wow, the shots that are coming through have been clean on both sides, but the Spartans continue to find ways to win on the objective. One more member to find is Arcides. There's a full 4-man wipe. Chance for the Stallions to get put back together again, but Sparty, his double, opens the door now for the Stallions to actually be a little bit maybe caught from both sides at the same time. Good reception from Lurks initially, but Proloot cracks the code, and there's now 18 seconds of scrap to fight for.
And that only starts with Sparty just flying on in a 1v3. And he's able to miraculously pop 2. That's all it comes down to. Sparty's not able to find that double. It's not another opportunity there for the Spartans to think about a break. Now almost at a 100-point lead off of the restart. Spartans have came out swinging. Now we end up back at P1 where, gotta keep in mind, Prolo used it last go-around to with that Hellstorm to take him off of it. Gotta think he's gonna do it again.
Gabe, as the people would often say, you know ball.
A little bit, cuz.
Well, denied by trophy. Denied by trophy. That is the fattest trophy system you've ever seen. Holy smokes, that's like a made by Mattel situation. Going blow to blow with the missile. And how about it? The Stallions actually kind of mitigate a lot of the Hellstorm this time around, but the problem is the ARs once again start to tee off, and now Arcides is 1 kill. Maybe even just an assist away from being able to confirm a Hellstorm of his own.
Oh, he finds that nade. There goes a Hellstorm in the back park, and now Arcides.
He
also has a helicopter. You might as well shoot it with the way that he's shooting on 10 in a row. 80-point difference, almost 90 with this remaining time here at P1. Spartans saying, okay, you want to play protocol? Don't worry, we got something for you. They're letting them know why. They are one of the top teams on this map.
I'm telling you, it's just the identities are so different. Literally polar opposites. Where the Stallions want to run and make a messenger spawns, the Spartans are just hanging out, saying, come on into my pre-fire. Caps on the trade. Responded to. Back and forth we go, but the spawn control's good for the Spartans. RCD's calling in the Hellstorm by the sound of it, forcing the hand of the Stallions, but they actually hang in pretty decently. Hardpoint goes neutral for a time, and a couple of kills come out, but again, the ARs are ready to go. Spark in the corner, a little bit mismatched from Mercules on the ladder, and there will be a break.
And this is where you cannot allow the Spartans to get on out. As you can already see, they have cut their losses and thinking about that roto to do. And this is how they caught them off guard with this spiral route. At the same time, Arcades finds those double with that Hellstorm. Even though the spawns do not flip, Prolude already knows they're going to be on here. Give me a freebie number 1. That's now 2 players out. Where's my teammates?
Yeah. Here's playing tricks on me. Arcades value out of the Hellstorm. Mercules trying to hold on. Back patio. Capsidal on the hunt. Just at least trying to block, but timing good for Merc. He's on 3 in a row now. And he's avoiding the hunt down really nicely from the Spartans.
Oh, wow.
Sliding away. Prolude has gone untallied, though. Now he's still blocking spawns in the back. That match with kills from Spart will re-break the hard point. Just unfortunate Stallions not fully counting their numbers, and they'll get wiped.
Yep, they just lost track of one player, and it's Prolude again, the playmaker on the side of Spartans. Staying alive, getting 1 kill at the same time his teammates finding kills through the front. Following them all the way across the map. Down 100-point difference. Spot on. Abe, we're sitting at 7-20. We got to start to lock in.
Yeah, just a touch. Got to do something. But again, he's just getting caught. There's just no plays to be made. The macro game just too superior right now for the Spartans. Not allowing for that nonsense we saw earlier, which was just the SMG run and gun show for the Stallions. 210-93. Over to new. We start to look.
No way.
In the hard point, Stallions going to receive this hit from multiple angles. Prolude playing the outside field. Lurks wants to try to challenge that heady. Help is on the way, and that will be all that's needed to get the Stallions in to break past the 100-point mark.
And now the Stallions need a full 60 here to make this one a game. You have routes being developed out of Capsule. This is what you can do when you find yourself up by as much as 100 points. They're just looking for a way on in. All starts with the first kill. Unfortunately for the Spartans, they don't win a majority of those gunfights. A clean 4 dead. Stallions looking to hold for a full 60 here.
Good route here from Merc, too. Full wipe. Change things up. Caught on sprint. Arcades wins the battle. Caps down low actually finds an opener. So now you can actually hit this again if you're the Spartans. And they're primed for it. Abe, last one left. Trying to hang. Nice moment to at least take down 2. Gives a chance for Mercules off the quick spawn to try to jump on in and contest this final 10. You have to pretty much contest everything. But still, Spartans just kind of holding on to angles. Arcades, nice snap up top, trying to predict Merc, but he will eventually be bested. Comes at the time, though, still favoring Spartans to rotation.
Yeah, that's the thing about this game so far. Like, Spartans have won a majority of the rotations to every single one of these hills. For the Stallions, obviously the lead, the way that you have to play it now, you have to contest it all the way down to the very end, but
that's game.
Going forward, if we manage to get to a map number 4, rotations need to be a lot better versus a veteran squad. Fundamentals are in play, and they made you pay for it. Now they only need 14 points to take this map number 1, and Prolude again finds a double.
Yeah, this is one of those maps that you look at the scoreboard. You've got Arcades at 28 and 16. He's kicking things off with these thanks for running into my pre-fire moments. And then Prolude, when there's numbers, is just diving into the mix. He's on another 6 free. Looking for 7 and 8. Turned away. Spart up top. Pistol. Going to be bested by the Force of the Stallions. We're staying alive for a moment, but again, you can see the focus for the Spartans. Just too strong, not allowing a single second to be earned. There's the wipe, and there's the game. 250, 138, Royal Spartans. Mercy.
Too clean, man. Too clean in that map. Number 1, you win a majority of your rotations. You're winning a majority of those gunfights. You are flipping them out when you need to. Even when you find yourself in sticky situations, the last player alive is making that heads-up play for the entire team to have success. Simply Prolude playing his life towards the back, finding 1 kill, waiting for his teammates to apply pressure from the front so they can synchronize both of those kills and then spawn them all the way across the map. It's just next level, easy Call of Duty right there from the Spartans, man, to go up 1-0 in the series.
I'm telling you, you can break that down to the simplest of forms, and we're going to see a lot of it. Take things off the ARs. Don't chow if you're the SMGs. Once you get numbers, then you can run. And there were so many 3-for-1 exchanges, largely thanks to that. But there are also individual moments where you see Prolud and Caps are just snapping, winning 1v2 moments time after time. I mean, it just feels like these, you know, blender situations where the Stallions are just getting caught. I mean, a lot of these 1v2 moments are, you know, the player who's by himself, like Prolud as an example, is just in a perfect spot, and he's just catching the Stallions in the worst possible positions. And that's, again, thanks largely to the AR control that the Royal Spartans were able to have from start to finish.
Yeah, and I feel like the Stallions right now, still being very young, are still trying to rely on their individual skill to get them out of certain situations, but they just simply get outclassed in that teamwork aspect. Nobody was in sync. We're going one by one to chow these guys in very difficult setups, and then when those kills are not going our way, they're making us pay, and making us pay by it for spawning all the way across the map. So you just got to completely disregard this map one. If you are the Stallions, definitely going to go back and watch that to improve your own gameplay, because losing is learning, my friends, especially at such a young age, but got to shake that one off because you need this bounce back in a search and destroy.
Oh, without question. And it's on a search and destroy that we are no strangers to, simply due to the fact that, well, both teams have played a lot of it, but the scoreboard is convincing. The non-traded kills, I think, probably the most convincing part about it. But we got to transition over, talk about the Vault search and destroy. And, you know, I'm trying to think back to what kind of trends and patterns we had seen on this map. I think, you know, the biggest takeaway that I remember from the Stallions is the fact that, like, they were getting away with just, like, really good preset nades to the defensive side. And then on offense, just kind of hitting unexpected angles to take away some of that top balcony kind of marble control and forcing the defenses into tough spots, especially from the retake.
Yeah, they forced it to be more difficult on the defensive side. I think you hit it right on the head, Alan. You throwing those nades over towards pool to not allow them the easy road to just instantly work their way in towards that A side to plant it. But then on their offenses, they have a bunch of different strategies that they can throw at you, because there's certain rounds where Encourage is going to be the island player on the complete opposite side, taking space away from B, or just relying on the pressure coming in from Abe and Lurk in towards that A site. They like to hit those quick audibles, but the same thing could be said for Spartans, because you got players like Prolud who love to throw those curveballs at you, push your way up towards B Street, hit the bomb plant for free, and then also contest early on into A. So this can be a bloodbath early into this vault. It just depends on who's going to win those rounds early on to slow down the game after that.
Yeah, first blood contact is going to be super important, obviously, but it really is down to the efficiency about how you can get the bomb planted, and if that will follow into a stable and resounding post-plant setup, because both teams have, again, played this map very oppositely. Again, a lot of AR trust initially for the Spartans, it feels like, wanting to see if they can get those long lines of sight. Otherwise, throw Prolud into the mix. So we'll see what's going to happen here between these two squads. I expect that we're going to get, again, kind of like this unstoppable force meets immovable object. It just feels like the Spartans, since their first week in group stage where they started like 1-3, they just slowed down their pace and said, yo, let's just trust each other. We're all CDL pro players, or have been there. Let's trust that we can handle our own business. And that, I think, was a big turnaround, because what we saw them in the end of their group stage and what we saw to them in the playoff bracket has been really, really solid.
Yeah, the thing that makes them tend to struggle a little bit is when they're losing track of players. And that's what we didn't see in that map, number one. Everyone accounted for. We know where the pressure's coming in from. We know what angles that they can try to attack, try to flip us out. We take care of that with ease. But on Search and Destroy, now you're going up against these SMGs and Abe and Lurk, who love to take the map away from you. We always love to see how aggressive they can be, especially in the defensive round. You remember last week where they just decided to just push everyone through the middle of the map? No one dropped towards bottom vault. They were just instantly playing for those single-out gunfights toward the backside of the flanks. Those, you got to make sure, if you're holding an AR in hand, you're at least winning one of them. Because if you get overwhelmed, your job is done already when you find one kill.
I agree. Could not have said it better myself. Well, I won't. Let's jump on in. The energy right now seems to be all in the corner of the Royal Spartans. And they start things off hot here in the Search and Destroy, or will the Stallions have a bounce back? There's those nades over the top. This time, I was about to say, wait for it. Well timed. Encourage first blood with the nade. Even stops the bomb from committing into A.
So now in a 3v4. On the side of the Spartans, Prolud being the bomb carrier. Doesn't want to work his way in towards A without any information. But he at least spots one player towards top mid. Clears out the site. Bomb should be able to go down for free.
This is elected to be given away, though, by the Stallions. Looking to play retake. Prolud. Will anything fall into his lap? No. Instead, it's all over towards Spark's direction. He gets his one. That's not bad. The problem is, how do you hold this post plant with Prolud so far out of the picture? Arcity just kind of has to hold the angle. And in fact, he's going to rewrap this. Lots of trust that no one's on for the defuse yet, and the timing might work out perfectly for the Spartans. Clean shots towards Abe. Encourage. It's going to take about 5 seconds to even get to the bomb, so our cities could just play the clock. Encourage has opted to try to fake it, and there will not be enough time for him to defuse. Good timing from our cities, not Capsule there, to clutch up the first round for the Spartans.
Yeah, that's a beautiful round right there out of the Spartans. Everybody was clutching up in their one-on-one gunfights, repositioning when they need to. Sparty worked his way all the way from B Street, wraps his way back over towards the pool side, is able to turn it into a 1v1. It's just the angle right there of the bomb plant. That's the only thing that made it difficult for the Stallions, because obviously you can take control of the site, but if you have no presence outside of palms or towards the pool, an easy kill to eliminate you from that position. Felt like they just needed to be faster, though. And the thing that made it more difficult for them is that RCD showed presence that he was in their base, but then backed all the way up from poolside, and that forced them to take a little bit more of their time wasted on locating where he was.
Quick hit here for the Stallions. Not going to wait for any nades to come on through. Just dive on in. Bomb going to be planted. No contest immediately on the horizon for the Spartans. Instead, they're going to try to wrap this thing around through gold, and Courage has not seen any of this. Plus the 1v1 win right around the bomb site gets it down to a 4v2. Trouble brewing here for the FC Stallions post plant.
Stuns and nades, you have everything in the back pocket to try to work your way into the site, and that's how easy it is. When you find the initial 2 kills outside of that A-bomb, you trap them in towards the site, you're forced them to play the army of 2, but everyone with the stun and the nade in the back pocket. Just hell right there for the Stallions players as the Spartans. 4 up, 4 down. Very clean retake.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
up 2-0.
Oof. Not a good start here for the Stallions on either side of the bomb. Especially considering that they had the first blood in the first. Just picked apart. 3 in a row now for Prolute. I imagine Caps will not be caught by surprise by this nade at top balcony again. And nope. They're going to just dive into the mid. Trophy systems are down. Stallions trying to play balcony side with all 4 members. And are we going to keep doing this?
I don't know. We lagged out, man. It's just what it is, Alan. We just lag out.
It's killing my dope, Jay. It's killing my dope.
It was definitely Spart who lagged out because, look, he's still pre-aiming. He definitely would have left the game, but...
No,
yeah,
dude, he's that stone cold, brother. He's just...
Imagine, how many more people on the damn map? Where are they? Let me at them.
Oh, too much. Well,
2-0.
another lag out spot. So 2-0, we figured it would be the case, obviously, with a fresh start on the round there. So we'll head over to a break, I assume. What we're going to do, get everything reset, put back in the right lobby, and hopefully we'll go without any more hesitations. Be right back.
Sorry, guys.
What's up, all you beautiful people, and those that may not be so beautiful? We're 2-0, search and destroy. Real Spartans up after the opener is blinding pace. Two Stallions desperately need a little bit of a bounce back, and we'll see if they can provide it on their second attempt for defense here, Jay.
Can they try to figure it out here? They need to put a round on the board. So now with the Spartans playing a little bit slower on their offenses, Arsenes actually puts himself in a great position to at least contest in the back of the spawn. So they might not decide to play their cards in towards A. They can work this bomb over towards B. It's basically a GG.
Absolutely. I mean, you got Spartan, on one side. He just needs to keep his life over towards the backside of B Street, and so far, so good. Here comes the rewrap back over. Oh, they're catching out the Stallions completely. Lurks down low. Deals with the bomb carrier, but he's too tagged. Wow. I mean, I love the idea from the Spartans. We don't often see something quite like that, but our city's finding all the freedom to get deep over towards the backside of P4 just leads to a full envelopment of this FC Stallions team.
That's a straight breakdown right there on the defense. They said, what? Wait, huh? He's where? In our base? No. We got to slow down. Don't give him a freebie. But then once that kill goes down at that B site, with Spart finding that first blood, you see both the playmakers and the aggressive SMG players in towards A instantly try to make a player of their own. They just walk into the pre-aim of Prolute, who read that setup to perfection. He's now the Spartans, currently up 3-0 on the map. Well, back on the defensive side, Stallions just trying to get something going.
Yeah, very similar to their first offensive effort this time, though, in Courage. We'll find one. Oh, the bomb is actually thinking about shifting. What happened? No, bro. No.
1v3 left for Merc. 1v2 left up to Merc. I'm going to be down in towards that site. I know Zuma's definitely watching this round like, oh my God, what are we doing? Marron. Now Mercury's left in the 1v2. No stacks, no stuns, no nades. The double challenge get enough for the Spartans to take that round away. Thankfully, Lurks with the double nade is definitely going to help.
Yeah, that had to be one of those moments. Just kind of because everyone was focused on Spart playing in that bottom vault position through, like, on the bottom side of the stairs. Because Encourage is cooking up a nade for that. It looked like a Semtex was trying to be thrown the same direction, and it just connects onto Abe. And unfortunately, some friendly fire comes through, and now all of a sudden it's technically 4-0 in favor of the Spartans with Spart on 3.
Oh, and if the Stallions were looking for a little bit of momentum, Spart is taking the seat on them. Now they're down 4 in the search and destroy. Spart again finds the first blood, opens the delayed push off the spawn. Now puts them in the early man advantage, 4v2 now.
Yeah, dude, this Spartans team has just got all their bases covered, legitimately. You can almost feel the frustration after that team did right now in that round from the Stallions, too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, legitimately, and I feel it for the observers. It's just like, pick a perspective because it's 4 different 1v3s essentially going on. I don't know, man. Feels like composure is starting to kind of be lost a little bit here from the Stallions.
Yeah, for a young team, I don't know if they have the response to even regain as fast as they are hoping to. Map number 1 was a 100-point difference. All of a sudden on the search and destroy, you're down 5-0.
5-0.
Every strat that you're throwing at them is instantly getting countered, or you're doing it to yourself. It's now down 5-0. Back on the offense. Been 2 attacking rounds that they try to get in towards A. Yet to successfully find anything to go with it. Capsule and Pro open up with 2. Yeah, this is 6-0.
Wow, man. Holy cow. And just like that, we're talking about control. Wow. I mean, it's one of those maps that, like, it's hard to summarize because on one front, again, the Spartans just kind of slow down tempo. It starts really in round 1. Like, Caps just gets caught by that opening nade, top balcony. Yep. But then the Spartans just kind of hit the brakes, get the bomb planted, play your numbers, play your lanes. Everything works out nicely. Everything is just so methodical. You don't do anything that you don't have the ability to take. Like, you don't try to get too aggressive. You don't cross that line in the sand. You wait and you evaluate, and then you take the ground that you're given. And it just is one of those things, man, where it feels like the ARs just control so much ground so quickly against this Stallions team that wants to run into you.
Yeah, nah, this is just not close so far in this series. This is not the Stallions that we saw earlier versus YFP that were just running around with confidence. Nothing could go wrong when you talk about Call of Duty timings. But it's just right now they have yet to find any momentum to build upon. They're bound 2-0 versus a team that already was able to get the best of them in a 4-map series. But the way that the Spartans are playing, a lot more fundamentally sound, a lot more in sync. They got nades, nading each other. Yeah, nothing is going right now for the Stallions. You just need something to build yourself upon, and it probably might be the control protocol. But if you're the Spartans, you already beat them on this one.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you're feeling good as well.
It's just, again, I don't know if there was a single round the Stallions had more than 2 kills.
Nah.
So that
Think
says a
about
lot.
that one round, and obviously in round number 1, where it
Oh,
turned
yeah,
into a
yeah.
1-on-1.
Yeah.
But besides that, everything was just numbers advantage in favor of the Spartans.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so protocol control waits for us. We know what the Stallions like to do on this map. It's what they always do, which is try to run at you, be kind of all over the map at all times. But the one thing that we talked about from the last time these two teams had played, they played this map. Lurks dropped 40 plus for the L. Just the objective focus that Spartans can bring at any moment in time feels like it's just too good. So we'll see if that continues to be the case. It's been pretty much a lot of AR stuff coming through at the moment for the Spartans team, followed up by Caps and Pro, who are just like, thank you very much. So we'll see if that continues to be the case here. We're going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, we'll see if the Spartans can close or if the Stallions can gain some momentum here in the protocol control. Welcome back, everybody. So far, it is all the Royal Spartans. Dominant map number 1, more dominant map number 2. And we go to a protocol control where they have already beaten the Stallions prior. Offense for the Stallions here, and it's a straight call with a triple stack on. Hey, hold on a second. This is going to take some real significant pressure away from the Spartans as they need to decide what they want to do here.
Yeah, they're banking on this flank. That's all they were doing, is banking on that flank, trying to stall out enough time. Hopefully that second segment doesn't get complete. But 3 players coming in on the flank with only 1 player watching it. You are going to get overwhelmed. Now Spartan players roaming in your base, causing mayhem. Prolu already on 3 in a row before getting shut down. Second segment gets secured. Arcities, you got to go better contest this. Don't want to give this one up for free.
Yeah, Spart stunned right in front of ammo. And, whoa, this is falling apart very quickly here for the Spartans. That is going to be a full 60 already added. 2:05 on the clock. Straight over towards the top at B Tower. What do the Spartans do to respond to this? Merc has to take the battle with the pistol, or does he? Back over to the AR. Difficult battle here with Arcities from the low ground. Still finds it. 3 straight down, and this should be an opportunity for at least 2, if not 3, to get on the zone and try to stack this.
Oh, man, they are beating the shit out of them right here, Alan. Like, that's as simple as that. They are finding every single kill in the feed. The Spartans have no breathing room, even off the respawn. Another double in favor of Mercules. Another 3 dead. Last player alive is top mid. Let's just stands. We have a double sack going. It should be enough for the round. The contest comes in at the right time.
Yeah, just barely. Just a fraction left, but the Spartans get back on. They should keep someone on to deplete the majority of this. And this is almost an opening where it's just like Mercules is calling, oh, you guys want to play with ARs? Okay, let's play with ARs. Off to a hot start. 7-3. Tick mostly depleted, still a minute 30, and the life lead continues to grow here for the Stallions offensively.
Yeah, just way too much time, way too much pressure, way too much map control in favor of the Stallions. You can afford to play the trade fight. If you are FC, if you are the Spartans, you need a clean 2 to 3 dead. You need to try to trap them in the back of the spawn to make up for these lives that you're currently down. And they're finding a couple of kills to at least give them opportunities. That's 3 dead. Everyone off the respawn.
That's a huge win from Prolud at mid-map against an AR. Almost able to turn that into a second, but Lurks gets the gun up, finds the kill. 14 plays 8. Capsule in a bit of trouble. Spart keeping the spawn safe. Caps off the regen. Stun out. That's just enough for Encourage to slide away. Down low in the elevator, or up top in the elevator. What? Haven't seen that before. Lurks, I don't think, realized that he went right by 1, but the focus for the Stallions is back onto the zone. Cap's going to have to take a 1v2. Not able to find the first follow-up. Not going to get there in time, and the Stallions take the opening attack.
Oh, very clean attacking round at that. And it all starts with the initial play call from the Spartans that helped them pretty drastically as that round continued to go on. They earned them early 2 segments. Even after they lost those initial gunfights, but then once they captured A, they were just in your spawn, causing you problems every time you were coming off the respawn. They don't earn any streaks there, but they definitely earned all 6 segments. Stallions go up 1-0.
Pretty solid stuff, but again, it really, just to make the point of it, Mercules with the AR, so critical. Break off towards B here for the Spartans. Not really any mid-map focus at all. Prolute behind this play at PCs. Good follow-up. Yeah, really good duo work there between Caps and Prolute. They'll get on the zone here for early progress on B.
They're also looking at the last 2 players who were farther pushed up, but Lurks, even the play happened on the pinch, now forces the rest of the Spartans players to push on off from the front. You take care of Lurks in your base, you at least have 1 segment earned at B. Now you're just looking for another opportunity to hop one of these points.
Yeah.
Put the time at a pause here at A. Just hope to fight this mid-map fight.
And they kind of flipped the map against the Stallions right as everyone committed down the elevator to get over towards the B defense. So 1 tick at B. First tick at A looks likely, unless A wants to challenge. No, he doesn't get on in time. And the follow-up is good for the Spartans. You've got good sidewalk control here on both sides of the zone. Capsule in particular. Deep over towards the defensive spawn. Spart doing his job up top towards the friendly building of the Spartans. And that's going to be an extra 60 all the way done here at A. Defense for the Stallions trying to move through field to get some B progress on the defense.
Yeah, time is going to be able to get extended. Everyone falls around Spart. Wins that one-on-one versus Lurk. Gives his teammates now opportunities to work their way on out. Locate 1 more player in the back of the spawn. Abe not able to find a kill, so you start to push your way on out. If they find 3, make it all 4 dead.
Yeah.
Now you get on the point.
Yeah, 21 plays 14 as well. Advantage is starting to amass in multiple forms here for the Spartans. 2 players on. Second tick of progress quickly coming through. Caps up top at mid, trying to watch the cross from the high ground. Arcides down low, stunned, not able to lock down the shots out of Hercules. So now all of a sudden the Stallions have numbers to reclaim the B zone. They do that just before the second tick gets locked, and they do the work to deplete the majority of it as well.
Now Prolu just looking for an opening kill. Finds himself in a potential great positioning, but doesn't want to put himself on towards this point to try to draw them out. His teammates are still trying to get out of their bases. 3 players on the Stallions.
Capsule bested by Hercules at mid. He's having a great map right now. Encourage, trying to get forward. Shut down, but trades are decent. Back and forth we go. 13 plays 10. Still a minute on the clock. Abe trying to double up with Merc. But as Merc will drop in the offensive spawn, Abe is just going to wait until... Oh, good stun check. Say, wait until the Spartans get on the zone maybe to try to flank behind this, but he gets flushed out. Spart with the pistol win. Arcides down low. Good for another. Encourage can only do so much. He's the last one standing, and here come the Spartans.
Yup, they're going to flood him out. Isolate onto that gunfight. Now only 5. Make it 4 lives remaining for the Stallions. With 1 player on the point, you might want to try to make up for this in segments.
Yeah.
Or you just might prefer the attacking side. Get it done through the kills. 1 life remaining. He's going to go for the chow. And it's only going to lead to 5 segments on the side of the Spartans compared to 6 for the Stallions, but they respond with an attacking round of their own.
Yep. That's all that's really required at that point. A 1-tick difference, not terrible. Especially considering that it is pretty convincing back-to-back offenses. I love the idea of it, though, from the Spartans. It's off the break-off. They show that force towards B. They win a couple of gunfights, and then they just rotate out, and it forces the Stallions to have to make a tough decision. And in that moment, they get the quick extra 60 seconds from A. And we continue to try to keep our focus here largely with the AR players. There's been a lot of that going on so far. As now the Stallions will have their opening break-off over to the B point.
And they're making the adjustments because last time it was everybody from the Spartans hitting up those pinches through bottom spiral. This time they sent both players down there, but Capsule finds that double. Essentially shut down all of this play call. First segment not being earned. Spart with the double is now going to force them to start thinking about their game plan off the respawn. Time to go over towards A because Spart is just lighting you up.
And a little transfer moment here from Arcides again. It's just the ARs for the Spartans continue to be a menace to what has been a very aggressive Stallions team. Arcides caught here, but Proluk picks up. He finds 2. Spart looking to actually force the issue here. And look at the setup. Just look at the minimap. All 3 of these red arrows watching choke points. 1 player slips through. Spart, good for at least 1 of the 3 that was in front of him. Proluk trying to follow up, but he gets caught. And the Stallions will find an exit out of their spawn trap.
And now it's on Capsule, who's still playing for those spawn kills. He was a player sitting over towards Heli, finds a freebie off of the respawn, comes back to the map, at least has Abe at 18 HP, sets up Proluk for the double. Now 25 seconds, not a single segment earned on the side of the Stallions. They need a sequence of kills to get on the point.
Proluk, who's trying to watch the cross front side building, will be taken down. So quickly onto the A zone with the Stallions. 2 players here for the stack. First pick, and to come through. He's called it. Capsule playing through mid-map. He's actually trying to force it around the back. He's going to take down a second and then get out of there. Trusting his teammates can clear out the rest of the zone. It's the right read because there's Hercules. And now it's just down to, can anyone get over to the B zone in time for the Stallions to stop the clock? They will at 8.7, but the 9 life advantage and still so much work that has to be done.
Has to be perfect from this point on. You're just hoping that the player at B cause so much of a distraction that we can open up this 8 point for free, but
nope.
They have everything covered. Last player alive is going to be Hercules. He's able to manage a double, almost a triple, but he gets taken care of. 4.4 seconds, 6 lives remaining for the Stallion. We need this A capture to go through.
3 members on initially. Now it's just down to 1,
God.
and now it's just down to none. Spart, Arcides combined. That's the full wipe. Wow, what a defensive response from the Spartans. They take a massive edge now all of a sudden in this map number 3, especially if their offense continues to cook like it did last round.
Yeah, they're down by 4 segments, but that might not even come into play. The way that they're playing, the way that they're able to stabilize the map and the map control that's going with it. Just way too easy. We're trapping them in their base, not looking for anyone who snuck on the way on out. And just forcing those gunfights to come to you. Now the Stallions' backs against the wall. Phenomenal so far throughout this entire elite to put themselves in a position to get top 4. But you want to do better. And it starts here.
Yeah. Similar break off here, 2-2 split this time for the Royal Spartans. Again, just look at it. This is what we're talking about. Arcades watches the lane, Prolute dives in front of it, and the crossfire setup is even better. Spart up top, able to find the elimination. Lurks behind the play. Tag. Trade. Good. Back to B we go. Abe up top really has to keep his head on a swivel here. And a decision needs to be made about the timing here in terms of does he want to try to play for spawn kills, and a little bit of help from Encourage towards the front part of the zone allows him to kind of get a little bit further in towards the offensive spawn. Lurks on the hunt, and that's good for the Stallions. 4 straight kills.
Yeah, the first segment does not get locked in as well over towards B, so now you're going to waste a lot of time if you want the Spartans just working out of your base. Thankfully, you take away that helipad control, so RCD starts it off with the first. Don't want to really waste your time working your way in towards 10 and try to fight these gunfights. We don't know where they are, but Encourage and Lurks combining for 3 around the middle of the map. Shut down that initial push from the Spartans, and now they're forced to hit the reset.
Convincing offense for a convincing offense, followed by convincing defense for a convincing defense, maybe. 38 seconds remaining. Abe on the corner. Takes down Arcades completely. Whoa! Left alone as Lurks, I think, helped, but Abe still benefits for now 4 in a row. Has Prolud on the corner. A little slide out. Shuts down the potential of streaks, but really, the question of the offense is nearly out of reach here. Spartans need a lifeline that they're not really finding anywhere on the map to get one.
Oh, but they do have one player in the capsule setting up the pincher towards Grandma's. He knows that there's one player coming off the respawn, but doesn't decide to play for it. The rest of the teammates all dropping like flies. Now 12.5 Prolute. Been the hero in so many different situations throughout this series. Not having heroic moments there.
Wow.
And now not having the single segment earn, the Stallions
have
brought it to him on this defense. They get back-to-back here in this round 5.
Unbelievable. What a change from the from the first 2 rounds. Neither team really able to produce anything in round 3 or round 4 on offense, but the edge goes with the Stallions. And I couldn't even tell you like where that turns around. It's just legitimately the opening breakoff gets stuffed. And then mid-map control never really felt like it was lost by the Stallions. Just kept throwing numbers through the middle of the map to get into the spawn trap position.
Yeah, we found themselves in that situation right off the break where you're having RCDs watching over his teammate over towards left side. They get initially on towards the B point. They win those initial couple of gunfights. Just the last player who they didn't account for was Abe. He breaks his way in towards bottom 10, wins that up in close and personal, working his way out through the backside of lockers. And then at the same time, his teammate finds another kill. So he just starts putting them in the spawn trap, and the Spartans could not eventually get out of it. So now back-to-back offenses for them. Start off needs to be a lot better, and that's not what you need. A clean 3 that for the Stallions.
Oh, and one more up. Whoa, up the zip. Caps somehow wins that. We've had some interesting interactions over towards that zip. Problem still exists. How do you break through this spawn trap? Capsule is the only one through right now. Has to make the choice. Does he come back to help his teammates, or does he push forward and try to pull the Stallions back? This is just taking time, and Abe is getting all of this information. Little pot shots. Running out of ammunition here. And there is an exchange that favors the Spartans for just a brief moment, but not enough to do too much as Capsule is trying to put some focus on B, but Stallions just don't care. They know they've got such a huge advantage in the spawn, but that's a huge gunfight win, and all of a sudden the Spartans have exit towards A.
That's a big gunfight win. And then Capsule's not going to slow down, able to find a double. Now, you know, the last player is somewhere in your base, so Sparty's going to slow this one down. The timing might come into play.
Oh, what?
And also that teammate. I don't know why Prolute decides to make that, but first segment done, second segment being earned.
Spart's like, what do you mean I just got teammated in my own spawn? Follow-up eliminations are decent. Life deficits starting to get cut into a touch, but we don't have the progress on that second tick confirmed. And Abe is just going to run through field and be behind this play. Whatever this is for the Spartans has to be good, as the Stallions are set up pretty much perfectly to deal with the play towards A. Spart gets the first. Trade from Lurks. Follow-up from Arcades, decent. Exchange is good. There we go. 4-Dad should be able to stack this, get the extra 60. Life lead is only at 1.
Crazy thing is, when you think about this round, Alan, it just looked like all of the Stallions players were lighting up in the kill feed. But it's 15-13. You're going to be able to extend this game clock as long as you're able to secure this final segment. And the Spartans give themselves a little bit longer of a lifeline. It's now just one set of fights potentially for the stack. Abe gets 2. Effective on the trays, 3 for 3. Just maintain this map control now if you're
Stallion down low, seen by Arcides, finds the first. Mercules, he's been tallied over towards the front at B. Big win here, but Abe pushes up. Again, pressure now into the Spartan spawn once more. Caps and Arcides gonna have to try to fight from their spawn, while on the other side, it's Pro and Spart. Try to do what they can. Kills are looking decent. If they can get this win on the Abe, they can get on to B. It's just down to where is Encourage. He was tagged, so they should have some sort of an idea where he is, but he misses out on the first. SMG in the back pocket is good for another. Waiting to see if a challenge will come up the zip line. Not to be. The kills are being exchanged on both sides, but the clock needs to pause, and it will be. Lurk's trying to think about a challenge, but it's taken out. Down to the last 8 seconds. Arcides has to get in. He has to touch. He's got no other help immediately nearby besides Spart.
There's no bottom comms control from the Spartans, though, so Mercules is going to have a free angle. 4v4, 4 seconds. Got to get on the point.
Stallions are stuck over towards P2. Arcides trying to take the challenge. Proloot has to stay on the zone. Sees the barrel of a couple of players over towards the ladder. First tick is done. Stallions waiting, trying to delay as long as humanly possible. They know they have the numbers. 3v2 situation. Proloot will die in the zone, and then there's no way to get out from behind the boat. The Stallions stave off a late resurgence from the Spartans in round 5, and we're going to go to at least the 4th map.
Woo! What a mixy round 5 that was, Howland. Every single time the Stallions had an opportunity, Spartans responded with 3 kills around the map, just trying to locate where the last player was, but every single time, that was their biggest struggle. Encourage right there, all he needs is 1 kill. He was able to find that one onto the player going for the pinch, staying alive towards top 3, forces the Spartans to get that kill, to not really put that objective into their focus, because they need that top 3 control if they want to try to dominate their side. But the Spartans, okay, showing a little life, Fallon. Keep it going. Map 4, here we go.
Goodness gracious. Feels like there's a little something in the air. Always happens. Always happens. Is that the FC Stallions or is that Minnesota Rocker? Hard to tell. But initially, go ahead.
Alan, we watched the Stallions in multiple different series throughout this elite. Complete reverse sweeps. I'm pretty sure they already have like 2 or 3 underneath their belt. So you can never count these guys out. They just need something, some kind of momentum to build off of. And with that round going the way that it did, I don't know. They might be a little bit ready to go on this map 4.
I'm saying, after a 6-0 surge, that's exactly what the doctor ordered right there, my friend. And it's just, that was the first time that we've seen the Stallions, you know, kind of win out a map by the ARs coming to life. Not to say that they're, you know, underperforming by any stretch of the imagination, but again, when we often talk about the Stallions on this map, it's Abe, it's Lurk, they're running around, they're not letting you out of spawn. This time it's a lot of Encourage and Mercules, especially early. A lot of Merc. And then eventually, when they start to get numbers, now the SMGs can start to find some more freedom. So it's just like light bulb moments, maybe, here and there, where you kind of get that little bit of awareness. You can control the map. You can let your SMGs run through that line of sight instead of just running and hoping you can just outgun your opponents the entire time.
Now going into the vault hardpoint, I think it's only one thing that the Spartans really need to focus on. And that's just making sure that they're winning their rotations again, just like they did in map number 1. Because if you're outclassing them off the fundamental aspect, you're forcing them to run across the map on some of these difficult hills that we have on vault. They are just simply not going to have a good time. So if you're the Stallions, it can't be all about this, I'm going to go out, take this angle, hopefully I pop a double. No, the teamwork needs to be on display here. Someone needs to be backing up to block the spawns to make the game a lot easier. Just make the game easier overall for every single player. No one needs to pop 40 here. Just make the game simple to try to force this game 5.
Easier said than done at times, but we're sitting here in a very competitive lower semis all of a sudden. See if that will continue to be the case. We'll step away, take a bit of a breather. We'll come back in. We'll run the cinematic fly-through for Vault, Map 4. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We're here, map 4, Stallions bounce back in the protocol control. A tight affair, though. Comes down to a 3v2 over the B zone, which the Stallions nearly edge out the Royal Spartans. But outside of that map, it has been all RS. I don't love the way that sounded. It's been all Spartans. Let's see if they can find a way to make this vault happen, though. A little bounce back opportunity here for the Stallions.
Oh, and I already love the initial break off, at least there from the Spartans. Show a little bit of pressure on the right side of your mini-map. Put themselves in a better position to win these trade fights. Starting off with this initial time, RC soaking it up, dancing around the hill, is able to find 3. The nade also was able to connect onto Abe, so a 2-time world champ trying to get this one done in 4.
Yeah. Wow. Starting things off a little hot.
The beatdown.
Caps, all right. A little bit of a panic melee comes out, but still the trade is through, and wow, the pre-fire is just so damn good. Spart also holding on rotation. Sees that his teammate in Caps has spawned behind P2. Now your focus can go forward. It's just so much concentration here for the Spartans. It's 27-0. And well, for a moment there, it looked like it was going to get worse than that, but P2 will open, and it will actually be Stallions with the clean wipe and the spawn up.
Yeah, and it's that route right there out of Capsule that forces that spawn out because he tried to hit through the side door to see the test around that mid-map area. But all of his teammates now have to pay for it. They spawn all the way across the map. Stallions are able to hold on to the first push, but now the spawns flip. Spartans here for the break.
Looking around backside. Lurks, naded, trying to stay alive. Flips over, finds a player inside the hill instead. Abe trying to survive front side hard point. Has to back away for a moment, and he gets caught trying to re-enter. Good moment here for the Spartans on the quick counter break. Shots, though, from Encourage are great. And the follow-up from Lurks at mid-map has all of a sudden the Stallions on their high horse trying to make their way into P2. But around the back again, the Spartans just continue to fight back. 50-50 over and over again. Hard point still being fought for.
This is a quick response, though, from the Stallions to break their way back on in. For the final 25, they already have the rotations in their back pocket at P3. Just finding these kills and soaking them a lot of this time if you potentially can. But Hercules just going to get one, get on out. Teammates are finding kills as well around the map, so that's 3 dead. Now we hop on the point.
Here we go. Shots over the top. Abe trying to make his way through mid-map. It's the Stallions controlling space outside of this P3 street. Looking for one. Found by Abe. And now the pinch from Lurks off 4 in a row. Shots over to Spart almost. Good for all 4 players, but again, it's just the team focus for the Stallions much cleaner here as they retake the lead.
And now they're cutting their losses. They're thinking about that next rotation. They need this P4. Every single player trying to hit a route, but every single player is getting cut down. Last player alive is going to be Arcides. Just had to decide to back on up. But the Stallions were looking for a response to try to force this game 5. That P2 to P3 chain now leads to this P4 domination. Continue to hold.
See what happens. Flying on over. Spartans making the play up from the front. Arcides and Prolute already here trying to beat the timing. Encourage in the corner. A couple of shots back on the Prolute, but can't get the win. Spawns blocked on the backside by Abe. Every gunfight a major one. Arcides the last one to survive behind this play. He's being chased, but how about Arcides? He finds himself a second. He knows he's been stunned from behind, but he just completely bypasses Abe. Doesn't make much of a difference towards the influence on the hard point because the Stallions are still in, and as Arcides tries to surprise the contestant, he gets taken care of. The Stallions will grow their lead to nearly double the points.
Oh my God, Lurks is taking over. Pops another double. He's been lighting up that kill feed with that SMG. But the Stallions now in firm control of this map 4. Gonna find themselves up by 60 to 70 points at the end of this P4 HP. Spartans forced to cut their losses after a full 60 hold comes in. But the Stallions, they just got fighting them, Alan. They have fighting. They continue to show it.
Yep, looking really clean at the moment. especially from Lurks. Mercury's also at 15 and 5. Both of them together taking over in this one. Spartans trying to reset the momentum here as we go back to P1. Capsule on 3 and Rucker, a really slow start. Nice tracking on the Lurks, who on a pogo stick bounced from left to right quickly. But Caps off the reach end. How about that? Now 5 in a row, up and over, looking for 6, but allows a chance for Spartan to collect the double, and that should lead to some hardpoint time.
Yep, they also take care of Lurks, who was pushed out towards Cat. So now Stallions forced to make a decision. How aggressive do we decide to play on this? We need to find an opening. You're just going to slide on in, though. If you are Abe, have them one shot. Lurk effective on the trade. Still in the spawn control. There's at least one player, but the majority of the kills going the opposing way. Spartans are able to flip on out. Can't give up all this time now to Stallions.
Got to be careful here, though. At the same time, if you're the Spartans, you do not want to give away this advantage. While at the same time, you also just want to try to keep the Stallions honest on this. Rotation, and Prolet may have just done that, or pardon me, Capsule may have just done that on his own. Clearance from the front. Prolet will fall, but he should spawn up right in place behind P2. Here comes the hit now, starting to develop from the front. Capsule, Prolet, trying to get involved as close as humanly possible. Look at the route coming out of Arcades. He's trying to hit through mid-map. Hellstorm's on the way. That's information, but Caps, the Arcades, scoreboards are broken, friends. Don't blame me. He's still holding on to ground pretty nicely.
Yeah, you will absolutely take that. You get the investment out of the Hellstorm, and it gets nothing done here for the Stallions. Unless Lurk is able to pull off a miraculous double, but Spartans are able to withstand that pressure coming in. Now they're able to flip the spawns. If you are the Stallions, you want to try to contest this, but the Spartans have fought their way back into this game.
And they're still not being broken here, Jay. I mean, these have been close spawns for the Stallions time after time, but Proloot still hanging on. He's on 5 in a row. He's earned himself a Hellstorm now all of a sudden. Lead swap confirmed. Rotation looking good here for the Stallions. Proloot just trying to finesse. And he's going to be able to reset once again. Take a look at number 3. Caps is behind the play at gold, but did not expect encourage. Nice trade, though, from Proloot on his 6th in a row.
He already has that Hellstorm. Now their focus is to make sure that they maintain this side of the map. There is going to be pressure, though, towards mid-Lion. Sparta is going to have his hands full. You already have 2 players for the Spartans spawning out for a free pinch. And once Mercules gets that spawn, everyone else will start to turn around or be aggressive up through Art. Spark, though, making it difficult for them to secure these spawns the way that they want to. He finds a double, and they take the spawns right on back.
Spart 1v1 with Mercules. And as his teammates from the front are starting to fall, Spart's now in trouble. Slide back and forth. Trade is out, so the spawns will, for the moment, be contested. Yeah, we got 50-50 parallel spawns behind P3 here. Arcades, important position to try to lock down. He's got Capsule to his right. Spart watching the cross through mid-Lion. Stallions trying to work this from Art side. And again, with the hardpoint not open yet, we've just got this conga line coming down B Street.
Yeah, right now, if you are the Stallions, you need to take your time here because you need to read that their pitches are going to be on and developing. And at least Encourage was able to find the first. Effective on the trade is Proloot. 2 players are still going to spawn out across the map. But Stallions staying strong towards the backside. Cannot afford to drop here. Spartans just need one more kill. Basically, all this time will be theirs.
Arcades has done a really nice job holding onto his life outside dumpster. Proloot made through the door, trying to fish it way over towards the Stallions' break attempt, but the hardpoint's going to go open. Capsule now off his respawn. Once again, trying to put the focus over towards dumpster side. Good initial exchange, but Merc will find 2. Stun on the outside. Spart able to stall the hit for a touch, but can't get the reload, and Proloot will drop. The break is in for the scrap 15.
Oh, man, and even with the Spartans investing so much to try to secure these spawns, there's the Stallions with non-stop pressure through the front side to keep it scrappy. Not allowed them to start to pull away in this game. Only a 10-point difference. Find ourselves going to our 3rd P1. Initial gunfights going in favor of the Stallions. A better trade coming in from the Spartans. At least the Stallions now in the hardpoint soaking it up.
166 to 160, as tight as we could possibly be to this point. But the Spartans, 3 straight eliminations, and they've got the beat on Encourage, who... Wait, what? I thought Arcades was right in front of him. And now Encourage is back into the hardpoint. Wait, how has he finessed this? Oh my goodness, Spart also gets pieced up. Wow, that is all simply thanks to the fact that Encourage just slips behind the Spartans after his whole team had gotten wiped, and now all of a sudden there's a lifeline here for the Spartans trying to flip spawns.
And if you're Mercules, you know that spawn over there is on the bottom side of P4 allows it to be a parallel. You get the investment out of Spart to use that Hellstorm. A lead change is on the cards. But the spawn's in favor of the Spartans here at P2. They got a full 60 last go around. They're finding the kills around the middle of the map to secure these back spawns. Even though the Stallions have a slight lead going into this next hard point. This is where the Spartans ran it up last time around.
Looking good for the initial. Poolside hit on the way. Stallions cooking with a couple of doubles. Caps fighting for his life inside the hard point. Spartans on the cross. He caught with the pistol out. He actually pistol whips Abe. Unreal. Spartans will set themselves up. Just need to find Encourage around the back. He's giving away his position, and that'll be enough for the Spartans to stabilize.
You are the Stallions trying to approach this break. Got 3 players tracking to the front. Abe trying to work on this pinch. Not yet spotted out from Prolute. Finally, that engagement is going to be there. Still in the stabilization of the Swans. Completely Spartans. Pressure through the front though. RC's not ready for all the gunfights. Is going to be in front of him. Mercury dancing. Wallbang's not good enough. I got you if I'm Lurks. As we're Gracie going to have another tie game.
Rotation on the way. Prolute trying to beat Encourage in the foot race. Stun over the top, and Pro just says, all right, fine. We'll just go back over to the hill. We've got a good setup. We've got a trophy system. This will work out. You got to come to us. And in that moment, wow, what a decision. They're going to find 3 straight kills. Encourage, the only one left alive, and Prolute's on the hunt.
And Encourage just has to stay alive as long as he possibly can, and he makes it count. Able to find a double. Even though the spawns are still in favor of the Spartans, 2 players are now going to spawn across the map. You have Stallion soaking up that hill. Encourage can no longer hold that positioning. But Lurks, here comes the repinch.
Timing the... Oh, he actually slipped behind 2. I thought for a second that Cap was going to watch that doorway. He still comes back to correct the mistake. Onto the hard point we go again. 25 seconds to fight. Abe slipping. He hasn't taken any damage. How has he been able to avoid any incoming shots is the question. That will flip the spawns around. 208 to 203. Stallions in the lead, plus they've got the rotation.
Yeah, Stallions are putting themselves in position to win this game. Just need these gunfights to go your way. The initial 2 don't start off, so both players are now going to spawn out. It's on Abe. It's on Encourage and Mercules. Mercules is going to fall, so now it's only on Encourage. Just try to stay alive over towards Art. He's just going to play his life, hoping this team is going to get close.
Here's a chance for it. Capsule watching the cross. Oh, he sees the slide over. That's such good timing. Tries to avoid the gunfight. Reset it down to the staircase. Pistol out on both players. Encourage swapping weapons. Oh, my goodness, it's messy. But from the front, the Stallions are actually securing a bit of a break of their own. That's 3 straight down. Only 1 more to find. Prolute in the back, trying to finesse, trying to stay alive. He's going to catch a little bit of help, and somehow the Spartans in mass are going to spawn behind the kill. It's a lifeline for the Royal Spartans.
It all starts with that Prolute kill. If Prolute doesn't win that gunfight at that time, they do not spawn it towards the back. So Spartans still here to contest it. Able to find every single kill in the feed. They can no longer win it here. You are now forcing the Stallions to think about that rotation anew.
Oh.
And if you fall now, you're going to spawn at O. You don't want to die.
Wow, Arcides, I don't think he expected to spawn where he did. He saw a moment, he just paused. He was trying to switch over to an SMG, trying to play the pinch. Gets caught in the middle of it. 241 to 223. Stallions in control of the middle of the map, and with that, also the hard point. Capsule up top, able to at least clear up some space that Abe was trying to confirm. And now it's just down to how do they want to break open this hard point? Could be the final moment here. Lurks caught. Wow, what shots those are from Capsule. Now it's down to can they find the remaining players inside the hill, and so far they can. Just need 9 seconds. Who's going to try to challenge? The kid's just going to be picked up. 246. Last efforts here for FC. Have to find a way in, but every doorway is being watched, and the Royal Spartans will take down the Stallions in 4 and punch a ticket to tomorrow's lower finals.
Man, what a bang out of a map there in map number 4. 250 to 235, the ending score, but it was blow for blow. It just came down to that final moment in the game where the Stallions get 3. They're thinking, okay, last player alive in the back is Prolute. We trade him out, we secure the back spawns. But once Prolute was able to find that 1 kill at that time before getting traded, all of his teammates allowed to spawn in towards the backside of Art. And that's what allows them eventually to work their way back into P4 to fight for that remaining time, to give them the lead that they did going into that P1, and eventually closing out the series the same exact way that they did in Winners Finals in a game number 4 to advance to top 3.
What a battle it was, though. Those last 2 maps, whoa, probably more representative of what this series probably should have looked like compared to the first 2. But this was, I mean, mere moments. And I think you hit this on the head, Jay. I mean, I'm initially looking at that play behind P4 at the end before we get to that final first hard point. And that 1v1 that Prolute wins, all of his teammates spawn up immediately as the last bullet connects. Like, if it's a second in front of that, they may spawn all the way back over towards Pool. but it gives Spartans a chance to jump back into the hill with numbers. It's mixy, it's a battle, but the numbers reign supreme. Wow, unbelievable finish.
Yeah, it's just crazy sometimes. You can do all the dirty work, hit the long route, put yourself in a position to block it, but then kills sometimes dictate where your teammates are going to spawn. And thankfully, Prolu was able to catch that one at the very end. Allow his team another opportunity for a break. But, like, where was the Stallions, like, in the first two maps, Alan? Like, this was the Stallions we saw versus YFP. Merc was almost double positive with 40 kills and 20 deaths. He just had himself a phenomenal map with that AR. Just wasn't going to lead to too much. The way that the Spartans were able to hold down that P2 initially from the front throughout the entire mix, hold it for a full 60. Then in the very end, just clutch up when they need to. Advance to tomorrow. Again, to the top 3.
Merc gets 40 for the L, so it's another one of those series where someone drops a 40 bomb for the Stallions, but it's not enough to get over the Spartans. Wow, what a battle those last two maps were. The first two, anything but. It was just all Spartans from the get-go on both the Protocol Hardpoint and, of course, obviously 6-0 Vault Search and Destroy. Tells you the story there pretty much in a nutshell. That now gets us to a point where we can update our bracket. We had a battle between KCP and a bit Brooklyn at map 5 that didn't end as climactically as it started. No. KCP able to get to the grand finals through the upper bracket. They will have a benefit of the best of 7 vetoes in their back pocket, but tomorrow we'll come back and we'll watch to see what the Royal Spartans can do versus Amit. First time these two teams have played, at least here in the playoff bracket.
And that was going to be a banger, man, because they both have teammates on both sides where they have a lot of experience. If they decide to throw a Hacienda Hardpoint in the mix, that was going to be fun to watch. But the S&Ds, without question, is going to be the deciding factor in that Omit versus Spartan series tomorrow.
Gonna be a fun one, my friend. But for the Stallions, they finished top 4 after what has been a great debut from those 4 guys. Without question, a 5-0 group stage, a battle through the lower bracket, but not able to get into the top 3 and find to our final day here for Challengers Elite. So, of course, tomorrow we'll be back at the normal times for EU to do the lower finals and their grand finals. It actually should be pretty interesting. The final 3 teams that are remaining are all very, very solid. And then we'll do the exact same thing immediately afterwards here for North America, back for the lower finals and of course the grand finals. And we got to pack some bags. We got to go to Madrid. So that'll be our game plan there. Jay, final thoughts from you.
Man, big shout out to the Stallions, man, for a roster full of nothing but 18 and 19-year-olds to come out here in your very first elite, get top 4. You saw that it's obviously things that you can improve on your gameplay to hit that next level, but to do it on the beginning of your season, as soon as you enter the building, gotta tip my hats to them. Obviously, the rest of the team's still in it. Pioneers, they've been looking outstanding ever since they went through their first week of the Elite. Omit continuously always going Game 5 and falling short in Game 5s. And then the Spartans, man. I didn't really think that the Spartans would have stood a chance tomorrow, but they were playing phenomenal COD right there versus the Stallions, to where I think anyone can win tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, without question. It was one of those things we looked at the group stage. We're like, well, how is this Spartans team 1-3? They were one of the best teams in all of Challengers last year. So that's what we got, at least in terms of our final 3. We'll be back tomorrow again. EU, right around the 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock Eastern hour for the lower finals, grand finals, followed up right here as we crown a champion in North America. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you guys mañana. Hasta luego.